We're live at Coletco. Otis. Come here, Otis. Otis. Dang it, Tanner took them. Tanner. Yeah, let's say bye-bye. Come here. I'll see you later. Okay? Tanner said you're my gift for my birthday. All right. Here we go. Otis is hitting the door. He's gone. No more Otis. Well, at least for tonight. And now I'm sad, and now I'm ending the sale early. Great. All right. Let's see here. Oh, I'm live. I'm sharing. I'm posting. We'll do it live. Bill O'Reilly. Stupid teleprompter never works. Jake, my next upgrade will be a teleprompter. We do need a scroll at the bottom. I hadn't told you that lately. I hadn't really had a time to talk to you about scrolling. People want to see a scroll. They want a scroll at the bottom with instructions, constantly scrolling. Yes. Is it live? Yeah, they want a scroll that says first come, first serve, bid. You know, we can at least get it going, and I can probably modify it later. If you could put it down here, I probably can fix it up, you know, as long as you get it on the screen. Jake's going to get us a scroll tonight. Perfect. We love scrolling. Da, 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 da. Welcome, everybody. Thursday night. It is December 11th. It is a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Is that what we used last time?
I think so.
Please come. Yeah, use that and we'll see how it goes. Craig's going to be the proofreader and critiquer, okay, Craig? That's your job tonight, Craig. You're proofreading the scroll. All right, I'm almost done sharing. Story. No, we don't want location. We want link. We'll do it live. Stupid teleprompter never works. All right. Where is the new vinyl? I don't see it yet. Usually it's blatantly right in front of me. Lord, was there new vinyl today? Uh-oh. Is there anything at all? Let me walk up front. I don't see any. Get my update from Seth. He can't update anything. You know what? I don't see any. But I'm gonna look again. Let me contact, let me go to the top of the ladder. That's not good. Maybe it's completely behind the counter. No, I don't see any up here either. I'm looking. There's the 2 crates for tonight. I'm going to go ahead and grab the first one. Da da da, the D, da da da. Say goodbye. Do ba da. Okay. Julie Williams says there was no deliveries today. That's not good. We'll blame that one on UPS. I was supposed to have about 4 boxes from one distributor and about 3 to 5 boxes from 2 others. So we're finding out live right now there was no new vinyl deliveries. I had ordered quite a bit of stuff for Metal Night too. That's very, very unfortunate. All right, first thing, I'm going to go put this away. This is Led Zeppelin. What just happened? Oh, did I mess that up? Okay, no, my bad. There you go. This Led Zeppelin poster, this is an original movie poster. This is a original movie poster. Song remains the same. You've just seen a little bit of a preview of it for a second, then I ruined Jake's work. But this is $195, okay? It's the original movie poster for The Song Remains the Same. $195 on that. All right, $195 on that. So just so you know, we have that and it's in stock. Led Zeppelin, the original movie poster for The Song Remains the Same. It's $195, okay? All this other stuff I'm just going to set off the table. Let me set all this. We do have new vinyl, though, because I sorted last night. I was like, well, this would be a great time to show metal. And we got quite a bit back here behind me that has gotten buried since I've done my cleanup. So with that being said, here we go. They didn't pick up or anything. Wow. So the post office or nobody came by. Wow. That's crazy. Was today a holiday that we don't know about? Was this Kwanzaa? Is that something that is today some kind of postal strike? Does anybody know what's going on? Just delays? Nobody. Wow. It's that time of the year. Expect delays and don't expect to get stuff. I guess we fit in that same category. When I order new vinyl, don't expect it to show up. So, all right, let's do this here. All right.
those two right now.
Okay. Is it up here?
Just see it.
Yeah. Are we on the top cam right now?
We are on the top cam.
Okay.
You can switch.
Right here? Like this. Okay. Yeah. Cool. So I'm live, and these are my buttons now. Top cam, side cam. Okay. All right. Let's get the show started. All right. My shoe needs to be retied. Let me fix this lace. Perfect. Perfect lace up. Thank you for doing that, Jake. We got Jake here, Jack here, Jill just left, John just left. We got 4 J's that work in this building. And they're all fantastic people. All right. Here we go. Knuckle pop. Neck pop. Spine pop. We're running. The show has begun. First auction of the night is Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. A 1986 USOG specialty press with the original inner sleeve, nice jacket, $35 start. $35 start. That is now up for bid, okay? That's now up for bid, okay? Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Good luck to all tonight on your bidding. Good luck to your claims. You're at the mercy of Restream, your connection. Best of luck, okay? Let's pull up this morning's video. So I got news just a moment ago. We basically had no deliveries and no pickups today. So we do have plenty of new stuff to show. John's marked crates. Laura's working on marking crates right now, and I'm pretty sure she's going to be marking metal. We kind of paused putting out new metal until today, so we haven't had much all week. So that's great because it's Thursday night metal night. So we'll go through all that. We'll go through all this, and that means tomorrow. Paul's going to have a lot. Okay, Paul's going to have a heck of a show tomorrow. So at 6 when he's going strong at 6, you'll probably want to be watching. I'll get on my laptop tonight. I'll get on my laptop tonight and mark what I can for waiting list. Okay, so no one gets messed up. All right. On a pre-order or waiting list. I'll leave him access to all that. I'll just print out everything and leave it before I leave. So I'll probably be selling till 1 or 2 a.m. tonight, and then I'm leaving for the airport at 3 a.m. So I've got a lot to do. We got about an 8-hour show ahead, and then I'm going straight to a jet airplane. We have Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. This is, then I'm going to be awake for the next 24 hours. Iron Maiden is a $35 start. That's an 86 OG. That's up for bid. Here's a really cool promotional item that Neil Young did. It's a Neil Young reactor. It folds out into this pizza pie shaped red vinyl deal. It's Neil Young, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Southern Pacific and Motor City, $10 start. I'm on the wait list for 13.4 elevators. You are, but this isn't. You can buy this if you want it. Jerry, Metal Guy Guerrero, when I went to order more for you, they were back ordered. This one is $39.99. It's a 2016 reissue. It's about the same price as the one you're on a wait list for. It's near mint. Of course, it is open, but it's a 2 LP. So if you want this one, I can take you off the wait list for the other. The other one's currently back ordered, and I cannot get any more right now. They could come in next week. It could be next month. I don't really know. But if you want that one, you can get that one. It's about the same price, and I think it's expanded too. So totally up to you. All right, I'm looking for Soundgarden, Chess Christmas, Rob Zombie, Chess Christmas, Depeche Mode, Jimmy Smith, Rob Zombie, Soundgarden, Joan Jett, Lady Gaga, Gwen Stefani, okay? So here we go. I got Slayer, South of Heaven, perfect for Metal Night, $34.99. Slayer, South of Metal Night, and this is South of Metal Night. South of Heaven, $34.99. We have Iron Maiden at 37, Neil Young's at 10. Also over here, I have the Doors Soft Parade, and this is a Rhino Hi-Fi, cut from the original tapes by Kevin Gray, $39.99, okay? So over here, Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera says he will take the 13.4 elevators, and I'll make a note to take him off the waiting list, okay? So this is so to him. That was in a pre-owned crate last night. I always put those back there. I always put 13.4 elevators back there because they're such eye-catching records. I mean, that artwork is just crazy. 1986 OG VG on the vinyl, conservatively graded. It is a specialty press. Just has scuffing, sleeve scuffing, but moderate sleeve scuffing. Iron Maiden's out $40. Neil Young's at $14. And then over here, I have John Denver and the Muppets, and this is the Christmas album. This is on candy cane swirl color vinyl. John Denver is $24.99. We got 2 of those. And then the Pogues, Rum Sodomy and the Lash. The Pogues is a 40th anniversary. It's a 2 LP red marble vinyl with B-sides, BBC sessions, and rarities. The Pogues is $39.99. And we also have Scorpions Coming Home Live. The Scorpions is a 2 LP green vinyl, and that is $59.99. Neil Young's at $14. Guy Shard, You've Been Outbid. Iron Maiden's at $41 with Michael Snared, and that means Mitch T is out, and Mitch T says he's done. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Pretty Maids, Red Hot and Heavy. Pretty Maids is a 1984 UKOG with the original inner sleeve, VG++ condition, and Pretty Maids is a $30 start. And currently, when we tagged this, there were 0 for sale in the United States. $30 start on that. Next thing over here is Counting Crows, Recovering the Satellites. This is new for Friday. It's been long out of print. Counting Crows, $39.99 on that. And I have 2 copies of the Striper Christmas album. And I actually need to make a note, reply to Stripers. Reply to Stripers. Because I still got to let everybody know we can't get gold. And probably some people's on the pre-order that hadn't heard that announcement. So gold pre-order is pretty much not happening or canceled at this point. Doesn't look like it's going to come in. So black vinyl's available, $34.99. It literally still says awaiting pricing, so I don't know if they're still arguing over that or what, but that's what happened. Neil Young's now at $16. Hammer Up on Iron Maiden, about to sell it for $41, and Sean Holford has Pretty Maids for $30. We got Jelly Roll, self-medicated. Jelly Roll is $29.99, self-medicated, and Joan Jett and the Blackhearts' greatest hits. I love rock and roll, and this is so to Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla Brecky. That's so to you. I have 1 more left of Joan Jett's greatest hits. Ace Frehley is a 2014 remaster, new and sealed. It's an exact replica of the OG, so it has the inner sleeve and the poster. $33.99 on that. Over here we have Jelly Roll again, this time Beautiful Disaster. $29.99 for Jelly Roll. And then No FX, Eating Lamb. No FX is $24.99. Neil Young is like, I don't know if it's actually a promo. Is this marked promo? I think they were all promos. But it's a die cut. This wasn't definitely sold in stores, I don't think. It's a die cut, lathe cut, red vinyl, triangular single of Southern Pacific and Motor City from his album Reactor. So as you see, it folds up like that, and it comes in this form of a triangle. And the high bid on this is Mitch T at $16. Iron Maiden is officially sold. And that was our first auction of the night. So if you just got on, you hadn't missed much. Michael Snared has that for $41. Thank you, Michael Snared. That's so to you. All right, there's Neil Young. And the high bid on that, Neil Young, is Mitch T at $16. Pretty Maids is a final call for $30. Sherry Darnell was the next comment. Jelly Roll, do you want self-medicated, Beautiful Disaster, or both of them? John Bergenstorm gets the last Joan Jett. And then Chaz Smith just asked how much. It was $24.99. Let me know if you want one. Chaz, I'll have to put you on a wait list. Okay, Neil Young has a new bid for $17, now $18, and Pretty Maids has a new bid for $35. And Sean Holford just hit his keyboard like, you've got to be kidding me, almost had it for $30. How the Grinch Stole Christmas is on green vinyl, and the Grinch is $29.99. And now Jason Jones bid $32. Sean Holford bid $40. He said, not so fast, my friend. And then we got Jimmy Smith's House Party. Jimmy Smith's House Party was sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather, Sean Fairweather, Master Moth 666, Led Zeppelin Lover Forever. That is sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather. Thank you on that. And we have one copy left for Jimmy Smith's House Party. One left, $33.99. Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll is sold and sold, both of them to Sherry Darnell. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then T-Rex Bowling Zip Gun. T-Rex is $39.99. Okay, our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is UDO. I love the hype sticker on this one. UDO is UDO Dirk Schneider, lead singer of Accept, and it features They Want War. In Shrink, the name of the album is Animal House. It's a 1988 David Baber, a 1988 USOG with the inner sleeve, Shrink and Hype, and it's nice. EX or better. It has an Uncle Phil's price tag, and UDO is a $30 start. All right, that's now up for bid. The Neil Young promo single is now at $20, and then Pretty Maids is now at $43, and now $45 with Sean Holford. UDO is a $30 start. There's another T-Rex. Richie Havens alarm clock. I guess I'm going to have to keep one. I'm probably, if these are still here by the end of the night, I'll probably go ahead and keep one, crack this open. Yeah, the first song is his cover of Here Comes the Sun, which is a good one. He covers Here Comes the Sun. $29.99 on that one. And we have Johnny Griffin. This one has a light crease on the cover. $33.99 for Johnny Griffin. And then we had one copy of Suicidal Tendencies. And this is a 35th anniversary on red vinyl. $39.99 for Suicidal Tendencies. I still got both Depeche Mode's A Broken Frame. Depeche Mode is $29.99. Depeche Mode A Broken Frame. And both of these Rob Zombies are sold. Both of these Rob Zombies are sold. There is no Facebook feed. There should be. There's Facebook's live, yeah. We have Rob Zombie. This one is sold to Kelly Gabney. Thank you, Kelly Gabney. That's sold to you. And the other one sold to Tom Kelly. And then over here we have Kelly Gabney also on Depeche Mode Broken Frame. All right, there we go. So first thing is the Neil Young. Who was the other bidder before Mitch T? Because they're out. Mitch T had it for $20. Ralph Venturino, it's up to you. I've got to sell that pretty quick. That's our second auction tonight, so it's been up for a while. And then over here, I've got what was next? Pretty Maids. I see an out and I see an out. So Mark still has it for $48. UDO does not have a bid yet, to my knowledge. $30 start on that, UDO, okay? And the next record is also both sold, I'm pretty sure. John LeBeatty got a Soundgarden, and Carla Brecky got a Soundgarden. So some stuff that just sold out in a flash because of the video this morning. By the way, for anybody new watching, it's like, what the heck is going on? Where are these claims coming from? This is pre-claims. Well, first of all, these are leftovers, so if you didn't watch last night, you missed them then. And then if you didn't watch the 6 a.m. video this morning, you missed them then. So this is Soundgarden, $34.99. I can put you on a waiting list. They'll be back in next week because it will be ordered Friday. They won't definitely be delivered until then. And then Rob Zombie also sold out, $34.99. When those go out of stock, I usually see a tick in price because his catalog is very popular and they get gone quickly, okay? Neil Young Reactor. This is officially sold to Mitch T for $20, okay? Mitch T, thank you on that. I'm going to try to get this in a board and bag if I can. John told me today we had a walk-in customer drop off some great 45s, so I may be showing those earlier than normal. You know, we got plenty of bonus auctions already, but this is the last night I'm going to be here this week. Paul's got the next 2 shows. With that being said, I'm going to try to show and go as long as I can, and so I hope y'all are ready for that. Let me see if I've got a cardboard divider back here. Here's how we do records like this. We put them in a sleeve so they don't get misplaced, and then I put a cardboard shipping pad behind it. This is how I package any kind of 10-inch or picture disc. That way it gets on your record shelf easier and it makes it more sturdy, okay? There's that. All right. No Japanese CDs tonight, it looks like. I'll have to go up front and see what's prepared. I think there's a couple of Japanese vinyl, a couple boxes of Japanese vinyl, but don't tell David Johnson or he'll have a conniption fit on me. Mark Steele gets Pretty Maids for $48. And UDO has a bid for $30 with Alan Hagen. We're still in bonus stuff. 15 more minutes and I'll officially start doing the hot picture stuff. Let's get right into our next auction. This is called Risk. Jerry, it's a game of global domination. No, it's Risk, the daily horror news from the lost side of the world. Interesting. It's a 1988 German OG, strong VG Plus. When we tagged this, there were 0 for sale in the United States. I don't know a lot about Risk, but it looks very metally. $35 start on that one, okay? UDO has one bid for 30. And I'm going to take a look in this 45 box because if there's some like 80s hard rock / metal, we'll definitely get to those first for auction. Oh, yeah, these are beautiful. He said they were. Oh, man. Thin Lizzy, George Harrison, Van Halen, Bowie's. Yeah, lots of 80s pop and rock, picture sleeves. And he said this guy bought these and put them right to a sleeve, and they're just beautiful. You could tell he took super good care of these. So here's the first one. No doubt there'll be a ton of interest. This is 1984 by Van Halen, and it's literally like new condition. The sleeve is flat. Flip side is drop dead legs. Van Halen has one wrinkle back here on the back, which maybe can be fixed. Yeah, just that right there, which this needs to be flattened. So this is a $10 start. Super clean copy. Very nice. Van Halen, Panama, $10 start, okay? There's that. First thing we had is UDO 30, Risk 35, Risk 45, and Hold Your Fire is $34.99. I am pre-packed for Vegas. I'm going to repack here after the sale. Make sure I've got everything I need, but I don't plan on going back to my house. So I hope I got everything I need. If not, I'll just buy stuff out there for a couple days. I've been known to do that. We have Slayer $34.99, The Doors $39.99, John Denver $24. The Pogues, Rum Sodomy and the Lash was $39. Scorpions is $59. Counting Crows was $39. Striper $34. Jelly Roll, last one left, Beautiful Disaster, $29. NoFX is $24. Grinch is $29. Jimmy Smith, $33. T-Rex is $39. Richie Havens, $29. Johnny Griffin, $33. Suicidal Tendencies, $39. And one Depeche Mode left at $29. UD did not get another bid, right? Nope. Alan Hagen, you were the only bidder on this. Sold you for $30. Let's keep the metal stuff rolling tonight. The Doors is Rhino, the Rhino Hi-Fi of Soft Parade. I can also get the rest of their catalog. Risk has a high bid right now of $45 with Big Scary Dave. Big Scary Dave over on Twitch has Risk at $45. Everybody else is out. The Van Halen has already jumped up to $20. The Kathy Hodges, beautiful. It's like new condition. The Striper is the Christmas album, The Greatest Gift of All. Okay? And then anybody else on anything in here, this crate's going right here behind me. There is one more from last night, but I'm just going to pull the stuff out of there. The Chess Christmas, the Lady Gaga's, and the Gwen Stefani. That way we can get into some other new vinyl, okay? All the advertised stuff will start right at 7 or a little after. Right at 7, a little after. And then all the hot picture stuff's going to be rolling. But wait till y'all see some of the bonus stuff. Some of the bonus stuff is pretty remarkable. Let's go ahead and grab one right now. A bonus auction, unadvertised, King Diamond, them. King Diamond is a 1988 U.S. and Canadian release. EX Plus condition, in shrink, with the original under sleeve. So what do you have here? A beautiful, nice OG copy. $45 start. $45 start. We got the shaft from UPS today, and that means when you get the shaft, that means you don't get a delivery, okay? We did not get any boxes. There was supposed to be about 3 or 4 boxes of metal I ordered from one distributor. The stuff I ordered on Tuesday, which was more metal for tonight, also didn't get, and then everybody's restocks waiting list. So that means Paul is going to be getting a lot of stuff tomorrow. It's all going to be pre-priced, and you can expect new stuff from him tomorrow. But I am about to go through other stuff, okay? This sounds like a great night for me to remind you of some of the other stuff we have, but not good. Not good. I was told to expect delays. From now and probably from now until after the first of the year, if you're expecting a package, I wouldn't be expecting it on time. Can you imagine the mail that's going across America right now in trucks and airplanes? The amount of mail going through the skies right now in trucks and airplanes. Whew, packages. It's just insane to think about it. Okay. All right. Here we go. I have so many surprises. We've got reggae, pop, soul, jazz, funk. I've got Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Rush, Van Halen, Kiss, Cinquanta. I've got Risk, Van Halen, King Diamond. I've got Bob Marley. I've got Al Jolson. I've got Bryan Adams, Tom Petty. I've got Van Halen, Kiss. I've got Pink Floyd. I've got ZZ Top. I've got soundtracks. I've got polka. I've got How to Play the Accordion. I've got Adlai Stevenson speaks on social issues. I've got JFK speaks to the 101th Congress. I've got so much stuff, honestly, if you saw a list, your head would just explode, okay? Your head would just, you wouldn't be able to stand it. Now, how much am I going to get that tonight? I'm going to get to as much as possible, but no guarantees. We use the word surprise literally. We surprise literally. Okay? That's a big key word here tonight. Big Scary Dave has Risk at $50, going once, going twice. King Diamond's at $75. The high bid on Van Halen right now is Stacy Metternich at $23. Stacy has Van Halen at $23. That's going once, going twice to Stacy Metternich. Okay? I just got to pull a few things out of here so we can get into another crate. I have Chess Christmas, and both of these are sold. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. And this is Chess Records. We got Kelly Gabney. We got Jen Cass. Those are sold and sold. First thing is Ryan Kelly for Lady Gaga. And then Kelly Vlodarchik on a wait list for Lady Gaga. And Kelly Vlodarchik on a wait list for that one. And then Kelly Vlodarchik on the Gwen Stefani. Okay? And that one was this one right here. Where are you, Gwen? This is sold to Kelly Vlodarchik, okay? New bid on Van Halen for $24. We have King Diamond at $80 with Hiram Aponte. And then Risk is about to be sold to Big Scary Dave for $50. All right. If anybody else needs anything that you saw in the flip video this morning, just let me know. I'll be like, we can do that. Yeah, no problem. You got it. Sold. Boom. Pow. All right, let's go through this crate right over here. All right. Once there was a way to get back homeward. Okay, final call on Van Halen. King Diamond about to clear the board for auctions. Once there is a way to get back home. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. A 1987 OG club copy. Near mint minus with the original inner sleeve. $55 start for Guns N' Roses. Okay? All right. First thing we have is Risk has a new bid for $51. Risk is a 1988 German OG. Steam Hammer label. Has the original inner sleeve. A strong VG condition. Strong VG condition. King Diamond is officially, Deckelman, you got outbid, it looks like. Hiram has this for $80. Where was Deckelman? Deckelman, you've been outbid. Hiram has this for $80. Risk has a new bid for $51. Van Halen is officially sold to John Durden for $24. There's GNR for $55. All right, and then let me jump back over here to this box. I mentioned one to Stacy. She says, please put that up. Wow, this is like a double-sided hit. Jailbreak and the Boys Are Back in Town. Thin Lizzy, original company sleeve, $7 start. All right, here we go. I have The Doors. This is their self-titled debut, cut from the original tape. Kevin Gray, all analog, Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. Risk 52, Risk 53, Risk 55. GNR is an OG club, near mint minus. And then King Diamond is up to Deckelman. He bid 81. Hiram, it goes back to you. Next is Fleetwood Mac. This is Fleetwood Mac self-titled. This is cut from the original tapes by Kevin Gray. Also Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. Will there be flip videos Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? There will probably not. It depends on how soon. I'll try to make enough time to make one for tomorrow morning, but there's a good chance there will not be 9 a.m. crates tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday morning. Unless I have time to make them tonight. When I got home, I was like, man, I should have went ahead and made those, but it's going to take a long time. I'll try to after the sale, but if not, I'll make a post and be like, I'll schedule a post every day at 9 a.m. saying no sale, no crate, no crate, no crate, because there's a good chance there won't be. Over here we have Queens of the Stone Age, $36.99. So tomorrow morning, maybe, probably, definitely no 6 a.m. crates, because I won't be here to see what is coming in, and it's the weekend anyway, so no new deliveries after tomorrow. But 9 a.m. crates will be 50-50 chance. We'll see how soon I end tonight. I'll have about a window to make a couple before I have to leave. Queens of the Stone Age is $36.99. Risk is still at $56 a mock straws. Big Scary Dave's out. King Diamond is still getting bids, $85.86, and GNR is at $62. Thin Lizzie's at $14. Also, we have Queens of the Stone Age, Era Vulgaris. Queens of the Stone Age is $36.99. Queens of the Stone Age, Era Vulgaris, $36.99. And then I've got 2 copies of Brittany Fox. That's a limited edition, 750 on blue vinyl. Brittany Fox is $39.99. $39.99 for Brittany Fox, and 1 copy of Gordon Lightfoot, Now Playing. This is essentially a greatest hits comp. Gordon Lightfoot, Now Playing, is $24.99. The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. 2 copies of The Cure. This is called Faith. The Cure is $29.99. Thin Lizzie's at $18. Final call. What was over here that was near the end? Risk. Risk is officially sold to mock straws for $56. Deckelman and Hiram are battling out over the King Diamond. Hiram just went out. And let's look at this one more time. King Diamond is an 88 US OG pressing, a Gloversville press, EX Plus condition with the original sleeve and shrink wrap. Deckelman has that for $86. Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction is an 87 Club, a Carrollton press, Columbia House Club with the original inner sleeve, near mint minus, and a nice jacket. The last bid on this was Michael Fairchild at 62. Michael Fairchild at 62. Thin Lizzie is sold to Stacy Metternich for $18. Thank you, Stacy. We have the Velvet Underground and Nico. That is $36.99. Gatefold jacket, Velvet Underground and Nico, and the Stone Roses. Really cool embossed cover on this one. That's a new pressing of that. Stone Roses, $33.99. Our next auction is Judas Priest Painkiller. Do what? Judas Priest Painkiller. Say that again. This is Judas Priest Painkiller. One more time. This is Judas Priest Painkiller, a 1990 USOG. Whoa. Let me say that one more time. This is Judas Priest Painkiller, a 1990 USOG. Okay, here's the third thing I'm going to say for the third time. This is a copy of Judas Priest Painkiller, a 1990 USOG that's in near mint minus condition. Near mint minus condition. This is Judas Priest Painkiller, a 1990 USOG in near mint minus condition, $125 start. Guns N' Roses has a new bid for $70. Next is NXS Live 1984, $24.99. And then Olivia Rodrigo, live from Glastonbury, blue and cobalt colored vinyl, $49.99. And the complete James Brown Christmas. This is all 3 of his classic Christmas albums, which are very tough to get and high grade. All 3 of them, $84.99. King Diamond is officially sold to Justin Deckelman, and King Diamond is sold for $86. Judas Priest already has bids for $125, $150, $160. And then over here we have GNR. This is with Gregory at $70 now. Final call. Judas Priest Painkiller already at $160. Benjamin Franco, you're out. And then Punk Goes Christmas. That is $29.99. $29.99. Very excited to get into some of the new stuff tonight. I don't know about y'all. I'm getting pretty excited. Sometimes I've gotten so excited I've had to mute the mic and just literally start screaming. Now, y'all don't know that I'm screaming because the mic's muted, but I've paused the mic before and just screamed my lungs out because I've gotten so excited about the next auction, and I just can't. I get freaked out almost. I can't control it. Here's our next auction. This is beautiful, and I mean absolutely stunning. Purple vinyl, When Doves Cry. This is another 45 from that collection that looks like it's brand new. Prints, and it happens to be over here on purple vinyl, a $10 start, okay? There's that, Punk Christmas. Also, we have Kate Bush, 50 Words for Snow. Kate Bush, I believe that's a Christmas-related record she has, or it is a Christmas record. $59.99 on that. Looks like we're done on GNR. This is sold to Gregory over here for $70. So Judas Priest was at $160. And then Judas Priest got a bid for $180, and then Judas Priest got a bid for $200, and then Judas Priest got a bid for $210, then Judas Priest $220, then Judas Priest $235, and then $230, and then we have Prince has a bid for $10. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is the first one from the hot picture. It's 701. It's 701, and we're going to get started with Nuclear Assault, handled with care. Nuclear Assault is an 89 U.S. Specialty OG. It has the original on her sleeve, EX condition, and this is going to go up for a $50 star. Nuclear Assault, now up for bid. I have Pentatonics, Christmas in the City. Pentatonics is $36.99, and a Tori Kelly Christmas, that's $36.99, and Nicki Minaj Pink Friday, Roman Reloaded, Nicki Minaj, $46.99. Okay, Judas Priest is at $230. Chase Arnold's out. Gregory has it for $230. Going once, going twice. Prince 10, Prince 10, Prince 12, Prince 16. Nuclear Assault 55. Prince 18. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. I've got a fresh, new, fantastically loaded, packed bonus crate going up right now. This is stuff to make you shiver and scream. You're going to be wishing you had taken some more something. We have black and blue. This is black and blue, a 1984 USOG in shrink, near mint minus, black and blue, a $20 start on that, okay? And then over here, we have a quick read-through on titles. If you need a price or more information, let me know. We have The Doors. We have Fleetwood Mac, Queens of Stone Age, Britney Fox, Gordon Lightfoot, The Cure. We have Velvet Underground, Stone Roses, In Excess, Olivia Rodrigo, James Brown, Punk Christmas, Kate Bush, Pentatonics, Tori Kelly, and Nicki Minaj. Did y'all hear all that? If not, I'll read them again just as fast. If you need a price, you're like, whoa, 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 Chad. You know what? It is pretty close to Christmas. Jack Daniels is already talking to me tonight. You know what? Go ahead and just give me everything in that crate, even all the duplicates. I'll take everything in that crate, all the duplicates, everything. Just give me everything in that crate. We'll do with the old-fashioned thing. Ring me up, Chad. I'll take everything. Even all the duplicates, the triplicates, everything. Anything and everything. Okay? All right, here we go. Here we go. Looks like we're almost done with Priest. And let's go through this crate right over here. This is going to be all buy it now or best offer. Let's see here. Got a couple surprise David Allen Co auctions. Ooh, some cool stuff in here. Got us a couple surprise David Allen Co auctions. Nice. Always looking for those. DAC, his catalog is not in print. DAC auctions. Here we go. Here we go. Let's start from the left over here. Over here on the left was Judas Priest, and this is sold. And this is sold over here, and this is sold to Gregory Roberts for $230. Nice. All right, let's put that right over here. What about Prince? Prince. Beautiful near mint copy on purple vinyl of When Doves Cry. I'm showing Lonnie Jolly at $26, okay? Nuclear Assault's at $65, Black and Blue's at $30. Has everybody hit the like button? Fun night ahead. Let's see what's over here in the bonus crate. First thing I have over here in the bonus crate looks like a copy of Black Sabbath's debut album, Holy Guacamole. Queso and dip, double stuffed Oreos and milk. I've ate that before at the same time, Jake. Cheese and dip, and then you follow it right after that bite with Oreos, and then you chug milk. Whew. That's what you call a gut buster. Jake is trying to pay attention and watch last night's sale, and I'm being very distracting. We have Black Sabbath. This is a U.S. repress, a Jacksonville press, EX Plus condition. So this is a mid-70s pressing of Black Sabbath's debut album, but it's super nice, $45 start, okay? There's that over here. We have Black and Blue at $35. The bid was $30. Nuclear Assault's at $65, and Prince, a final call for $26. Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks. EX condition, $12.99. Eric Clapton, Slow Hand. EX condition. Folks, we're talking about cocaine. $32.99 for Eric Clapton, Slow Hand. The Eagles, this is their self-titled album. Is this actually a real finally gatefold jacket? Yeah, this is so tough to get. as a gatefold. That's probably first label. I don't have an exact note, but that's a very early pressing of their debut. VG Plus, $24.99. These are buy now or best offer. You go ahead and grab them, or you can tell me your best absolute top dollar offer, and then I'm going to ask for more. Elton John Honky Chateau is $24.99, VG Plus condition. And Rod Stewart, he said blondes have more fun. EX, $12.99. Lonnie Jolly, you get Prince for $26. Thank you on that, Lonnie Jolly. Black and Blues at $40. Nick Bargeron's You're Out. Black Sabbath is a $35 start. And Nuclear Assault is still getting bids. Let me get this box of 45s over here just a little bit closer to me. If I can get these just a little bit closer to me, we might have a better chance of putting more up quickly. Okay, then we might start doing some buy it nows on some of these, because I think you're going to be like, yep, take that, sold, I'll take one of those, give me that. Yep, Chad, sold, yep, I'll take that. Wow, look at some of these, nice, beautiful, yes, these are great buy it nows. Holy moly, look at all these, oh my gosh, yes, I'll take that one, I'll take this one, give me that one. There we go, holy moly, look at all these, that's just absolutely amazing. Oh my gosh, that just keeps getting better. Here's another auction. How about right over here? This is Prince, and this is Purple Rain on purple vinyl. That's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? That's now up for bid. Next thing over here is the following. We got John Burgerstorm on Clapton, Cocaine. Nuclear Assault has bids for $67, now $72. Next thing in here is Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. That's VG Plus, $14.99. So first thing over here is Nuclear Assault. The last bid was Jake Gold at $67, Richard Bradshaw, $72. Black and Blue is officially sold to John Burgenstorm for $40. That is sold to John Burgenstorm for $40. Prince on purple vinyls, a $10 start. Final chance to get a bid in on Black Sabbath, okay? Let's pull something from the advertised crate over here. And the first thing we have is Tigers of Pantang, The Cage. Tigers of Pantang is a U.S. reissue, exact year unknown, but it's nice. Jacket and vinyls EX, $15 start on that. Next thing is Jared Jeff Walker, Walker's Collectibles, VG Plus, $14.99. Michael Wilkerson also bid 10 on Prince. Aaron Jolly gets the Eagles for $20. And we have Melanie Jennings on Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. And now Prince is at 12. Now Prince is at 15. And then we have TP at 15, which is Tigers of Pantang. Black Sabbath does have a bid for 45. And Nuclear Assault is at $72 with Richard Bradshaw going once, going twice. Dr. John, Tango Palace, EX $24.99. And Al Green, haven't seen a copy of this. Let's Stay Together. Nice. VG $12.99. Jerry Jeff Walker was VG Plus. Fiji Plus $14.99. All right, here is a chance at some buy it now singles. These are all going to be $6.99, okay? NXS, Need You Tonight. Wow. Eddie Money, Baby Hold On. We have Robert Tepper, No Easy Way Out from Rocky IV, $6.99. Robert Tepper, White Label Promo from Rocky IV, George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone, and Wayne Chung, To Live and Die in L.A. Those are all $6.99. A whole box full of 80s greatness on picture sleeves, $6.99. Wayne Chung, George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone, Rocky IV Promo, Baby Hold On, and NXS. Those are all $6.99. Next thing over here, Dr. John has an offer for $20 with Ivan R. sold. Chase Arnold gets Al Green. Eric Van Leuven was next. Nuclear Assault has a new bid for $72. Prince has a new bid for $22. And then Mike Pierce wants Wayne Chung, To Live and Die in L.A. That's sold to him for $6.99. Black and Blue's already sold. First thing is Black Sabbath, though, is sold for $45. One bid to Tom Kelly. That is done. Nuclear Assault still getting bids. Prince is still getting bids. So the last bid that came in here over Prince was $22 with Michael Wilkerson, by the way. Nuclear Assault, Jake Gold has that for $75. And then Tigers of Pantang, still one bid, $15. Chad Snyder's about to get it. Prince is at $22. The flip of Need You Tonight is I'm Coming Home Live. These are all $6.99. And then Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me, that's VG Plus $17.99. And then Rod Stewart, Infatuation, it's actually Camouflage is the name of the album. EX edition, $12.99, okay? So Nuclear Assault is going to be up to Richard Bradshaw. Jake Gold has it for $75. And Prince is a final call. Purple Vinyl, Purple Rain. That's where we're at on that. All right, our next auction is David Allan Coe. This is the Mysterious Rhinestone Cowboy. It's actually called David Allan Coe Long-Haired Redneck. It's an OG VG for a $15 start. David Allen Coe is now up for bid, okay? There's that. Prince is at $25. We have Hall & Oates Along the Red Ledge. That's EX $17.99. And Loverboy Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. VG $9.99. Susie Breedlove on Rod Stewart. That is sold to Susie Breedlove. Kansas Leftoverture. Carry On My Wayward Son. EX $17.99. Santana Abraxas. Definitely an earlier pressing because they used that sticker with a quote from Time Magazine to cover up the nudity. EX $22.99 on that. Red Cave Collections on Loverboy. Everybody's working for the weekend. Journey Evolution is VG $9.99. Okay, well, I didn't hear another bid on Nuclear Assault. We're going to say 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, a 0, and this is sold to Jake Gold for $75, okay? Jake Gold, you get Nuclear Assault for $75. Chad Snyder definitely getting Tigers of Pantane. That just had one bid, and that sold for $15, and that sold to Chad Snyder. And then over here, David Allen Coe, 15. David Allen Coe, 15. David Allen Coe, 15. Benjamin Franco got Journey, Matt Nichols second, and the last bid on Prince that came in was Jason Wilski at $25. Everybody else is out. Michael Wilkerson's at $26, and Kansas is EX $17.99. That's David Allen Coe, the long-haired redneck. Long-haired redneck on that one. All right, here's some more sleeves. These are all $6.99. Andy Griffith, what it was football. John Cafferty, Hearts on Fire from Rocky IV. Bengals, Manic Monday. Journey, Who's Crying Now. And Bruce Springsteen, Brilliant Disguise. Those are all $6.99, okay? Let's go back up and put another metal auction up. Bark at the Moon. Dun-dun-dun. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Bark at the Moon. 83 U.S. Pittman OG. EX Condition has the original on her sleeve, and Aussie is a $35 start. Bark at the Moon. $35 start on that one, okay? All these picture sleeves I just showed were $6.99. David Allen Coe is OG VG. David Allen Coe has a new bid for $20. Mitch T gets Kansas for $14. Calvin Ward is first on Journey picture sleeve for $6.99. X-Wing wants Hearts on Fire. That's John Cafferty. That is a good chance that's possibly a promo. It is. White label promo. That is sold to X-Wing. Lonnie Jolly on Bengals, Manic Monday. David Tate next on Journey. David Allen Coe, new bid $25. Kathy Hodges on Andy Griffith. Aiden Riviera next on Journey. David Allen Coe, $27. Prince is Purple Rain on Purple Vinyl. Prince is Purple Rain, Purple Vinyl. I bid before you now sold for $78 on Nuclear Assault. No, that came in very late. Richard Bradshaw, you are very far behind. Your bid popped up down here where I'm showing 45s. That was almost 2 minutes after I already called it sold. So just FYI, you might want to refresh because I saw that bid, but I was already showing 45s. I bet Nuclear Assault had already been in the crate for at least a minute or two. So I don't think it was even close. You might want to close out and do a quick refresh because you're about 3 to 5 minutes behind on bids, I would say. Prince is on Purple Vinyl. It's Purple Rain. The last bid over here was Mitchell Wilkerson at $26. It's Purple Rain. It's near mint, $26, and that's a final call, okay? Last bid on David Allen Coe was $27, and then Aussie has one bid for $35. This is new check condition stuff. Let's read through these one more time. We have Jay Giles Love Stinks, EX Condition $12.99. Elton John Honky Chateau OG Rocket Man, VG Plus $24.99, and Rod Stewart Blondes Have More Fun, EX $12.99. Jerry Jeff Walker Collectibles, VG Plus $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Mystery to Me, VG Plus $17.99 for Fleetwood Mac Mystery to Me. And then we had Hall & Oates Along the Red Ledge. That's EX $17.99. Benjamin Franco on Jay Galls. We've almost sold everything out of this new arrival John crate. Great classic rock check condition stuff. EX $22.99 on Santana. All right, Prince is sold for $26, and that is sold for Michael Wilkerson. Michael Wilkerson, not Mitchell. Michael Wilkerson gets Prince for $26. Aussie $35, $36, $37. Are we done on David Allen Coe? One more time. This is Long-Haired Redneck. This is the Mysterious Rhinestone Cowboy. Rides again. OGVG. And it has a high bid right now with John McPatriot for $27. Okay, let's add another auction right quick. And our next auction is going to be right now, and that is right here. That's Raven, Stay Hard. And that is a 1985 USOG near mint with the insert. Really nice copy. $15 start on that one, okay? $15 start on that one. Our next handful of singles are going to go up right now. These are all $6.99. That's Brian Adams. Oh my gosh, this might be signed. Never mind, Chad's buying that one. We have Eddie Murphy, How Could It Be? We have James Taylor, Only One, and Sade, Smooth Operator, $6.99. And let's do one more and then another one. And then this one is going to be, hold on a second, that's my next two auctions. We have Belinda Carlisle, and this is I Get Weak, $6.99. $6.99. Belinda Carlisle, Sade is Soda Donna Turner. We got James Taylor, Only One. I think a lot of these are promos, by the way. I think a lot of these are promos. So Eddie Murphy, Belinda Carlisle, James Taylor. It is amazing how many autographs I find going through records live. We have found like 7 really good signed items just going through stuff live. And there's no telling how much. I mean, I see people post all the time on a whole lot of records. Somebody bought a gatefold Alan Parsons project the other day, and it was signed by Alan Parsons. There's no telling how many hundreds of dollars of autographs go through here unfiltered because we just don't catch them. A lot of times it just looks like somebody wrote on the cover, and it ends up being an autograph. It's pretty crazy. James Taylor is Soda Calvin Ward. And then next thing over here is Ozzy at 39. And then Donna was next on James Taylor, Pam Murray on Belinda Carlisle, and Nick Bargeron on Eddie Murphy. Okay, there's that. And now I think we're done on David Allen Coe. There was no other bids on that. David Allen Coe is officially sold to John McPatriot for $27. Thank you, John McPatriot. That is sold to you. That little handful of 45's done. Is there a bid on Raven? Ozzy looks like it's at $39 of Michael Fairchild. Is that true, Michael Fairchild? If so, that means you have the high bid on that, and it's about to be sold to you, okay? It's about to be sold to you. Next thing over here is this, Ozzy, and Ozzy's at Michael Fairchild with Michael Fairchild at $39. And then we have Raven, Stay Hard. No bid on this. Benjamin Franco has it for $17, okay? And then there was an offer I missed. James Goggin got Santana for $18. James Goggin got Santana for $18. So Ozzy, $38. We sold all the 45s except Brian Adams, which is sold to Chad temporarily. And then Benjamin Franco said he already bid 40 on Ozzy like 3 hours ago. He did. Benjamin Franco has had Ozzy for 4 minutes at $40, and the bids have went down since then. So somebody go ahead and bid $55 on Ozzy, okay? Anybody else? Let me take a look at this Brian Adams. Yeah, that looks legit, and it looks good. I'll have JSA look at it right quick. So this week, I have found a signed Jimmy Buffett, a signed Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and a signed Brian Adams all in the crates. So y'all might want to be looking out because we did buy a promo collection. So when y'all get deliveries from Collectco, check inner sleeves, check the jackets, and check the gatefolds because I guarantee we've let some autographs get slipped through. So I bet we've definitely let some autographs get slipped through. So be sure to check your orders, okay? Especially if I'm ever saying something came from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. If I'm like, hey, this possibly came from an old stash of Dale stuff. A lot of people signed inner sleeves, whatever. So might be something to examine your records, okay? Examine your records upside down, backwards, sideways, you know, etc., etc. All right, let's go right into another crate. Here we go. These are going to be buy now or best offer. Right before the show started, I went ahead and drunk 3 Monsters consecutively, took 5 Adderall. So here we go. Next thing we have is this. First thing is Raven is now at $20. Benjamin Franco's out. And this is sold to Jason Wilski for $20. And we have Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. So $40 with Benjamin Franco. No one's bid since then. The bids are still going down. We need Ozzy to go more than 41. Final call. $41. Final call. Final call. Final call. Final call. Final call. $40. Final call. $40. Everybody done? All right, next auction. Poison. Look what the cat dragged in. Poison is a 1986 U.S. Carrollton OG Club EX edition, a $25 start. The cover does have some discoloration and staining on the bottom. The vinyl's nice. EX edition, a $25 start on Poison. Next handful of 45s is going to go up right now. These are all $6.99 as long as none of them are autographed. We have Eurythmics, I Need a Man, Dublé, The Captain of Her Heart, My Sweet Lord, George Harrison, good gosh, Chicago, I'm a No-Tell Lover, Thomas Dolby, She Blinded Me with Science, and Peter Gabriel, Big Time. Those are all great songs, $6.99. Peter Gabriel, Thomas Dolby, Chicago, My Sweet Lord, you get what I'm going with there, right? $6.99, okay? All right, first thing we have is this. This is the Moody Blues. It's a Gatefold 2 LP compilation. These are all EX Plus or better. This is Buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate, okay? Don't hesitate. Here's our next 45 auction. This is David Bowie Blue Jean on blue vinyl. This is always a cool one. David Bowie Blue Jean. Flip side is Dancing with the Big Boys. $10 start on that one. Stacy was first on George Harrison. My Sweet Lord. That sold to Stacy for $6.99. That's one of my favorite songs of all time. Denise was second, and then Calvin Ward on TD. And TD was Thomas Dolby. She blinded me with science. Poison has a new bid for $30. Tom Kelly next on Dolby. Stacy Metternich on Peter Gabriel, Big Time, from his album So. And these are all $6.99. Over here, Ozzy. The last bid was $40. Benjamin Franco. Nobody else bid. This is sold to Benjamin Franco for $40. Okay? $40 on that. Benjamin Franco. Poison. The last bid on Poison was the following. The last bid on Poison was the following. James Chilcott at $30. Over here we have David Bowie 10. David Bowie 10. Next thing is this. We have Striper going up right now. This is the yellow and black attack. Striper's at 84 US repress and shrink wrap with the original price tag. Striper, a $35 start. Wow, I've only showed one record in here. How about Tommy the Who? Tommy's an MCA press. It's a trifold jacket, $34.99. Don't hesitate to make offers, okay? Don't hesitate to make offers in here. Vanilla Fudge, this is $19.99. We sold a check condition copy last night. Original label, You Keep Me Hanging On, $19.99 on that. And then Carly Simon Torch, gold stamp promo, $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up a crate from the auction from the bonus crate over here. This is David Allan Coe, VG condition, a $15 star. And this one's called The Mysterious Rhinestone Cowboy. David Allan Coe is in VG, and it's OG, and it's a $15 star. David Allan Coe, let me tell you that about, let me say that again. This is VG, OG, David Allan Coe, $15 star. That's now up for bid. So first thing we have over here is the following. Poison had got up to 30 with James Chilcott. Striper was introduced. Bowie got bids for 10. Bowie got another bid for 10. Striper got a bid for 35. Striper got another bid for 35. Striper got a bid for 37. Sean Miller gets Tommy, Pinball Wizard. That sold to him for 27. Striper got a bid for 40. And Jeremiah also offered 27 for Tommy. Next in here was John Lennon. It's called Shave Fish, which is a compilation. Imagine you buying this record. David Allan Coe has a bid for 15. Rock Cooter Chicken Skin Music. Rock Cooter is $19.99. And Adventures in Utopia, $19.99. Outlaws Playing to Win. Outlaws is $19.99. And Marshall Tucker Running Like the Wind. Gatefold Jacket, $14.99. Marshall Tucker, $14.99. And then Elton John, Rock of the Westies, Island Girl, $19.99. So Bowie is 3 people bid $10, and it's still with the very first person, and that's Michael Freiberger. So James Goggin and everybody else is out. Now James Goggin's at 13, and now James, you're outbid on David Allan Coe. Now it's at 22, and then over here we have Striper. The last bid on Striper was Calvin Ward at $40. So that means Benjamin Franco, you're out. Shane Lando, you're out. Nobody else has bid on Poison, and that means we're about to sell it for $30 to James Chilcott. Montrose Paper Money. This is in shrink wrap, $19.99 for Montrose Paper Money. Striper's at $44, and Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, $24.99. The second-hand unwinds, time after time. Over here, we have Rock Cooter and Vanilla Fudge, sold for $15 and $15. Sell those to Benjamin Franco, done and done. We stopped right there at Cyndi Lauper. James Chilcott gets Poison for $30. I think it's time we put up another handful of beautiful, beautiful, beautiful 45s over here. But right now, Calvin Ward has Striper for $44. Over here, David Allan Coe is at 25, and David Bowie's at 15. Here comes some more $6.99 or buy it nows. We love $6.99 or buy it nows. $6.99 buy or nows. What am I saying? Hey Now, Don't Dream It's Over by Crowded House. Wow. Fleetwood Mac, Big Love. Whoa. Men at Work, Down Under. Wow. Cutting Crew, I've Been in Love Before. Nice. Wow. The Rolling Stones, Miss You. Whoa. Hill Street Blues, Mike Post. Those are all $6.99. Now, I'm going to say that again because there's probably some people right now looking into their monitor going like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe he's selling these for $6.99. I'm having a panic attack, a conniption fit. I'm freaking out. Next thing over here was David Allan Coe out. David Allan Coe out. David Allan Coe was with Jason at $25. Poison. Samantha, your bid came in a fraction too late. Cyndi Lauper, we have an offer for 17, and I think that was the only offer. So sell that to Lonnie Jolly for 17. Benjamin Franco gets Montrose for 15. Benjamin Franco went out on Poison. It was already sold to James Chilcott, and now for $6.99, we've got Donna on Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac sold to Donna, okay? Next thing is Richard Davis on CC, and that was for Cutting Crew. And then Susie Breedlove on Crowded House. Benjamin Franco says he wants to put back Montrose. That's only a $10,000 restocking fee. Rolling Stones is sold to Chad Snyder. Scott Dwallow on Hill Street Blues. And then Men at Work Down Under, $6.99, okay? I think I saw an out on David Bowie. And this over here is Michael Freiberger's for $15 then, okay? That's sold to him. And then over here, Striper. I don't think anybody else had bid. So Striper over here is officially sold to Calvin Ward for $44. And it looks like we're about done on David Allen Co. I'm going to introduce another auction if there's not another bid. The OG VG David Allen Co. is sold to Jason for $25. Let me step right over here and put up another auction. Holy moly. What else do we have over here? Oh my gosh, look at all this. Oh my wowie. We have Rat. This is an unofficial. This has never been officially pressed to vinyl. If it is, it's like foreign. It's never been released in the United States. I know that. Yeah, this album only came out once in 1999. Okay, and that was Japan. None have ever sold on Discogs. Yeah, that's a very rare. This is called Rat. It's called self-titled Rat, which is, yes, their self-titled album. So this is an unofficial on yellow vinyl. It came out in 1999. It's sealed, and that's a $50 start, okay? Shane Landau says, Red Flag, I bid $44 first on Striper. We have a Red Flag. We had a tie on Striper, and we didn't realize it. The first bid on Striper was $44, possibly with Shane Landau. It was. Shane Landau had Striper for $44. Calvin, I didn't scroll up high enough. Shane had it for $44, and you tied him. So that's going back up. Calvin, you're out on Striper. He has it for $44. Okay, David Allen Co. is sold for $22. This is sold for $22, and this is sold for $22. $22 to Jason. Okay, that's sold for that for $25. Okay, so now Striper's gone back up. Calvin, just so you know, you have been outbid. Rat 50, Rat 50, Rat 50, Rat 55. So that has never been officially released in the United States on vinyl. Okay, now James Goggin had David Bowie for $20. James Goggin, if he had bid $20 on David Bowie, I don't think that had come in. If so, I'll go back over here and see. I don't think that had come in time. And then over here, we have Rat at $60. Can we turn off the scroll? It's giving me a headache. And then over here, we have the next auction, which is going to be Grateful Dead, A Touch of Grey. Grateful Dead is, give me 1 second, actually. Let me grab this right here and put this up. Our next auction is going to be Savatage, and this is Power of the Night. Savatage is a 1985 U.S. Specialty OG, VG minus condition, and this is a $5 start. Savatage, Power of the Night, $5 start. That's now up for bid. Next thing in here is Lisa and Colt Jam with Full Force. That's in shrink, $19.99. And we have Sergio Mendes in Brazil 66, Look Around. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. Ronnie Montrose, The Speed of Sound. That's in shrink. Actually, it's sealed, and that's $24.99. So quick update right now. Rats at $70 with Mark Morris. The Striper, I'm going to make sure Calvin Ward knows that he got outbid. He might have thought he won the auction and left the chat. Calvin Ward, if you're out there, you were tied on Striper. I said a couple final calls. I sold it, and then he said, hold on, I thought I was the high bidder. And Calvin, Striper's with $44 with Shane Landau. Rat got up to 55, then Rat got a bid for 60, then another bid for 60, and then another bid for 65, another bid for 65, and then Savatage has bids for 555. Rat has a bid for 70. Savatage 70. Rat 61. Savatage 10. Rat 75. Savatage out. Savatage 10. Savatage 7. Savatage 5. Savatage 5 again. Rat 80. Savatage 12 and Savatage 12. So right now, all the bids are out of order. I don't think there's one bid that's in the correct order on the screen. But we can go ahead and sell Striper for $44 to Shane Landau. Okay? That one's done. So it's sold for $44 again, this time to a different buyer. Rat is sealed. It's an unofficial pressing. The high bid is $71. No, bids are still going down. I think it's at $80. There is a very busy night, so there's essentially 4 different platforms, and everybody's bidding simultaneously. So it's really hard for me to figure out who has the high bid, because somebody can be like, you know what? I'm pushing my chips in. I'm in on Savatage at $40. And then from there, the bids are still at 5, 3, 2, 1, 0, -1, -2. So they're still going down, which is bizarre because somebody was already in higher. But I think right now, Rat is at 85, now 90. It's a yellow vinyl unofficial. Mark Morris has it for $90, and Savatage is at $18. Now, if you're in higher or you want to be in higher, just go ahead and bid again. Right now, it's at $18, okay? So let's go ahead and grab another handful of buy it nows, and these are all $6.99, okay? I was about to put this one up for auction, but we'll just go ahead and make it a buy it now. So this is the Grateful Dead, A Touch of Gray. We have Dirty Dancing, I've Had the Time of My Life. Reflex, The Politics of Dancing. Luther Vandross, Stop the Love. Elton John, Nobody Wins. And Roger, I Want to Be Your Man. Those are all $6.99, okay? $6.99. These are all $6.99. First thing is Mega Blast on Reflex. That's sold to him. Scott Dwallow on Grateful Dead. And then Donna Turner on KC. And she meant maybe KC. Don't have a KC. Ronnie Montrose was sealed, $24.99. Mega Blast got Roger. Luther Vandross sold to Donna. Victor next on Grateful Dead. Jerry next on Grateful Dead. Richard next on Roger. So that just left Elton John and Dirty Dancing, okay? Rat has a high bid of $91. And Savatage is still at $18 with Hoopy. No one's bid higher than $18 since that last update. This is Montrose. It's sealed, $24.99. Hop sticker. It does have a punch hole. These are all buy it now or best offer. Brew and Shipley Tarkio, one toke over the line, $19.99. Corey Hart, Boy in the Box. Corey Hart is $19.99. In Kansas, The Point of No Return. Super clean, original inner sleeve and shrink. That is $19.99, okay? Savatage has a new bid for $20. Susie on DD. And DD for Susie was Dirty Dancing. Kathy was second on that one, okay? All these are $6.99. Beautiful. And I hadn't even emphasized how nice of condition some of these are. They're beautiful. Here's our next David Allen Coe. This is OG VG again. $15 start for David Allen Coe. Once again, VG, $15 start. Now, we have Kansas. That's sold to Calvin Ward for $15. Next thing in here we had was the Waitresses. The Waitresses was $24.99. And Grover Washington Jr. live at the Bayou. This has a great song on it, Funkfoot. No condition notes, $19.99. Ed Riviera gets the sealed Montrose for $17. That's sold to him. Rat has a new bid for $125. Hoopy's out on Savatage. One more look at Savatage. Mike Cauldron has it for $20. It's a VG minus copy. It is OG 85. David Allen Coe rides again is a $15 start. Our next handful of singles are going to go up right now. These are all $6.99. I think y'all going to like some of these too. How much are these, Chad? They're $6.99. Goodness gracious. Surely you're joking. I'm not joking. These are $6.99. We have The Doors, Light My Fire, and the flip is Love Me Two Times. Willie Nelson, My Heroes Have Always Been Cowboys. Yes, love will find a way. Supertramp, I'm Begging You, and Dan Fogelberg, Lonely in Love. Those are all $6.99. Beautiful, crisp mint 80s picture sleeves. David Allen Coe 15, David Allen Coe 16, David Allen Coe 18. Grover sold to Donna Turner for $14. David Allen Coe 18. Savatage is sold for $20 to James Cauldron. That is sold David Allen Coe 20. All those singles I just showed you were $6.99. Rat is a sealed unofficial on yellow vinyl. Mark Morris has it for $125. Everybody else is out. David Allen Coe, last bid was $20. First on the singles was Stacey Mittich on The Doors. Topographic got Yes, Love Will Find a Way. David Allen Coe 20, Mega Blast. Calvin next on Yes. Matt Nichols next on Doors. David Jennings first on Supertramp. Susie next on Supertramp. Kathy next on Doors. Joe DeGaldo next on Doors. Rad has a new bid for $130. Mark Morris is out. David Allen Coe 20. That leaves Dan Fogelberg and Willie Nelson at $6.99 each. Coming from the crate, Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On, $29.99. Kaja, Crazy People's Right to Speak. Kaja is $19.99. And The Judds, Why Not Me, $24.99. And Kansas, Drastic Measures, Shrink and Hype, $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction, without a doubt, is going to be Iron Maiden. This is Iron Maiden, the number of the beast. It's an 86 86 specialty repress. So it is from 1986, just a repress, but boy, is it nice. EX or better, inner sleeve. Iron Maiden's a $15 start. Dan Fogelberg sold to Susie for $6.99. David Allen Coe has a bid of $25. Johnny Hancock gets the Judds for $19, and we're still bidding on Rad, $126. Mike Cauldron, you got Savatage for $20. Johnny Cash, The Holy Land, original, Columbia 2i label, beautiful with the lenticular cover. Johnny Cash, $29.99. And John Waite, and this is sealed for $19.99. This one's called Rover's Return, $19.99 on that. So right now, Rat The last bid on Rat, Sheldon Bergenhire, 126. The last bid on David Allen Coe was at 22 with Tim Volness, and Iron Maiden's a $50 start. And then over here, Iron Maiden is a $50 start, 50, not 15. Waitresses, I could rule the world if only could get the parts. Waitresses is $19.99. Rat has a new bid for $130. Richard Davis on John Wade, a sealed copy. Maiden, I might have misspoke, $50 start on Iron Maiden. 50 on Iron Maiden. 50. We could start it at 15, but it's going to sell for $99 anyway. So we can save a lot of time if somebody wants to go ahead and just bid $75. Kansas is sold for 15, and Kansas is sold for 15 to Richard Bradshaw. We've got Adamant, Goody Two Shoes, Boston, More Than a Feeling. Don Henley, all she wants to do is dance. We have Men Without Hats, the safety dance. Squeeze, Tempted by the Fruit of Another, and one more, George Michael Father Figure. Those are all $6.99. Those are all $6.99. We got George Michael Father Figure. We have Squeeze, Safety Dance. All she wants to do is dance, Boston. And we have Adamant. Those are all $6.99. So Iron Maiden, it's a $50 start. So no bid, no bid, no bid, no bid, no bid. James Rainey on Boston for $6.99. More Than a Feeling. That's so to James Rainey. Maiden has a bid for $50. David Allen Coe has a bid for $27. Mega Blast gets Adamant. Scott Dwallow was second. David Allen Coe's now at 27. Donna gets George Michael. Fred Cardinal wants the Waitresses. Fred Cardinal, you were second on Boston. Melanie Jennings first on Don Henley. Ted Turner second on Adam Ant, if that's what AS was for. Stacy put DO. What is the Iron Maiden Press? Susie was next on DH. Ted Turner, you were next on Adam Ant. And then Susie next on George Michael. Stacy next on Don Henley. David Allen Coe, 30 and 30. So Men Without Hats and Squeeze is still available. You can dance if you want to. Tempted by the Fruit of Another. Wow, kind of surprised those didn't sell. Don't see the Squeeze picture sleeve too often. And then Rat is officially sold. And Rat is officially sold over here to Danzig for $130. And that is sold to Danzig for $130. Okay, the Rat unofficial sold. David Allen Coe is tied at 30. Jason bid 31st. And let's look at Iron Maiden again. Iron Maiden's a 1986 U.S. Specialty repress. Has the original on her sleeve. It's a $50 start, and it has one bid for $50. One bid for $50 to Matthew Copus. Going once, going twice. Also on the crate, we got Nielsen, and Nielsen is $14.99, and we have Autograph. That's the stuff. There is some writing on the cover. Clean vinyl, though. Autograph is $26.99. These are all bought now or best offer. I think it's time it's something from the bonus crate. Yeah, it's time for something from the bonus crate. What do I have from the bonus crate? You guessed it. This is Metallica, Ride the Lightning. A 1984 U.S. reissue on Elektra. It's a VG copy for a $95 start. Wow. Metallica, Ride the Lightning. That's a $95 start. Autograph is $26.99. Susie wants Squeeze, and Susie wants Men Without Hats. Those are sold and sold. David Allen Coe is now at 32. Iron Maiden's at 51. We got Fats Domino, $24.99. That's a 2 LP compilation. Billy Joe, Innocent Man, an 83 UK copy near mint. Billy Joe has the original on her sleeve. That's $19.99. And Led Zeppelin Presents, $39.99. Phil Freeman, you're second on the Waitresses. Fred Cardinal already got that, okay? Your last call was my bid, but I never heard the outbid. Are you talking on which record? Which one are you referring to? The Rat is at $126 with Sheldon Bergenhire, okay? And then Danzig had bid $130. Danzig had bid $130. That was the last bid that I had seen on my screen. And I think what he's saying is I may have never even called the $130 bid the first time. David Allen Coe's at $34. Iron Maiden is Matthew Copus at $55. And Metallica is a $95 start. This is a buy it now best offer crate. The Doors is $34.99. I can't really remember on that one. You know, I don't, we might have to give that one more chance. I don't really remember. I remember at some point Danzig or possibly bidding even before that, so I thought it was down to y'all two. Rat was at 126. Danzig had bid 130, and then you bid 126, and then he bid 130 again. So yeah, he actually bid 130, then you bid 126, and then he bid 130 again. That's how that fell. I think that's why I went ahead and sold it to him, because he bid 130 at 1934. And then you bid 126. Hold on a second. Let me go back up and find that one again. Yeah, so actually he bid 130 at 1933, or let's say the 33-minute mark. and then you bid 126, and then later he bid 130 again, and then he had it for a couple minutes, and I sold it to him for 130. So yeah, I think he had it for actually 3 or 4 minutes at 130, and I just assumed you were done bidding. So I'm probably gonna have to keep it sold to him. Next thing is Elton John. He bid 130 twice, actually before your 126. Elton John is Italian press. Look at this. DGM pressing. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. That's an Italian 2LP. $39.99. Last bid over here was David Allan Coe at $34. Maiden got up to 55. Metallica's in VG condition. David Allan Coe Rides Again is in VG condition. It's an OG VG. Iron Maiden 60. Now Iron Maiden 65. And then we have Ace, Time for Another. Ace is $9.99. And then we have James Gang Live in Concert, $19.99. These are all buy now or best offer. Iron Maiden's at $66. Earlier I said if somebody wants to go ahead and just bid $85, I guarantee that might win the auction. We're going to get there anyway. It's going to be up to y'all. Maybe you want to bid $85. Maybe you don't want to bid for $85. We'll find out. It'll be up to y'all. Let's go ahead and put up some more buy it nows, though. These are all $6.99. Madonna, Live to Tell. We have Danny Wilson. This is Mary's Prayer. We have Lindsey Buckingham, Trouble. Sting, Russians. David Bowie, Let's Dance. And Hall & Oates, Adult Education. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on all those, okay? So Hall & Oates, Adult Education. We have David Bowie, Let's Dance. Sting, Russian. Lindsey Buckingham, Danny Wilson, and Madonna. Those are all $6.99. So quick lineup. The last bid on David Allan Coe, John McPatriot asked the condition and pressing. He's out. And the last bid on this is Tim Voldness at $34. That's going once and going twice, okay? Going once, going twice. $34. OG, VG, VG. The third David Allan Coe of the night. And the final one that I know of, final call. Iron Maiden's at $75 with Shane Lando. It's an 86 repress with the original sleeve EX condition. And then over here, Metallica, Ride the Lightning is a strong VG. The vinyl is a strong VG. The cover, VG, VG minus with creasing in the corners. It is a repress, which means it's on it was on Megaforce, and it's on the first Elektra label. So that is the deal on Metallica. It's a $95 start. Fly By Night is new and sealed, $36.99. Elton John is a VG Plus jacket. The vinyl is near mint minus. Trifold, beautiful, $39.99, okay? Now, I laid down a bunch of 45s. Lonnie Jolly put Mass, and Mass, what I think was for Madonna. Lonnie Jolly gets that for $6.99. Joe DeGaldo on SB, and Joe DeGaldo's SB comment was for something. And then Susie Q on Sting. He was trying to get David Bowie. So Joe DeGaldo got David Bowie. Susie Breedlove got Sting. Joe DeGaldo did get David Bowie. James Goggin was second, okay? And we have Danny Wilson, Lindsey Buckingham, and Hall & Oates next. Those are all $6.99. Got a whole box to go through. Next, though, is Mountain. Go for Your Life. Mountain is $19.99. And we have Utopia. Oops, Wrong Planet. Utopia is $14.99. James Gang Passing Through, also $19.99. All right, so David Allan Coe is officially sold then. And David Allan Coe is sold to Tim Voldness for $34. Tim Voldness, thank you. That's sold to you for $34. $34. Thank you on that, Tim Voldness. Now, over here, Iron Maiden. I think the last thing I said was $75. We're about to find out if that still is holding true. And this is a final call to Shane Lando. Matthew Kopus, it's up to you. Shane Lando, Matthew Kopus says he's out. $75. See? Final call. I told y'all when I first laid it down, I said $85 will probably win the auction. It's about to sell for $75. Good chance $85 could win it. Nobody bid on Metallica. This is a buy now for $95. It's an 84 VG vinyl, VG minus cover, $95. That's super surprising. Yellow Brick Road. We have an offer. Let me see what Henry's Choice says. He might be thinking, researching, calculating, etc., etc. Next auction. Let's do another one from the high-end tab for tonight's stuff. Oh my gosh, it's Ozzy, The Ultimate Sin. And what a beautiful copy. This is Ozzy, The Ultimate Sin, a 1986 U.S. Pittman OG with a merch form, EX++++, near mint minus, not in print, never been reissued except for the Ozzy box, a $95 start on that. Rush is new and sealed, 180-gram remaster of Fly By Night. We have Dave Mason, that's $9.99 for Dave Mason. Mick Fleetwood, you may know him from Fleetwood Mac, The Visitor, $19.99, and ZZ Top Tejas. ZZ Top Tejas is $34.99, and the Best of Steppenwolf, that's a Pickwick compilation, $14.99 on that. All right, so over here we have Elton John sold to Bret Michaels wig for $30. That is officially sold. Iron Maiden is officially sold then to Shane Lando for $75, and then Ozzy's at $120. and that's with Matt Nichols. Henry's Choice, there's Henry's Choice. He had dibs on this one. This is sold to Henry's Choice for $30, okay? So Brett Michaels wig, I was waiting to hear back for him, and he is getting it for $30. Pickwick is a label. I always say it's on Pickwick because it's a budget label, and they were known for making pretty low-quality records. I mean, some of them are okay, but they were known for being a budget label and making low-quality labels, low-quality records. So I'll say sometimes Elvis is on Pickwick, and everybody's like, pass. The Elvis collectors will be like, pass. No Pickwick for me. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. This is Scorpions, Best of Scorpions, Volume 2. A 1984 USOG Near Mint Minus, $35 start on Scorpions. Wow. Next thing in here is Jigsaw. They had the great song Sky High. This is actually a white label promo, $29.99. $29.99. Next thing over here, these are all $6.99. And we got more 45s. I got Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. I got the Stray Cat Strut. I got the Royal Guardsman, Snoopy versus the Red Baron, Men at Work Overkill, and Madness, Our House. That's pretty cool. All those are $6.99. $6.99, okay? Ozzy has one bid for $120. Very surprising. Matthew Kopus bid $100. Matthew Kopus is out. Next thing over here is James Rainey on the Stray Cats for $6.99. Mega Blast on Snoopy for $6.99. Scorpions has a bid for $35. Mega Blast on Madness for $6.99. Calvin next on Stray. Rick next on Stray. That leaves Bruce and Overkill. Okay, next thing is this. We have Bob Seger Live Bullet, $24.99. Susie Q was next on Madness. Pam Murray next on Stray Cats. Tyler Ubry gets Jigsaw for $22. Stacy next on Stray Cats. Somebody else next on Madness. And here is Kiss. I Was Made for Loving You. Before we have a couple people have a freak out because they see Casablanca and their heart rate goes up because they know it's a band called KISS. This is the original single, I Was Made for Loving You. The flip is Hard Times, an Ace Frehley song. That's going to go up super clean, $10 star. Wow, Ozzy, essentially with just one bid for $120. $95 start. It opened at $120. Final call on that. More buy now best offer. Boz Scaggs, a 78 Monarch with Dwayne Allman on guitar. It is a 4-digit catalog number, but it's a 78 Monarch. That is $19.99. We have Leo Sayer, $9.99. And Fleetwood Mac Mirage, a sealed copy, an OG sealed, $29.99. Led Zeppelin 4 is a 77 Presswell, $44. The Best of the Classic 4 is $14. And Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida. That is in shrink wrap, and that is $19.99. Jim B 1001 is at $130 on Ozzy. That's not the normal Jim B. That's a different James B. That's James Bullock, okay? James Bullock has that for $130. Kiss has a bid for $10. Kiss has a bid for $15. And Scorpions is the final call, one bid, $35. Okay? There's those. Anybody else? So Ozzy has a new bid for $130. Kiss is at $15, and Scorpions has one bid for $35. Nick Barcheron, final call. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's the final countdown. Da-da-dun-dun. Shoobity-bum-bum. And this is Europe. It's a 1986 USOG VG++ condition, a $20 start. Good call. Let me make the glare go away on Led Zeppelin. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. Right-on. 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 Boy, I can't believe no one's bought that. Look at that lineup back there. Led Zeppelin 4, clear vinyl, $33.99. Rush, one of my favorites, Hold Your Fire. Time Stand Still, $34.99. Ace Frehley, I'm in Need of Love, $33.99. 2014 remaster and Rush. Fly By Night, $36.99, okay? Those are all new and sealed. Remastered, 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 remastered. Clear vinyl, black vinyl, black vinyl, black vinyl. New and sealed, new and sealed, new and sealed, new and sealed. 180 gram, 180 gram, 180 gram, 180 gram. Somebody go ahead and be like, I'll take all four of those. If you don't have all four of those and you buy them and you put them on your turntable, you're going to be enjoying some great music. Those are great albums, all four of them. I'll give A+ on all of them. A+. Next thing, Kiss was at 15, and I'm going to make sure James Godkin doesn't want to bid again. I'll give a little bit more time. I think some people have a little bit of a lag. I was bidding about 6th gear for about the first 2 hours of the show. I'll kick it back to about 4th gear, okay? Because I think some people, I've sold some auctions so quick they couldn't even get their bid in on time. But that's okay. Since I'm going to 4th gear, I'm going to go up front and get another Monster Energy drink. This makes 7 tonight. No, I'm joking. It only makes 8. 12. 15. When the last 24 hours, I don't know. If you count last night in 24 hours, it could get up there. Maybe 15, 18 energy drinks, 32 energy drinks, 67 energy drinks. I wonder what it would take for an ambulance to show up here. Okay, that's not a laughing matter. Otis, stop laughing. Tea and lemonade. Time stands still. Okay, here we go. Let's go right into another crate. Aussie 140, Aussie 150, Europe 20, Aussie 170. How much was Led Zeppelin for in the crate? $44.99. Europe, 22, 25, 25, 25, 30, 30, 30. And then over here we have Scorpions, $35. And this is sold for $35 to Nick Bargeron, okay? The last bid over here on Aussie, the last bid was Matt Nichols at 170. The last bid on Europe was $30. And then Kiss, I'm going to make sure James Goggins said out. Matthew Kopis has had it for 4 minutes for $15. Matthew Kopis, and this is sold to Matthew Kopis for $15, okay? There we go. Let's put up another auction right quick. Let's pull something over here from something and do something else, okay? And the something from something else is going to be Center. Center is Danger Zone. Center is a 1984 Canadian OG heavy metal, VG minus. There's a small feeler on side A, but the rest of the LP is EX or better. So there you have it. Overall, a nice copy. Center's is going to be a $15 start. Have at it, okay? There's that one. New crate. Somebody asked something about Metallica. Metallica over here, the question was this. Metallica. Chad, the Ride the Lightning, bent corner, or was it that the glare? This has a bent corner up here. It has wear and tear down here at the bottom. So I would call the cover VG, VG minus, and the vinyls VG. Okay, there's Aussie, and let me update all these bids because before I do anything else, we're going to go right into another crate. Let's see what else we have here. Cockatoo Twins, George Harrison, Head East, RCA, Richard Pryor, ZZ Top, Boston, Joe Jackson, Joan Jett, Bila Joe, Van Halen's, Alice Cooper's. Oh, another David Allan Coe. I'm going to leave that one in the bin, so y'all get ready. There's this one. There's that one. Oh, my gosh. Look at that one. Holy crap. What is... We need to pull that out. Oh my gosh, let me flip through this one again. Whew. I'm starting to get dizzy-headed. Broom is starting to spin. I forgot who I was. Trying to figure out why I'm here, what I'm doing. Oh my gosh. Okay, what is that? Okay, and then who is this? Okay, now what is that? All right, now what about this? Okay, here we go. These are all buy now or best offer. First thing is this. First thing is this, okay? That was a great neck adjustment. Oh, Aussie. First thing is this. Out, 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 out. Sold to Matthew Kopis for $170. Thank you, Matthew. That's so to you. Ultimate Sin, Aussie. There we go. That one's done. And then over here, Europe. The last bid on Europe. The last bid on Europe is Stephen Reeves at $35. James Chilcott, you have not set out, but final call on that. And then Center. Center's at $21. An 84 Canadian OG heavy metal. VG minus. There's a small feeler on side A, but the rest of the LP is EX or better. Okay, and that's at $21. Next thing over here is the following. Matthew Kopis says he'll take Metallica for $95. So Metallica at $95. Let me make sure that Brandon Jones doesn't want this. And if Brandon Jones doesn't want it, I'll go ahead and sell it to you. Next auction is Cinquanta. This is Pussifer, a perfect circle and failure. Blue vinyl, clear blue and white swirl. Sealed Cinquanta, $25 start on that. $25 start on that one, okay? Next thing is Chad, S22, Creator, pass, sold, $95, a Metallica to Matthew Kopis. Let's put that away. And then over here we have a request for Creator. Creator's on deck. Cinquanta has a bid for $30. Next auction is, or next record is Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain. $24.99 for Joe Cocker. Jerry Clower, Clower Power. Jerry Clower, $12 from East Fork to Yazoo City to you. That is in shrink, $12.99 for Jerry Clower. This is Club Nouveau, Lean on Me. That's $9.99. and Tom Cochran and Red Rider. Tom Cochran is sealed, $19.99, and Alexander O'Neal fake, 12-inch single, $9.99. I bet some of y'all's like, man, when is he going to show some more singles? That time is now. These are all $6.99. In excess, what you need. Phil Collins, Don't Lose My Number. Steely Dan, Peg, that's a good one. Loverboy, Turn Me Loose. Wow, Charlie Daniels, that is still hurting me. And one more, Sarah Smile, Hall & Oates. These are all beautiful too. These are all like fantastical, beautiful, original owner 45s, okay? He took great
great
care of these. Okay, $6.99. So the first thing I have is this. We had center at $23, Cinquanta $35, center $23, center $35, and then Rob and Glenn put JC for $10. Was that Joe Cocker? And this is sold to Rob and Glenn for $10. I didn't even look at the price. Did I just mess up? Probably did. Stacy Metternich put IN and for NXS. That's sold to Stacy for $6.99. Chris Gardner got Steely Dan, and then Stacy put AS. And that was for something. And then next thing is Lonnie Jolly on Alex. And that was for Alexander O'Neal. This is sold to Lonnie Jolly. Stacy, let me know what AS was for. And then Matt Nichols. I may have messed up on the Aussie. Give me 1 second on that one. Chris Gardner on HA for Hall & Oates. And then Calvin was next. And then which Tom Cochran? Is that Europe? Is Club Nouveau a full album? What is Cinquanta? Susie wants Phil Collins. And this is sold to Susie for $6.99. And then Clover, $7. CBD. And let me pause, okay? I think I'm going to have to go back to a few things. Okay, Jerry Clower. I was about to say Joe Cocker. Yeah, I sold Joe Cocker a little too cheap. That's okay. I'll say Joe Clower, okay? Let's go back over here to Ozzy right quick. Ozzy, this is needing to be sold to the following person. So I might have said the wrong name. Ozzy is officially sold. OZZI. The high bid for $170 is Matt Nichols. I might have said Matthew Copus. I got my Matts mixed up. Over here, this is Ozzy Osbourne, and this is sold to Matt Nichols for $170, okay? $170. Now, going back a few, let me go back up a couple and make sure we got all these 45s right, because there was autocorrects galore. There was people putting 2 letters, and it autocorrected to another letter, and then autocorrected to another letter, then they were still trying to get it to correct. So the first thing that was new was bids, okay? Somebody said, is that Europe? Somebody said, could that be Europe? And somebody said, what is Europe? So the last bid right now on Europe, before I tell you anything about it, the last bid that came in on Europe was Stephen Reeves for $35. He's had it for about 4 minutes, but Stephen since then, 1, 2, 3 different people have asked what it is and what it is and what it could be. Okay, so this is Europe, the final countdown. Stephen Reeves has had it for $35. It has the original inner sleeve. It's an 86 USOG Pittman in boss cover, first press. $35 for Europe, okay? Next auction is Center. Center is an 84 Canadian OG heavy metal. It's got one fillable mark, but the rest of the disc is beautiful, and it has a high bid of $30. And that 35 of Mike Straw. Cinquanta is sealed. Cinquanta is sealed, blue and white swirl. This is now at $40 with Scott Dwallow. Now, before I show anything in the crate, let me go back up to where I left off. The first offer was Robin Glenn, JC for 10. That was Jerry Clower, okay? Jerry Clower, and that was sold for $10 to Robin Glenn. Then Stacy was first on NXS. Stacy was first on NXS. Let's go ahead and pull that one right now. Chris Gardner first on Steely Dan. Stacy was second on Steely Dan. Lonnie Jolly got Alexander O'Neal. Chris Gardner got Hall & Oates. That's so to Chris Gardner. Calvin Ward was second. Which Tom Cochran? Tom Cochran and Red Rider. That's literally what it's called. It's called Tom Cochran and Red Rider, sealed for $19.99. Is that Europe? Is Club Nouveau a full album? This is a 12-inch single, Lean On Me remix. $9.99, Stephen, for you. Cinquanta, $40. Susie Breedlove got Phil Collins. Danny Thomason next on Jerry Clower. Alan Hagen got Charlie Daniels Band. And then Danny Thomason next on Jerry Clower. And then Susie next on Charlie Daniels. And that just leaves Lover Boys. That is Turn Me Loose, $6.99, okay? So now, Center has a new bid with Cosmo Kramer for $36, and Stephen Reeves gets Europe for $35, okay? Stephen Reeves gets that for $35. Back to the crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. This is Expose Exposed. Come go with me. Another 12-inch single, $9.99. Tamara and the Scene. Everybody Dance, another 12-inch single, $9.99. Nick Bergeron sold on Tom Cochran, okay? So Center's still getting bids, though. Now it's at 36, now it's at 37. And once again, Cinquanta. Cinquanta is with Scott Dwallow for $40. Sealed blue vinyl. That is the high bid on that, okay? First thing is the next thing. We definitely need another auction. And why not go ahead and put up a single? Wow, beautiful. Spirit of Radio by Rush. Near mint minus with the original inner sleeve. Flip side is Circumstances, $7 star. Mike Wilt on Tamara, sold to Mike Wilt for $7. Javi Soto was next. He's going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $3. I just shot myself in the foot over $3. Next auction is Creator, Flag of Hate. This has been requested out the yin yang. And this is an 86 USOG, includes 3 US only tracks. So the US had 3 bonus tracks only on this US pressing. It comes with 2 inserts, VG Plus or better condition. It is a $35 star, Flag of Hate. $35. Cinquanta still getting bids. It's now at 44. Now it's at 45. He's out on Center. Center's at $40. Okay? Where's my monster? Here we go. Rush has a bid for $7. Great vintage crate here. We've already filled one up. I'm going to mute my mic. All right, welcome everybody to the machine. Creator 35, Creator 55. Wow, that escalated quickly. Jimmy Somerville, Mighty Real. Jimmy Somerville is $9.99. As everybody hit the like button, the share button, the I Love Chad button. We have Frankie Smith, Double Dutch Bus. Frankie Smith, $14.99. Rush, 10. Creator, 55. Expose, 7. To Mega Blast, Cinquanta, 50. Creator, 40. And then JS, 7. JS7, Jimmy Somerville. That's also sold a Mega Blast for $7. I probably just shot myself in the foot a bunch after new bids come in. As soon as I swap out crates, we're going to shell Shinner. Let me set this over here. Oh my gosh. Okay, that crate is full. And that's called plum full. You ever seen a plum? And have you ever seen one full? That's what you call when it's plum full. Plum full. All right, here we go. Let's grab this right here. That's the noises from Pink Floyd. Welcome to the machine. If you're unfamiliar, probably go listen to it. If you've never listened to Welcome to the Machine, you're excused to go leave the chat and go listen to it right now because you're missing out on something beautiful. Center. Mock Straws, $40 sold. Cinquanta, $55, okay? Cinquanta, $55. That is sealed. Pussifer, Perfect Circle. You get what I'm saying. Rush is at 12. And Creator. Now, this is where things get interesting. 3 minutes ago now, Victor Guerra bid $55. And there's been 1, 2, 3, 4 bids. But none of them are higher. So since he bid 55, they've all been less than 55. Victor Guerra has it for 55 right now, just so you're updated. All right, let's grab one from the bonus crate. I got all kinds of cool bonus crate. Oh, man, y'all going to love this. Best of Metal Blade Volume 2. An 87 USOG Nice 2 EX Plus. It's a Metal Blade compilation. Gatefold jacket. I see Omen, I see Fate's Warning, I see Flotsam and Jetsam, Seraph and Gold, Slayer, Sodom. Awesome. $35 start. That's a double LP, okay? Now, we have Cock Robin. Cock Robin is $14.99. Joe Cocker, Sheffield Steel, Gold Stamp promo, $24.99. And Dennis Coffey and the Detroit Guitar Band Evolution, $29.99. Heart Bad Animals, $19.99. The next handful of 45s are going to go up right now. Hope everybody's ready. These are $6.99. Got popcorn stuck in my teeth. That's never a good feeling. We have Boz Skaggs. Do you do like you do in New York? Boy, that's a tough title. Do like you do in New York. The Cars. Why can't I have you? Thompson Twins King for a Day, Adamant Strip, The Heart of Rock and Roll, Huey Lewis. No, well, that's the flip side. Jacob's Ladder is the A side, and Rod Stewart Love Touch. Those are all $6.99. Okay, up at the top. Michael Ruttman has Metal Blade for $35, now $40, $43, $45. Dennis Coffey sold to Eric Van Leuven for $25. Adam Bernardi gets Hart for $12. Frankie for $10. Frankie Smith is sold to Calvin Ward for $10. Metal Blade $37. And then first on these singles at $6.99 is Mega Blast on A for Adam Ant. That's sold to Mega Blast for $6.99. Metal Blade $36. Rod Stewart sold to Stacy Metternich. Metal Blade $46. Susie on Thompson Twins for $6.99. Okay, and then we have Huey Lewis. We have the Cars, and we have Boz Scaggs. Now over here we have Rush is sold for $12, and that was sold to Calvin Ward. That is sold to Calvin Ward for $12. Thank you on that one. And then Cinquanta. We sold and done on Cinquanta. This is Cinquanta Scott Dwallow for $55. He outbid Chad Smith. Chad Smith is out. This is sold to Scott Dwallow for $55. That is sold, okay? Sold on that one. Now, Creator. The last bid, I'm showing Danny Thomason at $50. Okay, I'm showing Danny. Let's look at this thing one more time. I'm showing Danny Thomason at $50. An 86 USOG, 3 US bonus tracks, VG Plus or better, and it has 2 inserts. It's on the Combat label. It looks like the inserts are like mail order type deals. Yeah, so pretty cool stuff there. All right, now the last bid was Danny Thomason at $50. That's what's on my monitor. And now the Metal Blade comp is at $55 with Michael Ruttman. First thing and the next thing is Lloyd Cole and the Commotions, Rattlesnakes. That's $29.99. And with David Allan Coe, Darlin', our 4th David Allan Coe of the night, $34.99. That one's near mint. There's another Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love. That one's $44.99. That's like the 5th one this week. Rosalind Collins Band is $24.99. And then the Young Rascals collection. I love the hop sticker. I've been lonely too long, $19.99. Victor Guerra already had Creator at $55. Uh-oh, have we have another? Oh, man. Creator. Jake Gold actually has it for $57. The Creator bids have not been in order since I've laid it down. No, they're still out of order. Okay. So Creator's been up for about 9 minutes, and the bids have not been in order since I've had it. Okay, so Creator, they're still out of order. The high bid is Jake Gold now at $57. Did somebody bid 60? Now we're at 60. I think right now, at this moment, now somebody's probably already submitted a bid for 59, so they're going to get out of bid, out of order. Victor Guerra, see where my finger is? Right there? That's the high bid at $20.0709. $60 on Creator. $20.0709. $60 is the high bid. If you're hearing this out there in the cosmos, you've got a bit higher than 60. Danny has Metal Blade also at 60. It's right up here at $20.0647. He's the high bidder. Everybody else is out. Tim Voldness got David Allan Coe, sold. Lloyd Cole sold for $19 to Fred Cardinal. I'm taking offers. I'm making deals. I'm checking them twice, and I'm going to find out who's the high bidders and whether you're nice. Joe Cocker, with a little help from my friends. Joe Cocker, $34.99, and Peter Frampton, I'm in you, $9.99. Creators at $62. Metal Blade is at $61. How about some more singles? These are all $6.99. Boy, some more great titles here. These are all $6.99. We got Herb Albert Rise. I love that one. Sheila E. is $6.99. What is this one called? She's Bizarre. I love Bizarre. Sheila E. Nice. Joe Walsh, Life is Good. I drive my Maserati 185. Lonesome Loser, Little River. Eurythmics, Missionary Man. And this should be on blue vinyl. Yeah. Sarah by Starship is on blue vinyl. $6.99. $6.99. Susie, you did get Thompson Twins. Yes. Creators at $62. Metal Blade 51. Creator 65. Donna got Sheila E for $6.99. Joe Wall sold a Mega Blast for $6.99. And then James Rainey got Starship for $6.99. That leaves the Eurythmics. That leaves Lonesome Loser and Herb Alpert. That's an instrumental song. Great. I don't know what you call it. It's just great music. Nice. Van Halen, $44.99. We're talking about OG beautiful copy. Buy it now, best offer. This is a new vintage crate. You can go ahead and snatch these up, or you can make an offer, or you can pass, and you can go have yourself a cup of coffee. We have Billy Joel's Greatest Hits Volumes 1 and 2. Double LP, the original, $54.99. Let's put up another auction. We got a lot of stuff to sell. Creator, $65, Victor Guerra. Danny is at $62 on Metal Blade. That's the high bids right now. Let's put something up from the crate tonight. Oh my gosh, it's Destruction. Release from Agony. Destruction is a white label promo too. Wow. An 88 US. So Destruction, some of these are in print, but they're expensive. They're like list price like $65 and $70. This is an OG first pressing promo near mint for just a $35 start. Destruction is now up for bid. $35 start on that. Next thing over here is Little River Bad. That is sold to Chad Snyder for $6.99. And we have Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough, $19.99. Waylon Willie, World War II, $24.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, no co-produce. We've been getting a lot of OG pressings. $34.99 for Thriller. There's the Starship album, Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $14.99. Joan Jett, $29.99. That's I Love Rock and Roll, $29.99. And Supertramp, Breakfast in America. Goodbye Stranger, It's Been Nice. And then we have Phil Collins, No Jack Required, and that's $14.99. Herb Alpert is Rise, and the flip on that one is Anna Jerez. Rise, though, that's the good one. We have not sold Slaughter yet. So up at the top, Metal Blade was at 62, and then there was a bid for 63. And then over here, Creator got a bid for 66. Destruction 35, Destruction 35, Destruction 36, Destruction 37, Destruction 40. Joan Jett sold for $23. Hope there's not a higher offer. That is sold to Johnny Hancock for $23. Destruction 40. Susie Q wants the Eurythmics. Sold for $6.99. Donna gets Herb Alpert for $6.99. And then Phil Collins 10. Phil Collins 10. And Adam Bernardi was first. Joe DeGaldo was second. Danny says he's out on everything. We might be done on our auctions then. Joe Jackson, Body and Soul, $14.99. Boy, this Chicago is heavy. This is Chicago 3. Heavy Chicago. Probably because this one came with like 3 posters. And it's a double LP. Yeah. Or it came with a gigantic poster. Yeah, this is the one with a huge poster. Well, the paper's thick too. I think it's supposed to come with another. Don't hold me to that, but it's also a double LP. This is $19.99. All right, where are we? I don't know. Who are me? Who are you? First thing is Destruction Details, Creator out, T-Birds 10. Let's sell the Fabulous Thunderbirds for $10, and that's Recall. I'm taking offers in this crate even if they're half off. It depends on the title. Depends on how often we get it. Depends on how good of a title. Depends on how good a condition it's in. We have Creator, Flag of Hate, an 86 USOG. Creator, a Flag of Hate. And this is a final call. It's an 86 US with bonus tracks, VG++ or better. And the last bid on Creator was Jake Gold at $66, and that's going to once and that's going to twice. Over here was the Metal Blade comp. This is a Metal Blade 2LP 87 OG compilation and Metal Blade. The last bid on MB, which stands for Metal Blade, I believe is with Michael Ruttman. He has it for $63, going once, going twice. And Destruction is an OG 88 USOG white label promo. So this is real. It's United States. It's OG. It's near mint minus. It's a promo. I don't think it could get any better unless it was sealed or autographed. That's about the only way it could get any better, if it was sealed or autographed, okay? So Destruction's at $45. Donna gets Chicago for $14. Ted Turner, you were next on, you got Joe Jackson for $10. Destruction, $45. Another bid for $45. Chicago's already sold. Matt Barnhill, Billy Joel, $35. Sold. Matt Barnhill, $35. Destruction, $48. Destruction, $50. King Crimson Lizard, $39.99 for King Crimson Lizard. Nice. Let me jump back over here, and the first thing we're going to do is this. we're going to grab another handful of these singles that are $6.99, and these should get sold faster than lickety split. First thing is Michael McDonald, great song, No Looking Back, another great song. Jay Ferguson, Thunder Island. Boz Scaggs, Breakdown Deadhead. What about Elton John, Blue Eyes? And Steely Dan, FM, No Static at All. Wow, that's a good one. And what about Naked Eyes, Promises, Promises, another big 80s hits. These are all $6.99, no more, no less. First come, first serve. Most of them in picture sleeves, all of them in company sleeves. Super nice. All right, so first thing, we had Billy Joe at 35, Destruction 48, Destruction 50, Michael Wilkerson, 34 on Van Halen, sold. Sold to Michael Wilkerson for $34. Destruction 50, Destruction 50, Destruction 47, Destruction 55, Mega Blast first on Steely Dan. That sold for $6.99. Matt Barnhill was second. That left Naked Eyes, Promises, Promises, Elton John, Boz Scaggs, Jay Ferguson, and Michael McDonald. If anybody decides you want anything in there, let me know. It's ready for new auctions. Creator is officially sold way up here. Jake Gold, $66. Okay, make sure we give everybody plenty of time to bid on these. That's sold to Jake Gold. Thank you on that, Jake. Thank you for everybody that's bidding. Thank you for everybody that's tuning in. And I think we were done on Metal Blade. Let's go ahead and put that away. Michael Ruttman over here as well. And then over here, Michael Ruttman on Metal Blade. That's for MB. And this is sold to Michael Ruttman for the high bid of, drum roll, $63. All right, we're ready for all new auctions. We got a pretty cool Destruction record up right now, released from Agony. That came from the advertised stuff. What if we go ahead and do this right here? What if we go ahead and do this right here? What if we go ahead right now and do this right here? Let's put up Anthrax, State of Euphoria. Anthrax is an 88 USOG VG Plus condition with the original inner sleeve, a $25 start. Wow, this is going to get a ton of bids. Are you ready? Let the bidding begin. Anthrax, a $25 start. Okay, $25 start. Oh, had to touch my toes right quick. And something's coming up from the bonus crate. From the bonus crate. Oh, wow. Interesting. Testament. From the unadvertised. I think some of y'all are going to be more excited to see the unadvertised stuff than the advertised stuff. Testament, live at Eindhoven. Testament's an 87 Euro OG Megaforce VG++ $25 start. I don't think that was released in the United States. I think that's one of those kind of Euro-only releases. Testament, $25 start, okay? Next in here was King Crimson USA, King Crimson $39.99, and the Cruzados, Time for Waiting. The Cruzados is $9.99. We have the Power Station, that's $14.99. Thank you, Laura. She just dropped me off a bottle of water. She's trying to give me a hint. King, Bittersweet. King is $9.99, and The Kind, this is called Something, an 83 Power Pop, $19.99, and Boston Third Stage, $34.99. So a quick update. The last thing I said on Destruction was Doug Reeder at $55, then $57. We got a request for Man of War, Anthrax 35, Anthrax 30, Anthrax 40, Testament 25, Anthrax 50, Anthrax 55, Anthrax 40, Destruction 58, Testament 25, Details on Litter, Anthrax is at 60. Lizard is a King Crimson album. It's very heavy, which is a good sign. It has got a right 4-digit, the right address. This is an OG pressing of Lizard. No condition notes, $39.99. And Todd Rundgren Todd is $29.99. And ZZ Top Afterburner, unfortunately, it's got a little bit of writing, but it is a gold stamp promo, $24.99. Here comes another handful of singles right quick. These are all $6.99. No more, no less. And they're really nice. We got Hall & Oates, Jingle Bell Rock, ELO, Calling America, Morris Day, Fishnet, Billy Idol, Rebel Yell. Man, almost pulled that one for auction. That's beautiful, too. Look at that. It looks like it was just made. Billy Idol, that could have been an auction. Fleetwood Mac, Sarah, and one more. Another one, beautiful. Every Breath You Take, The Police. This was a great collection. We bought these from the original owner today. Brought them in the store. John went ahead and wiped them off and put them all in brand new sleeves. Somebody originally bought all these in the 80s, and you can just tell he kept them perfect. He kept them in the original company, so that was sitting in the store just like that, Took care of his collection. 40, 50 years later. 40 years later, I guess? Yeah, 45 years later on some of these. Those are beautiful. Really, really nice. From his collection to here to y'all, we have, first of all, a lot of activity. So Testament, Anthrax, and Destruction. I'm showing Anthrax at 65, Testament at 35, Destruction 60, Destruction 60, Testament 30, Testament 35, Testament 35. Adam Bernardi, you get Lizard for $25, okay? And then over here we have Destruction at 61, Anthrax is at 70, Testament's at 36, Testament's at 40. Donna put MD. Okay, Donna had put MD, and I think she meant MD was Morris Day. That's sold to Donna for $6.99. Melanie Jennings put ELO for ELO. Next was Johnny Hancock on BI for Billy Idol. Then James Rainey, then Melanie Jennings, then Chad Snyder, then James Rainey got the Police. John Durden was second, and then Billy Idol, Rick Hall was next, Destruction 63, Wayne Davis next on Billy Idol, Doug Reader's out on Destruction, Hesson Session out on Testament, Susie Q next on Billy Idol, Fred Carnell next on Morris Day, Destruction 65, Javi Soto wants Michael McDonald, Fred Carnell next on The Police, Hall & Oates should be on colored vinyl. Nice call. Red vinyl, Hall & Oates, Mike Will. I think I've let a couple colored vinyl slip through. That's okay. And then Susie Breedlove said she'll take it. And then Anthrax 75. And then Metallica, somebody wants to know, did it sell? If there's one in the hot picture, that one didn't sell, but I've already sold another one. Testament 45, Testament 40, Testament 40, Testament 45, Anthrax 80, Anthrax 82, Testament 50. So the only thing that didn't sell is Sarah by Fleetwood Mac from Tusk. Very sad. The only thing left behind. So now we need a quick update. Donna was second on Hall & Oates. Destruction is a white label promo, near mint minus, 81 OG. 88 US, 88 US OG. White label promo, near mint. The last bid on Destruction was Victor Garrett, 65. Now, there's no way I can scroll up high enough to figure out who actually is the high bidder. So if you can hear me and you're higher than 65 or you think you was in first, you need to go ahead and let me know ASAP tonight, okay? Because there's so many comments where I'm doing all these 45s. Literally hard to figure out who's first. So if you bid and you're like, wait a minute, I already bid 70 and he said 66. Go ahead and just submit it again. Now it's at 67. Now it's at 67. Anthrax is with Sean Miller at 85. This is in VG Plus condition. That is Anthrax with Sean Miller, $85. And then Testament. Live at Endenhoven. 87 Euro VG++ EX, nice copy. Jake Gold had that for 50. Susie gets Sarah from Fleetwood Mac, Tusk. Joe DeGaldo put GM, and then Fred Carnell put FM. Now, I'm not for sure where y'all see GM and FM. If that's something from the 45s, those are all long gone, just FYI, okay? First thing is Count Basie Super Chief. What a cover. Count Basie is $19.99. Ella Fitzgerald sings the Rodgers and Hart songbook, $29.99 on that. Richard Pryor, Craps, $14.99 for Richard Pryor. This is Doug and the Slugs, RCA Special Radio Series promo comp, $14.99. The Doobie Brothers is Sealed, $19.99. Head East Live, $29.99, 2LP promo sticker. Corey Hart, Fields of Fire, $14.99. George Harrison Gontropo, Sealed for $29.99. And Cocteau Twins, Treasure. This is an 84 UK original, $49.99. Cocteau Twins is an 84 UK, $49.99, okay? That's now up for bid. First thing, that was for Fleetwood Mac. Okay, so Joe DeGaldo, you were second on Fleetwood Mac. Fred Carnell, you were third on Fleetwood Mac. Destruction has a new bid for 70. Danny Thomason said T+1. Okay, I'm going to tell you who has the high bid, then I'm going to have you put $41. Danny, Testament, I need you to put Testament 41. Richard Pryor, $10, Scott Dwallow. Richard Pryor, $10, Scott Dwallow. That is sold to Richard Pryor for $10. And then next is conditional Count Basie, near mint minus. Gatefold 2LP, near mint minus. Ted Turner on Rich. Ted Turner on Rich. Rich, I'll let you autocorrect that one. And then James Fairfax gets Cocteau Twins at $49.99. All right, here we go. So did Destruction get a new bid? That's the question. Did Destruction get a new bid? Did Destruction get a new bid? I see an out from Alan Hagan. Final call to Victor Garrett for $70. Did Anthrax get a new bid? Did Anthrax get a new bid? Sean Miller, $85. Testament has a new bid for $41. And that means Jake Gold has it now for $50. It's supposed to be $51. Now Jake Gold's at $52. Okay? Fred Carnell, we've already sold the Cocteau Twins. Count Basie is sold to Donna for $14. Wow. A lot of activity. Let's grab another handful of singles. These are all $6.99. We have the Cruzados, excerpt from their debut album. And then we have Bruce Springsteen, I'm on Fire. Another Wayne Chung, To Live and Die in L.A. Eddie Money, I've got 2 tickets to Paradise, Heart, Even It Up, and Swing Out Sister, Twilight World. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on those. All right, that was a great crate of vintage. I think somebody made an offer on Power Station. I missed it because I just hit me. Matt Nichols, Power Station, sold for $10. All right, there we go. Ooh, whoa, heads, busy night. 282 people watching on all platforms. Awesome. How about I drink a little bit more bonus drink? About time for some chocolate-covered raisins, pistachios, Oreos, and more bonus auctions. First thing is Javi Soto on Swing Out Sister, sold for $6.99. Susie on Eddie Money. She's got 2 tickets for Paradise. And then we got Man of War. I'll do that right now. Let's end some of this stuff. Destruction. Destruction is officially sold. Destruction is sold to Victor Guerra for $70. Testament, Jake Gold has had it for several minutes now at $55. No, that's a new bid, $53, $55. Okay, so Testament's at $55. Danny, you're back out. And then Anthrax is sold to Sean Miller for $85. All right, let me read y'all what's in the advertised bin. The surprise bin is surprise for a reason, but let me read y'all what's in the advertised bin. It still looks like it's pretty much full over here. Holy moly. All right, so here's what's in the advertised bin. We had Thrust, we have Obsession, we have Kicks, Armored Saint, Motley Crue, Def Leppard, Grim Reaper, Power Trip, Twisted Sister, Dark Star, Great White, Metal Church, Skid Row, Warlord, Onslaught, Babylon AD, Sacrifice, Running Wild, Tyrant, Deadly Blessing, Culprit, Phantom, Vicious Rumors, Man of War, Steelheart, Every Mother's Nightmare, Fighter, Slaughter, Blue Murder, Motorhead, Guns N' Roses. And then I have twice that much metal records tagged to run tonight that y'all have never seen before. You've seen some of them already. It's been just as good as the advertised stuff. I got to make sure y'all stay around. Here is Man of War, Hail to England. And this is an 84 UK Europa disc, which is the OG pressing. It is super nice. I love that cover. Looks like a comic book. $75 start on that. $75 on that. Okay, next thing is this. I'm going to read what's left in here. Testament is out, and this is sold to Jake Gold for $55. All right? Head East is sold to Brian Frenfrock for $24. The Head East Live 2 LP. We got a request for Kicks. We got a request for Tyrant, a request for Metal Church, a request for Steelheart, and a request for Babylon AD, another request for Metal Church, another request for Metal Church, and a request for Every Mother's Nightmare. Man of War is a $75 start. Okay, let's get one of the first ones that I seen popped up then. All right, and that was Kicks. What is Kicks? And Kicks again. Okay, so here we go. This is Kicks, Cool Kids. Kicks is an 83 U.S. specialty OG near mint minus. $35 start. Next, let's go ahead and knock out a handful of 45s right quick. Almost done with this whole box. And then we'll go through all the leftovers. These are all $6.99, okay? Never shown before till right now. Michael Jackson, She's Out of My Life. Dionne Warwick and Jeffrey Osborne, Love Power. Rod Stewart, Passion. Pet Shop Boys, What Have I Done to Deserve This? Rod Stewart, Young Tucks. And Belle and James, Living It Up Friday Night. Those are all $6.99, all righty? And here's the titles left in here. We've already been through these once, so this is just a quick recap so I can go right into another crate just like this of Buy Now Best Offer. And Laura's working on some stuff right now, so she is working on pricing some stuff. Probably by the time I'm done with this recap or even with the next crate, she'll probably have the new crate up here as well. Okay? So first for $6.99 was Susie on MJ. Sold to Susie. Susie was also first on Rod. Donna was first on RW. And Donna on RW was possibly for RS. Calvin next on MJ. John Durden first on Pet Shop Boys. And then over here we have Nick wants both rods. Well, Susie was first, so she actually gets dibs. Susie, I'm going to put you down for both of them unless you say otherwise, okay? And then that leaves Belle and James, and that leaves Dionne Warwick and Jeffrey Osborne. Man of War does not have a bid. It's a $75 start. There is 0 bids on Man of War, and Kicks has 0 bids. This is a $35 start. Nick, you put 25. This is a $35 start. Man of War does not have a bid yet. Man of War held to England does not have an inner sleeve. An 84 UK near mint minus $75 start. Kicks does not have a bid yet either. $35 start. Here's the titles left in here. Joe Cocker, I Can Stand Little Rain. Club Nouveau, Lean on Me. Cock Robin, Joe Cocker. Alice Cooper, you can tell we's in the C's. Rosington Collins, The Young Rascals, Peter Frampton, Joe Cocker, Waylon Willie, World War II, Michael Jackson, Thriller. Somebody might have asked the condition on this. Thriller has the original under sleeve. The vinyls EX are better, and a VG Plus jacket has a paper pull, maybe somebody's initials. It is a no co-produced, so that is an OG copy. We also have Jefferson Starship, Super Tramp, Breakfast in America, King Crimson USA, The Cruzados, King Bittersweet, The Kind, Boston Third Stage, Todd Rundgren, ZZ Top Afterburner, Ella Fitzgerald, Doug and the Slugs, Doobie Brothers Minute by Minute, Corey Hart, and George Harrison, Gone Tropo. Okay, let's introduce our next auction, and this time, of course, from the bonus crate. And we love bonus crate records. This is Saxon, Power and the Glory. Saxon is an 83 French OG, VG++ condition, $25 start for Saxon, Power and the Glory. $25 start. Nobody been on Man of War. This is a buy now for $75. Hail to England. Man of War is a buy now for $75. Okay, let's put that right over here. No bid on Man of War. Kicks is at 35 and Kicks is at 36. There's Saxon. Let's get into another new crate, shall we? Let's do it right now. Buy it now, best offer crate coming up righty now. Wow. And I did pull one out of there that we was going to auction, okay? So let's do that right now. And, well, we got 3 up. Let's do this. Is this, okay, here we go. Nice, yes, oh, yes, okay, all right, yes, all right, that looks good, yes, okay, yes. Okay, looks good to me, yes, let's keep going, we'll do that one. Wow, we just auctioned that record. Somebody probably buy this one now. We just auctioned that one, and here we go, and then this is this. All right, these are all buy it now or best offer. So, first thing we have is this. Kicks is at 35. Kicks is at 36. Saxon's 35. How much was Cruzados? How much was Cruzados? Cruzados. The Cruzados time for waiting 12-inch single was $9.99. That was a 12-inch single, by the way, okay? Man of War, $60 start. Well, somebody had requested Man of War. They might have not realized it was that much money, or maybe something happened and they left the chat, and now they're probably going to come back and be like, did I miss Man of War? So I'm going to say, give me a few more minutes, because the person who asked for it may have decided they didn't want it, but if they didn't, then I might entertain an offer. But right now, I'm going to keep it at $75, because I feel like maybe they got off at just the wrong time. Kicks is at $38, and Saxon's at $35. Kicks is at 38. Everybody's out. Saxon is at 35. Nick Bargeron has Kicks, and Sean Miller has Saxon for 35. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Grim Reaper, Fear No Evil. Grim Reaper is an 85 US OG. The cover does have a corner bend up here, a little bit of crease up here, and then a little bit of a crease down here. Grim Reaper is a $35 start. Near mint minus, though, on the vinyl, okay? Before we get started with this crate, it's time for another handful of singles, and these are all $6.99, okay? All $6.99. I Want to Be With You Everywhere. That's Fleetwood Mac, Mick Jagger, Let's Work, Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love, Merle Haggard, Misery and Gin, and Ringo Starr, Rack My Brain. But Danny, you still got dibs, but let me just see what happens, and if they cop on, I'll be like, well, there is an offer already, so we'll keep it that way, since you made an offer first. Ringo Starr, Merle Haggard, Robert Palmer, Mick Jagger, and Fleetwood Mac, okay? First thing on this is James Rainey on Fleetwood Mac, Susie Q next, Mega Blast on MG for Merle Haggard, and then James Rainey, You Were Next, and then Saxon 40, then Calvin, next on Merle Haggard. Calvin got Robert Palmer, though. That left Mick Jagger and Ringo Starr, okay? All right, so first record here. This is a picture disc of Hart Dreamboat Annie, $44.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. A nice slice of Humble Pie, which is a 2 LP compilation, $39.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. All EX Plus or better. Jackson Brown is $14.99. Erasure is $19.99. Don't get their stuff too often. Not much in print by them either. And Steppenwolf Rest in Peace is $19.99. Kicks did not get another. It did. Michael Wilkerson, $40. That means Nick Bergeron, you're out on Kicks, okay? This is at $40. The last bid on Saxon was Nick Bergeron at $38, now $40. So, Nick, you're out on Kicks and you're out on Saxon. Saxon has a high bid of $40 with Sean Miller, and Kicks has a high bid of $40 with Michael Wilkerson. Both auctions are at $40. Grim Reaper does not have a bid yet. Susie takes the last two at $6.99 and $6.99, okay? James Rainey, he was first on Merle Haggard. He got auto-corrected. MG was supposed to be MH for Merle Haggard. So you were second. He put MG. I think that was an autocorrect because there was no MG in the blot. So that was an autocorrect for him. All right. And then was the 12-inch single Cruzado's Bed of Lies. The Cruzado's was Time for Waiting. The Cruzado's 12-inch single from the last crate was Time for Waiting. $9.99. Man of War, $65. Or somebody could just go ahead and buy it right now for $75. That would do the deal. That would be the deal. That would get the deal done. We have Iron Butterfly Live. It was supposed to start at $65 and go up. First thing is the Unicorn Irish Rovers, $12.99. Laughing at the Pieces, Doctor and the Medics, that's $19.99. And Alpha Asia, $19.99 on Asia. And yes, 90125, owner of a lonely heart, so much better than owner of a broken heart. Kicks, I have lost Nick Bergeron. If I had $1 for every time I've said that, I would have thousands of dollars. We have final call on Kicks for $40, final call on Saxon $40, and nobody bid on Grim Reaper. This is a $35 buy now for Fear No Evil. Nice clean vinyl, just a couple of corner bumps, $35. I've never had two back-to-back auctions not get a bids. Did all the metalheads go to bed? Do they already have these? Are they waiting for something else? Erasure is called Crackers International. Crackers International is $19.99. Grim Reaper sold to Jerry Torres for $35. Hoopy, you were second. Billy Joe Piano Man and Shrink Wrap for $19.99, and Leo Sayer World Radio Sealed for $14.99. I'm going to lay down a few singles, and if I hadn't heard back from Nick Bergeron, I've got to sell those auctions, okay? Just wait for him. He was the only bidder. He was out on both of them. These are all $6.99. We got Hall & Oates one-on-one. We got Ronnie Millsap and No Time at All. LaToya Jackson, He's a Pretender. Michael Murphy, What's Forever For, and Al Jarreau, Moonlighting Theme. Those are all $6.99. All right. And I have officially lost Nick Bergeron. This is chat's over. This is sold to $40, and this is sold to Michael Wilkerson for $40. That is sold. And then over here, we got Saxon sold to Sean Miller also for $40. Yes was $19.99. $19.99 on Yes. Sorry if I didn't say the price. We're ready for all new auctions then. We're ready for some good stuff. 8:30 prime time at Coletco. Holy moly, what could be happening? First thing, though, is Shannon Mashake on Hall & Oates. Susie Breedlove was second. What's the flip of Ronnie Millsap? Ronnie Millsap flip was Get It Up. So Get It Up, and then Toe Time At All, LaToya Jackson, Michael Murphy, and Al Jarreau. All right, there we have it. Cue Nick Bergeron. He's going to get back on the chat and be like, did I win those two auctions? And we're going to have to tell him, no, we lost you, Nick. Next auction, oh my gosh, it's every mother's nightmare. Here we go. A 1990 U.S. original near mint gold stamp promo. Has the original company near the sleeve. There's the gold stamp promo. This is going to go up for a $75 start. LaToya Jackson sold to Susie Breedlove for $6.99. And then in the crate, we have Poco from the Inside for $9.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska, $19.99 on that. What's our next auction? It's going to be right over here from the advertise. Y'all keep reminded of some of the stuff y'all want to bid on. So, for example, if you're like, hey, Chad, go ahead and put up that metal church right now. I've already contacted my banker, lawyer, and accountant, and I have the funds lined up to buy this. So go ahead and put it up. Now here's your chance. An 86 U.S. Carrollton repress club copy of Metal Church The Dark, a $35 start on on that, okay? Erasure is a full album. Yeah, Erasure is a full album. Typically, we see 12-inch singles, but Crackers International is a full album. Europe, The Final Countdown, hey, $34.99. There it is in the crate. We have Joe boxers like Gangbusters for $9.99. Mike Wilt gets Yes for $15. Owner of a Lonely Heart, Savoy Brown, looking in. Cool cover there. Savoy Brown, $19.99. All right, our next auction from the bonus crate is Black and Blue in Heat. Oh, my gosh. Black and Blue again. In Heat, EX Edition. This is an OG U.S. retail copy of Specialty Press. Black and Blue is a $25 start. Now we have Metal Church at $35, Metal Church $38, Every Mother's Nightmare $75, Every Mother's Nightmare $75, Metal Church $45, Metal Church $35, Metal Church $50, Every Mother's Nightmare $80. Here we go. Back to the bin. Two more, Elton John, UK pressing, $34.99. If you hold this up to the light, it turns purple vinyl. It's translucent purple vinyl. Nice. That's a value at $34.99, in my opinion, for the OG copy of his debut album. Shane Lando gets Savoy Brown, Every Mother's Nightmare 19, and Queen the Game, the original foil cover. It does have some fooling spots on it, but clean vinyl and $29.99. Savoy Brown's already sold to Shane for $19.99. Danny, your second, Black and Blue 25, Black and Blue 30. Here comes some more singles for $6.99, okay? First one is You Make My Dreams Come True. Hall & Oates, Steel Breeze, You Don't Want Me Anymore. We have Hank Williams Jr., All My Rowdy Friends Have Settled Down, Simply Red, Holding Back the Years, and Patti LaBelle, If You Don't Know Me By Now, Part 1. This is all $6.99. Black and Blue 25, Black and Blue 30, Every Mother's Nightmare 95. Tim's Arnota is out. And then over here, Metal Church is with Scott Dwallow at $50, going once, going twice. James Rainey gets Hank Williams Jr. for $6.99. Patti LaBelle, Soda Donna for $6.99. Black and Blue has a bid for $35, and that leaves Simply Red, Steel Breeze, and Hall & Oates. You make my dreams come true, Otis. Next is Johnny Cash's San Quentin, $34.99. Well, it was Gatlinburg in mid-July. Columbia, 2I, $34.99. Hello. My name is Sue. How do you do? $34.99. That's the original label. Nice copy. Also, James Gang's Greatest Hits. That's a 2LP, $29.99. And Mountain, Mississippi Queen. OG has the Unipack top to sleeve. No conditionals on the vinyl, $19.99. So let's start over here with Every Mother's Nightmare. It is a 1990 USOG gold stamp promo. There is no white label promo of this that exists. The vinyl is near mint minus. And MT Matt has it for $95. Metal Church, the last bid on Metal Church that came in was a final call, and that was $50 with Scott Dwallow. And that's an 86 U.S. Carrollton Repress Club, and that's a final call. And then over here, Black and Blue, Richard Bradshaw, $35, an 88 USOG Specialty Press. It does have the original inner sleeve. That one's EX, okay? That's where we're at on that one. Next thing is James Rainey on Johnny Cash. That sold to him for $27. Queen was $29.99. Queen was $29.99. Does have some folding spots on the cover, so a VG cover, okay? Next thing over here is Europe. This is a beautiful copy. We just auctioned, I'm pretty sure we just auctioned a lesser grade copy for what this one, yeah, this one's near mint minus. It's OG, and it's embossed cover, $34.99, super nice vinyl. There's that. Danny Thomas and 12 on Mountain. Mountain, I'll counter you at $18. Every Mother's Nightmare, $98. Every Mother's Nightmare, $105. Metal Church out, Black and Blue, $40. New bid on Black and Blue for $40. Elton John, Victim of Love, $19.99. Europe is sold to D-Kong 52. That is sold. And Fats Domino, first track is Blueberry Hill, $14.99. Ain't That a Shame? That's a good song too. Ain't That a Shame? $14.99. Let's go through some more $6.99 singles over here. How much are these? These are $6.99. We got another Swing Out Sister. This one's called Breakout. Don Williams, I Believe in You. Bruce Springsteen, Hungry Heart. Hey Jude, and the flip is Revolution. You say you want a aha, Take on Me. Ooh, Dream Weaver. Gary Wright. And what about Baker Street by Jerry Rafferty? Oh man, that's a good one. Oh, ain't that a shame? Fats Domino. Good stuff. Oh yeah, Fats Domino, Ain't That a Shame? And what about I'm in Love Again? Here I am and I'm in love again. That's some good stuff. Fats Domino. Okay, back up at the top. Black and blue, $40. Decon got Europe. Every Mother's Nightmare, 110. We have Fats Domino. Adam Bernardi said 10. How about sold? Sold to Adam Bernardi for 10. Chad Fats. Fats Domino is good stuff. James Rainey on Hey Jude. You say you want a red. That's sold to James Rainey. Susie Q on Bruce Springsteen. That's sold to her for $6.99. Mountain Details. Give me 1 second on that one. Jerry Rafferty is sold to Melanie Jennings. Calvin Ward got Dreamweaver. And then we have Sherry Darnell on Don Williams. Black and Blue has a new bid for 42. Every Mother's Nightmare out. Fred Cardinale on Swing Out Sister. Wow, that just leaves one, and that is Aha. Take on me. Okay, I'm going to hit the high note. Y'all ready? Take. I don't know. That's a unique voice for sure. Aha, $6.99. Sold to Susie. Most of these are either going to be from this collection. Yeah, everything that y'all just bought, I would be surprised if it's anything less than near mint minus and pristine. Every one of these that y'all just bought are going to look like this. Just absolutely perfect, okay? So, and I have quite the stack. Here's what we sold out of that collection. I better go ahead and take them in here. I'm going to put them in a box so they're not all stacked up like this right quick. And that's going to be our first stack right over here. Boom. All right, those are all sold. Now, here's what's left over before I do any actions on the auctions. This box was full, okay? That's the box we put them in. I'm going to need that here in a second. And here's what didn't get claimed. And before I go to the second box, now the second box is not from this collection. It's just some John put together yesterday. These are what's left. So we'll go through those one more time. We'll start from the oldest because I think some people, and we're going to go through the leftovers. Yeah, and that's from that way we don't get the collection mixed up. Everybody knows where they came from. Okay, so before I do anything else, then we've got a whole other box. Javi Soto wants the Cruzado's 12-inch single. This is sold to Javi Soto, and then I think we're done on at least one of these auctions. Metal Church for sure. So Metal Church is sold, and that's up here. Metal Church and Metal Church is sold. Metal Church is sold, and that's sold to Scott Dwallow for $50, okay? And I'm glad we got all these great 45s. We just have a few new arrival bins tonight, and then we're going to be getting into more discount, which this is new arrival and discount. Every Mother's Nightmare is done. And Every Mother's Nightmare, Steve Little, $110. I want to make sure we were done on this. The other bidder, MT Matt, went out. It's OG, it's near mint, it's a gold stamp promo. Steve Little, 110. Not much time left on that one. If you hadn't already bid bidding, then you're too late anyways. And then Alan Hagan has black and blue for 43. And Richard Bradshaw, just so you know, Alan Hagan does have that. Now, Mountain over here is called Climbing. Danny passed. I counted at 18. This is Lee Holko Mastering, OG, original inner sleeve, beautiful disc, Scott Yoakum Staller. Actually, this is Sterling Lee Holko Bob Ludwig. Sometimes his initials isn't on these. So side 1 is Lee Holko. Side 2 is Lee Holko Robert Ludwig. That's a good one. Heavy disc, OG, Mississippi Queen, Unipack sleeve, EX or better vinyl, cover is VG, black cover, shows a lot of wear. That's a classic album. They played at Woodstock. Amazing, okay? $18 on that one. First thing we have is a new auction after I showed the Judds. $24.99 for Rockin' with the Rhythm. Sergio Mendes in Brazil, 66. Crystal Illusions, $14.99. And the Outlaws is $16.99. Boy, they rounded this corner for some reason. $16.99. Okay? So first thing is our next auction, and this is sold to, or Dark Star. Let's see what's going on with this. Dark Star is a 1981 UK OG heavy metal album. Dark Star, $25 start. I don't recall that title. Next thing over here is Chicago with inserts, $19.99. That's got a lot of extras with it. And the Guess Who number 10, $19.99. All right, so Every Mother's Nightmare is sold, and this is sold to Steve Little for $110. And then Black and Blue is up to Richard Bradshaw. Black and Blue is up to Richard Bradshaw. Alan Hagan has it for 43. Danny says he'll take Mountain at 18. He had the first call on that one. And then, you know, After that, there's been 7 other people wanted at sticker price, but Danny gets it for $18. And then Dark Star 25, Dark Star 25. Donna gets Chicago for 14. Stuff is flying out of here pretty dang quickly. And then let's put up another auction from the high-end tab. Oh, my goodness. Slaughter. Oh, my goodness. And it's the real 1990 USOG Club. There might not even be a retail version of this, but this is the real 1990 USOG. It's super clean. Slaughter's an $85 start. I just shot myself in the foot over $1. Henry's choice was going to bid 15 on Chicago. I just shot myself in the foot over $1. It happens often. Okay, these are all $6.99. First thing I have is Men at Work Down Under. I got the Eurythmics, I Need a Man. And one more time, all these are super clean, okay? Yes, Eurythmics, I Need a Man. Men at Work, Dublé, The Captain of Her Heart. Chicago, No Tell Lover from Hot Streets. Bruce Springsteen, Brilliant Disguise. I can't believe no one got NXS. Need You Tonight. $6.99 for NXS. These are all $6.99. Also, Manhattan Transfer, that's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Cyndi Lauper, True Colors, $26.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. That has the original on her sleeve, $26.99 on that one. And the Paul McCartney Interview, $19.99. It's got some wear and tear on the cover, but the vinyl's clean, $19.99 on that one. So I left off by saying Black and Blue, Richard Bradshaw's out. That means we're about to sell that. Dark Star got a bid for 30. Dark Star got another bid for 30. Dark Star got a bid for 35. Dark Star got a bid for 40. And Susie Q first on the Eurythmics for $6.99. John Durden got NXS for $6.99. And then Susie was next on NXS. Sarah Louise next on NXS. Sarah Weiberdink next on NXS. Susie next on NXS. Javi Soto on Dublé. Danny next on NXS. Chuck Max 666 next on NXS. That leaves Springsteen, Chicago, and Men at Work Down Under. Those are all $6.99. I'm going to leave the leftovers right over here. More of those coming in just a second. But first of all, Black and Blue is officially sold. And that's sold to Alan Hagen up here for $43. Thank you on that. Now Dark Star is at $45. Dark Star is at $45. And Slaughter doesn't have a bid yet. That's OG Slaughter. OG Slaughter. OG. Okay? Dark Star is at $50. Dark Star is at $50. And over here, Slaughter is at $85 start. $19.90. So first of all, Friday Music is the last label that repressed this. I haven't even seen a Friday Music in a while because it's out of print. Just FYI, that does not have a bid, and it's the real 1990 OG. Man of War, I'm pretty firm on that price of $75. $75. Edwin, it's OG, and it's near mint minus. It was requested. No bid. I've had a couple offers, just a little less. If you say I'll take it, it's yours for $75. Slaughter is near mint minus. VG Plus cover. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going, $19.99. Whitney Houston's $24.99. Status Quo, that's on the Vertigo label too. Gatefold jacket, that is $24.99. James Rainey wants the Men at Work single. Down Under, and Susie Breedlove gets Bruce Springsteen. So Chicago's the only thing that didn't sell. So yes, we have Bruce Springsteen. Bruce Springsteen is sold to Susie for $6.99, and then Men at Work is sold to James Rainey. Ed Riviera gets Man of War for $75. It was supposed to bring $190. We have Joe Jackson, $19.99 for Beat Crazy, and then Billy Joe Turnstiles is $14.99. Billy Joe Turnstiles, okay? Dark Star's now at $41. Slaughter has a bid for $85. Ed Riviera gets Man of War for $75, okay? Next auction is Armored Saint, March of the Saint. Armored Saint is an 84 USOG, original on her sleeve, EX condition. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Armored Saint, that's now up for bid. Also, we have Heart Passion Works. Heart is $19.99, and live in LA, Joe Cocker, $29.99 for Joe Cocker, and Billy Joe Glass Houses, $14.99. Billy Joe Glass Houses, $14.99. Dark Stars at $55, Slaughters at $87, and now Armored Saints a $35 star. Here comes some more singles. You may ask, what else do you have, Chad? I've got these for $6.99. Hollow Notes Adult Education, Lindsey Buckingham Trouble, and the flip side is It Was I, Danny Wilson, Mary's Prayer, Willie Nelson, My Heroes Have Always Been Cowboys, and the flip is Rising Star Love Theme, and Elton John, Nobody Wins. This is all $6.99. $6.99. We have Dark Star at 51, Slaughter at 87, Dark Star at 55. What heart is it? What heart? Was there a heart in here? What heart is that? This is Heart Passion Works. Heart Passion Works is $19.99. Heart Passion Works, $19.99. Slaughter has a new bid for $90. Andy Rutherford on Billy Joe Turnstiles. Billy Joe Turnstiles is Billy Joe Turnstiles, Andy Rutherford. That was this one right here, $10. Susie gets Hollow Oats for $6.99. Slaughter at $93. Okay, and then over here we have RJ for $6.99. RJ for $6.99. Not for sure. She meant EJ for $6.99. Dark Star has a new bid for $56. All right, so we still got Willie Nelson, Danny Wilson, and Lindsey Buckingham. Those are all still available. Mike Strauss has Dark Star for $56. Dark Star for $56. Dark Star for $60. Okay. Slaughter has a new bid for $100. Armored Saint has one bid for $35. And then what was the heart? Can you show me the heart again? One more time on the heart. This is called Heart Passion Works. It's an OG copy. Has the original inner sleeve. This is $19.99. Heart Passion Works, original inner sleeve, $19.99. Okay. Heart Passion Works, $19.99 on those. Dark Star is at $60 with Tyler Hubry, and Slaughter's at $100, okay? So Heart, I'm going to give that one more second. There was like somebody asked about it and somebody else asked about it. Danny says he thought he had dibs on Armor Saint. I'm pretty sure that was true. Earlier, Man of War did not get a bid, okay? And then Danny made an offer. And then Danny made another offer, and then Danny made another offer, and I said, it's $75. I got to make sure that other person who requested it didn't want it. I never to hear back from them. Then Edwin Riviera gets on and says he'll take it for $75, but Danny said he did have dibs, and I guess that's true. Man of War, $75, okay? So if Danny, if you want this, it's sold to you for $75. And then Ed Riviera, I'm going to have to break your heart because I did tell Danny he would have dibs. Danny made an offer for 60, 65, 70, and I said it's 75. And Danny finally said, I'll take it because Ed Riviera says he'll take it. So Danny, you've got dibs on that if you want it. Heart is sold to Ed Riviera for $12, okay? Now let's put up some more singles. These are $6.99. We have Huey Lewis, Jacob's Ladder, and Huey Lewis, The Heart of Rock and Roll. Lover Boy, Turn Me Loose, Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, and Men at Work, Overkill. One more for $6.99, and that is The Cars, Why Can't I Have You, and Break Away. And those are $6.99 from Heartbeat City, okay? Dark Star has a new bid for $61. Slaughter's at $105. Slaughter's at $113. And then Armored Saint still has one bid for $35. MT Matt's about to get it. Change Man of War to Danny Thomason for $75. Danny Thomason gets that for $75, okay? So did Danny Thomason for $75. Here's what I recommend tonight on these metal auctions. If I lay it down and I say it's a $35 start or a $75 start, I would bid immediately because there's a high possibility in about 3 hours when this show's wrapping up, there's going to be 0 items left for a buy it now. I would bid, and these starting bids are indications of the minimum bid, and they're supposed to go up. So I would say grab them while you can. There's 0 auctions left behind. There's probably not even going to be many 45s left behind tonight. Susie Breedlove gets Bruce Springsteen. Sarah Wyberdink gets Lover Boy. And that leaves The Cars, Men at Work, and Huey Lewis on those, okay? So there's that. Dark Star. Sold. Armored Saint still getting bids. Excuse me. Dark Star 65 not sold. Slaughter and Armored Saint all still getting bids. Here's what's left in this crate. Billy Joe Glass Houses, which was $14.99. Heart Dreamboat Annie. This is a picture disc. $44.99. It's a picture disc, and everything in here is buy it now best offer. Susie Q also on Men at Work. That's sold to Susie Q. That was the picture disc of Overkill. That's sold to Susie Q for $6. Sarah Louise wants Huey Lewis. That's sold to Sarah Louise. The only thing left in there is Cars. Now MT Matt has new bids, or Armored Saint has a new bid with MT Matt for $42. Slaughter's at $123. What about Dark Star, though? Tyler Hubry, $65. A Slice of Humble Pie, Jackson Brown Holdout, Steppenwolf Rest in Peace, Iron Butterfly Live, The Irish Rover, or The Irish Rover is the Unicorn, Doctor and the Medics, Asia Alpha, Erasure, Cracker International, 1999, a 1988 USOG album. We have Billy Joe Piano Man, Leo Sayer World Radio, and Poco From the Inside. Okay, Armored Saint 42, Armored Saint 45. Slaughter has a new bid for $130, and Armored Saint has a new bid for $46. Okay. Next thing is Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska. Joe Boxers like gangbusters. And Elton John is on purple translucent vinyl. $34.99. Dark Stars now at $70. Armored Saints at $46. And Slaughter's at $130, now $133. Here's some more singles. The Cruzados. This is some kind of special promo EP, it looks like. Yeah. This is a free special, limited edition, promo use only, not for sale, Cruzados 4-track. Four tracks, $6.99. Jay Ferguson, Thunder Island. Wow, can't believe no one got that. Boz Scaggs, Breakdown Dead Ahead. And Isn't It Time? Elton John, Blue Eyes in the picture sleeve. And Naked Eyes, Promises, Promises, and A Very Hard Act to Follow. And one more, another Boz Scaggs, Do You Like You Do in New York, okay? First thing over here, Dark Star 70, Slaughter 133, Dark Star 75, Armored Saint 47, John LaBeatty on Heart, and the other Heart that was in here, the other Heart was in here was the picture disc. Is that's the one you're wanting, John LaBeatty? If so, that's so do you. Billy Joe, $10. This is an early 80s press. Early 80s press. Shane, I'll do that one for $15, okay? $15 on that. Slaughter has a new bid for $135. Slaughter has a new bid for $137. Susie gets Elton John for $6.99. So that means Armored Saints at $47, Dark Stars at $75, Slaughter's at $140. That means in the 45s, we're left with Boz Scaggs, Naked Eyes, Boz Scaggs, Jay Thunderson, and Cruzados. Over here, we have Pam Murray on Naked Eyes. That's sold for $6.99. Shane Lando on Billy Joe for $15. That is sold. And then I think John LaBeatty wanted the Heart picture disc. We'll make sure. But first, here's Boz Scaggs, Cruzados, Jay Ferguson, and another Boz Scaggs. Doing a quick recap. All the ones that's left from this collection, I'm going to put up for an auction lot when we're done. Fred Cardinal, second on Naked Eyes, Queen. So this is the original foil cover, $29.99 on that. And then over here, we have an out on Armored Saint. We might be done on this. First thing is James Gang's Greatest Hits, $29.99, 2LP. Elton John, Victim of Love, and Shrink, $19.99. The Judds, Rockin' with the Rhythm, $24.99. Sergio Mendes in Brazil, $66. The Outlaws, the Guess Who number 10, The Best of Manhattan Transfer, Cyndi Lauper, and the Paul McCartney Interview. So Armored Saint, we have our first bidder, who was the high bidder for the longest, out. Jake Gold, $47. Victor Guerra, It's Up to You on Dark Star. And Slaughter is a battle between two people, Travis Woods and Josh Jones. It's at $143. A few more records left in here. Phil Collins, Whitney Houston, Status Quo, Joe Cocker, and Joe Jackson. I'm pretty sure John LaBeatty did want this Heart picture disc. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the crate. He did say yes. We're good to go. Here comes some more $6.99 singles. Dionne Warwick and Jeffrey Osborne, Love Power. Heart, Even It Up. The Flip was Pilot. Wayne Chung, To Live and Die in L.A. Bruce Springsteen, I'm on Fire. And Eddie Money, Baby Hold On, a classic. Those are all $6.99. Eddie Money, Bruce Springsteen, Wayne Chung, Dionne Warwick and Jeffrey Osborne. And this was Heart, okay? $6.99 on that one. Humble Pie, Soda Brian Friend Frock for $30. Don't hesitate to make offers. Making deals, making deals. The first thing I have over here is this. First thing I have over here is this. Scott Dwallow and Eddie Money. Susie Breedlove was second. We have Bruce Springsteen, Wayne Chung, Hart, and Jeffrey Osborne. Sorry, no sound at a concert. Sounds like you're having a good time. Thanks for tuning in to Colectco. Perfect timing. Lord just dropped off for a new crate, and I bet this is full of metal. Holy crap, perfect timing. Johnny Hancock on the Judds. Lord just dropped off a new crate. Who's ready for some metal? Sold for $19. James Goggin, third on Eddie Money. That means Armored Saint is sold. And Armored Saint over here is sold then, and that's sold to Jake Gold for $47. That's sold to Jake Gold for $47. As everybody hit the like button on Facebook, YouTube. Susie, you were first on Bruce Springsteen. I've already got it for you. No, I didn't. I might have pulled the wrong record. What did I do? Naked Eyes. Okay, Susie got Bruce Springsteen. My bad on that one. And then Scott Dwallow got Eddie Money. So Naked Eyes was from the last stack. That one went to Pam Murray. And then Eddie Money was sold to Scott Dwallow. Susie got Bruce Springsteen. Susie second on Eddie Money. James Goggin third on Eddie Money. Johnny Hancock got Judds for 19. Dark Star out, Victor Guerra. And then that means this is sold. And Dark Star is officially sold. We're ready for new great auctions at the peak of a Laura crate. Nice. Tyler Huber gets Dark Star for $75. I'm excited. Hope you all are excited. And then we're going to get started with a new box of singles. Could be a little bit different stuff. We got Slaughter. It's between two people. And right now, Josh Jones, 143. Travis Woods out. Final call on that, okay? And then Fred Cardinal wants Wayne Chung and Eddie Money. Wayne Chung is the only one left. That's sold to Fred Cardinal. Anybody else? Did I miss anything in here? Hope not. It's time for a new crate. Baby, hold on to me. The futures is ours to see. Okay, if you're waiting for a requested auction, be sure to remind me. But I think this is pretty desirable because it's never been on vinyl in the United States. No, this is Steelheart, Tangled in Rains. Very popular, one of those 80s, 90s bands that is impossible to get on vinyl. Why? Because it only had 3 pressings, South Korea, Brazil, and Germany. So in the United States, they were pretty much only promoting this probably on CD and cassette. By that time, the United States, vinyl had been phased out. Everybody was buying CDs and cassettes. Other parts of the country still being pressed on vinyl. Other parts of the world, I should say. Sealed Steelheart, $50 start. Rat has already sold. Slaughter is sold, and Slaughter is sold to Josh Jones for $143. So there's Steelheart, $50 start on that. Here comes a handful of singles right quick because we're almost done with this recap. And the recap is Robert Tepper, and this is a promo from Rocky IV, No Easy Way Out. And then Bad to the Bone, George Thorogood, You Make My Dreams Come True, Hall & Oates, Simply Red, Holding Back All the Years, and Steel Breeze, You Don't Want Me Anymore. Those are all $6.99. Steelheart 50, Steelheart 50. Okay, now we need another auction. Tyrant, luckily it's right here on the front. Tyrant is Fist Held High, an 84 USOG EX condition, a $35 start. Nice copy. Tyrant, $35 start. All these singles are $6.99. First Steelheart 50. First Steelheart 50. Susie Breedlove on Robert. That was Robert Tepper. Sold. Steelheart another 50. Steelheart 55. Mike Pierce on George Thorogood. Steelheart 65. Steelheart 60, Steelheart 75, Sarah Louise on Hall & Oates, You Make My Dreams Come True, Chad Sauls on Riv, and then we have Steelheart 75, Sheldon Bergenhire on AD. Okay, I think all those are gone. The only ones I still have left in my hand is Simply Red and Steel Breeze. That's the only 2 I have left in my hand. So if you heard anybody before you, then those are already gone. This is a sealed unofficial. Steelheart is a sealed 2022 silver vinyl unofficial. It's at $100 and Tyrant's a $35 start. And the last handful of recap is Al Jarreau Moonlighting Theme, Michael Murphy What's Forever For, Ronnie Millsap and No Time at All, and Bell and James Living It Up Friday Night. All right, let's grab this crate that Laura's marked. I bet there's some good stuff in here. Oh! I'm trying to get my knees to pop every time I squat down. Hadn't happened yet. That is not Tyrant. Oh, this isn't Tyrant. Okay, my bad. Let me look at this again. Sorry. This is Thrust. Oh, my bad. Thrust. Thrust is called Fist Fell High. Thrust is an 84 USOG Speed Metal Heavy Metal EX $35 start. Sorry, this is not Tyrant. This is Thrust. If you kind of glance at it, it looks like Tyrant, right? Especially as fast as I'm going tonight. Tyrant, that's not Tyrant. It's Thrust. My bad. Thrust, Fist Held High. Sorry about that one, okay? First thing is Denise. Denise wants Steel Breeze from the last stack. Steel Breeze is sold to Denise for $6.99. And then over here, Sarah Louise on Moonlighting for $6.99. Stephen Reeves is out on Steelheart and then Thrust, okay? All right, so correction. Steelheart is a sealed unofficial. Calvin has it for $110. Thrust is a $35 start. Fist Fell High. We're about to go through a new lure crate, which is priced as marked over here, okay? All right, so here's where we're at. Here's where we're at. One second. Okay, so here is every 45. That's all that's left from that whole box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. A $15 start. That way we can say we've sold that entire box, okay? Jared Lambert, I'm assuming you bid Tyrant 35, but that's actually supposed to be Thrust. So I'm going to make sure you don't want to bid again. Steelheart is sold to Calvin. I didn't even get this crate started, and Steelheart's already sold to Calvin for $110. It escalated quickly, and we're done. Next auction is Obsession. Scared for Life. Obsession is an 86 USOG. It comes with 2 inserts. It's near mint. It's a $35 start. Okay? Y'all know all those 45s are beautiful. Thrust does not have a bid. It's a $35 start, going once and going twice. Okay? First thing is this. 7 of 7 dust. $124.99. A 9 LP box set of 7 dust. $124. Sounds like a great price. $124.99. Thrust now has a bid. That's the first bid, $35. Obsession has a bid for $35, and the singles have bids for $20 and $20. I'm going to take this other stack of individually sold over here. So we got 2 stacks of individually sold, and now that lot. Okay? Moving right along. First thing is this. We have, these are all sticker price, by the way. The Louvin Brothers, Tragic Songs of Life, a 2011 reissue with poster, $39.99. Metallica, Kill 'Em All, sealed, red vinyl, Walmart exclusive, $39.99. Okay? Obsessions at $40. Thrust, 1 bid, $35. Now we're on a final call. Okay? Now that's a final call. Let's grab something from the bonus crate. It's been a while. This is always popular, these compilations. This one looks cool. The Carrie, or Carrie, I've never known how to properly say this. It always, to me, it looks like Carrie or Carrie. This is Heavy Metal Thunder with Saxon, Demon, Rage, Dokken, and Rose Tattoo. It's an 82 compilation EX. The cover does have a little bit of creasing going on right over here, but it's nice. And when we tagged this, there was none for sale in the United States. That's a $20 start. All the 45s are a final call to Nick Bargeron. Nick has all these for $25. This was the last 15 45s. Nick Bargeron has them for $25. And then Thrust is sold to Jason Jones, $35, okay? Jason, you get that for $35. There's that. It's pronounced Carrere. Carrere, okay? Carrere. Thank you. No one's ever really said, Chad, it's pronounced this way. I've always said Carrere or Carrere. Thank you. That's a weird one. C-A-R-R-E-R-E. Carrere. That will be easy to say from this point on, okay? Thank y'all for the help. And 7 Dust is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. 7 Dust is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. Obsessions at $48. And then the Heavy Metal comp is a $20 start. We still got the Louvin Brothers and we still got Metallica. The 7 Dust box set is over. Okay, first thing we have is Baroness. The yellow album. Q Mark Stanley, $29.99. Baroness, $29.99. And Rush, Farewell to Kings, a 2019, $27.99. So details on Obsession, Scared for Life, or Scarred. Scarred for Life is an 86 USOG. It comes with 2 merch inserts, or actually a music catalog, a record catalog, and merch insert. It is near mint in shrink wrap. It's an 86 OG near mint shrink wrap with inserts. $50 bid. Heavy Metal 25. Mark Stanley gets Baroness. And then all these singles are sold to Nick Bargeron for $25. Nice. Y'all have obliterated an entire 45 collection. Congratulations. That entire box is sold. I have a sticky note over here. Post pre-order for King Diamond and Van Halen lights. That's coming in the near future. Do I have any Monster left over here? Here we go. A little bit. That's almost worthy of an air horn. Yeah, that was a great collection. Okay. Now, Motley Crue. We put one of these up late last night. I was selling stuff out of the metal bonus crate as late as 1 a.m. last night. Midnight, 1 a.m. It was late. We was putting up stuff like this, and here's another one tonight. Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. An 82 specialty reissue, VG++ EX. Motley Crue is a $35 start. $35 start, okay? Everything in this crate is sticker price, including Saint in the Battle. White vinyl, $14.99, and Motorhead, 1916. Motorhead is sealed, $29.99. Now, my next question is, What next box of 45 should I do? I'm pretty sure I seen one over here the other day that had an Iron Maiden record in the front of it. And if I can find that, then that's probably the box we want to go through. And probably somebody just said, whoa, did he just say Iron Maiden? I did, right here. Iron Maiden, Aces High. Oh my gosh. Iron Maiden, Aces High. Beautiful disc. King of the Twilight, that's beautiful. Iron Maiden, $15 start. Let the bidding begin, okay? First thing over here is the compilation is sold to Fred Cardinale for $25. $25, that's sold to Fred Cardinale. Let's update these other two auctions. Going through a solid crate here of new records as well. Obsession was at 55. Motley Crue 35. Richard Davis gets Saint out of the crate. Saint out of the crate, sold to Richard Davis. And yes, Laura posted a pre-order for Cramps. Cramps, Bad Music for Bad People is finally coming back into print. It's a Record Store Day essential on colored vinyl. Laura has that up for pre-order for Collectco in our private group for Collectco, Whole Lot of Records. If you need a link, that's a big announcement seeing that come back into print. We need like 50, 100 comments on that post because those are rare and even reissues are pricey. We'll share that link. Go pre-order the Cramps. Obsessions at $60. Motley Crue's at $27. Iron Maiden's at $20. Obsessions is at $65. Motley Crue $35. Another $35. Hoopy already bid $35. So Sheldon, you tied them. And then over here we have HMM for $30. Motorhead. Fred, this is so to you. Motorhead. Yep, these are all sticker price, of course. Iron Maiden $20. Iron Maiden $15. Iron Maiden $22. Richard Bradshaw, you were second on Motorhead. Iron Maiden $25. Crew $37. Crew $40. Crew $38. Obsession $57. Okay. Obsession's at $57. Motley Crue is tied at $40. 3 people have it for $40. And the Iron Maiden single is at $25 with Sarah Weiberdink. Okay? That's where we're at right now. Let's keep rolling. First thing in here is this. This is a 2013 reissue, $24.99. Obsession is at 65 with somebody. Obsession's at 65 with somebody. David Baber, maybe. Who bid 65? Maybe he's at 65 right now. What is the details on Iron Maiden? I have no details to give you right now. This is Carcass. Thank you, $24.99. Where is it? Okay, there it is, Carcass. That's a tough one to figure out. Carcass is sold to Charlie Buck. Give me 1 second. I have no details on Iron Maiden. We have Beyond, Fatal Power of Death. That is $14.99 for Beyond, Fatal Power of Death. And Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death, a 2017, $39.99. This appears to be a 2014. 1 second. This appears to be a 2014. This is a 2014 limited edition reissue. Okay? Some of these have sold for as much as $53. The last bid on Iron Maiden that came in was Sarah Weiberdink at $25. That is now going once, going twice. It's Aces High, the 2014 series. Obsession is evidently at $65. I still don't know exactly who to. And now Motley Crue's at $50. This crate here is buy it now or best offer. I'm going to bring the box I got the Iron Maiden out of a little bit closer to me, so maybe we can do some buy it nows. It could be 60s, it could be 50s, it could be anything. We're about to find out, though. Cool stuff in here. Yeah, for sure. There's even, yeah, okay. All right, we'll hit some of those in just a second. Okay. Skeletal Remains is a 2024 USOG Death Metal, $29.99. Jared Lampert, I think, wants Iron Maiden out of the crate. He did. Jared Lampert. Jared, have you bought from us before? I don't think I've said your name too many times. And then, was there somebody else second? No, Jared just commented again. So that is so to him. Okay? Now, this Iron Maiden singles at $27. Let me ask this again for the second time. Who has Obsession at $65? Because at this point, I'm not for sure. Chase Arnold has it, okay? Thank you, Jack. Chase Arnold has Obsession for $65. Welcome back, Jared Lambert, okay? Obsession is at $65. I want to make sure we're clear because it just went dead there for a second. And I might have got glitched and I lost like a whole chat of comments. So I'm going to say this for the final time. Make sure everybody knows that they're outbid. Chase Arnold has this 1986 USOG Obsession, Scared for Life, at $65. Gold stamp promo too. It's the shrink is cut and it's a gold stamp promo. MT Matt's out. This is a 2014 Iron Maiden Aces High. Sarah Wyberdink has it for $30. And then Motley Crue, which is, I explained this one last night. This is 1982, the year this album came out. It is the first pressing from Elektra. These are all reissues, all of them. There's about 4 different pressings before this. The true first OG pressing, if we had it VG++ EX, we wouldn't be at $55. We would be at like $1,550. So for those that don't know, the OG leather records are very, very rare, $1,000 plus records, okay? So if you want an OG from 82, it's going to be a reissue. I know that sounds confusing, but that's the first label this was pressed on. A lot of people don't realize that unless you're deep into record collecting knowledge. So the real OGs of these are rare. Then there was another pressing on leather. We had one of those earlier this year. We had like a second press. We got like $700 or $900 for that. And then I think there was even a third press on like a black label. And then it went to Elektra. And all that happened in 1982. All that happened in 1982. The record kind of took off. And it was on Elektra. They started marketing it. And like I said last night, the rest was history. So those are very rare and expensive, okay? And that was Johnny Hancock. And I think they bought one maybe earlier this year. Somebody got it. It's pretty tough. So most people settle for the 82 copy unless you're ready to pour hundreds, if not 1,000 plus into a real OG. So that's the story on that one. Okay, and then Iron Maiden, the 2014, it is in fact near mint minus. Okay. So that is at $30 with Sarah Wyberdink. It's up to Danny Thomason. Motley Crue's at $56. And then Obsession is sold to Chase Arnold for $65. All right, now let's try to find the Tyrant record. I accidentally put up Thrust. We still got this is in the advertised stuff, not counting the bonus. Def Leppard, Power Trip, Twisted Sister, Great White, Skid Row, Warlord, Onslaught, Babylon AD, Sacrifice, Running Wild, Tyrant. Here it is, Tyrant. Legions of the Dead. Tyrant is an 85 USOG, nice copy, EX with hop sticker. Tyrant is a $25 start. $25 start. I sold the second press earlier, $1,100. Okay, even more than I thought. So yeah, we sold a second press for $1,100. I have never had a first press leather records, and y'all know the volume of vinyl we go through here. Hundreds of thousands of LPs every year. Year after year, and I've still never tracked down a real leather records OG. That shows you the rarity. It's up there with insanely rare records. It's very tough to get. And even if you find one, you'll glance at it and you're like, oh man, and it'll end up being one of those second pressings. And that's where it's like, oh, I was so close. But yeah, tough one to get there. Okay, here we go. Still getting bids. Now we got 3 great ones, and let's get back to this crate. First thing we have is this. We have Holy Soldier Last Train. Holy Soldier is sealed $29.99. Heavy metal 2017 reissue, originally from 1992, it looks like. Okay, and then over here we have Deliverance, the Subversive Kind, sealed for $19.99. Richard Davis on Holy Soldier. Thank you on that. And then Baroness. This looks different. What is this? It's a 12-inch single, Q Mark Stanley, a picture disc, $12.99. All right, so Motley Crue is an 82 Elektra Records, 1982 Elektra Records. The last bid on Motley Crue was Charles McDonald at 56, Chuck Yeager bid 58, Tyrant 25, Iron Maiden got a new bid for 31, Danny Thomason's back in at 31, Tyrant another $25 bid, Tyrant a $30 bid, Tyrant a $40 bid, Iron Maiden 31, Charles McDonald's out on Motley Crue, Tyrant another bid for 31, but there was already a $40 bid. Sarah's out on Iron Maiden, Tyrant 41 again, Tyrant 41 again, Stuck 73, you were second on Holy Soldier, and Mark Stanley on Baroness. All right, so we may be done on Motley Crue. It's an 82 pressing. This is not leather. No, we were just explaining how impossible it is to get a leather records. I mean, if we do get one, it will be into the thousands of dollars. At that point, whenever we do track one down, I might not want to sell it, but if I do, it's going to be pricey. Chuck Yeager has this for $58, and it's a nice copy. So some people settle for the second. You got to cross your fingers and open up your wallet for the first one. All right, now Tyrant's tied at 41 with Jared Lambert, and Danny has Iron Maiden, Aces High, $31, going once, going twice. Next in this crate, that's Pearl Jam Versus, their second album, my favorite, 2011, $22.99. I seem to recognize your face. We have My Morning Jacket. My Morning Jacket is $19.99. Waterfalls 2, yep, $19.99 for My Morning Jacket, and you will know us by the Trail of the Dead. That title always messed me up. $17.99 on that one. And we have, I don't know, it is an indie rock album, Rodrigo Amarante Cavallao, and that is sealed $14.99. Okay, one more, and then we're about to end some auctions. Joe Gibbs Productions, Dub Roots Reggae album, $27.99. I told y'all we'd have every genre tonight. Motley Crue is sold. Motley Crue is sold to Chuck Yeager for $58. That is sold for $58, okay? There's that. And then Iron Maiden is sold for $31 to Danny Thomason. And then Tyrant is still tied and no one has set out. Jared Lambert has it for $41. Everybody else is out. Legions of the Dead. Going to once and going to twice. Next auction is Def Leppard, On Through the Night. Def Leppard is a 1980 US OG pressing, a keel press, $35 star, Def Leppard. Wasted, $35 star for Def Leppard. That's now up for bid. First, next record from the high-end tab. Oh my goodness. It's Blue Murder. Folks, be careful out there when you tell people you have a Blue Murder in your collection. This is a dangerous record to own. Oh, wow. Blue Murder, an 89 USOG near mint, $55 star. Pearl Jam, $22.99. Tyrant, $45. My Morning Jacket is sold to Fred Carnell. Tyrant, $43. There was already bid for $45. Next auction, Motorhead, Iron Fist. Motorhead, Iron Fist. There is some fraying on top of the sleeve. It's on red vinyl. Motorhead, Iron Fist, super clean, red vinyl. The flip is Remember Me, I'm Gone. That is I don't have a lot of details, but this is definitely, it's got to be pretty close to 1982. Motorhead is now up for bid, $10 start. $10 start on that one, okay? There we have it, Motorhead, red vinyl. That's a nice sleeve, but I'm going to put it in a brand new one after we sell it, okay? All righty. Chapstick. Up front, quick emergency brake, Chapstick. One sweet dream came true. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say, it's all right. Shortest straw down the row. Jamie's crying. Band on the run. Time stands still when the levee breaks. Have no place to stay. All right, that was your intermission music. That was Chad's Shuffle. We have Stone Roses, Turns into Stone. This is, the Stone Roses are great. A note from Laura. Limited edition, $4,000, $39.99 on that one. So let's update these auctions. Tyrant was at 45 and now 46, and Blue Murder 55. And then over here, Motorhead 10. And then Def Leppard, 45 with amenities. Blue Murder, 65. Tyrant has a new bid for 50. Motorhead, 12. Motorhead, 15. Motorhead, 15. Blue Murder for 60. Blue Murder for 60. And we have Motorhead now at 20 and Blue Murder 75. Next is the Gray Boy All-Stars, Como D All-Stars. And that is a Jazz Funk, $19.99. Can you put up Babylon AD? I can after one of these sell. We got to get down to one less auction. Everything's still getting bids right now. First thing we have over here is Gray Boy All-Star, sold to Ivan R. Fred Carnell got Stone Roses. And what about Tyrant? That's the oldest auction. Tyrant is the oldest auction on the board. Alan Hagen has it for $50. Alan Hagen has it for $50, okay? Next in the middle is Def Leppard at $50 with Sarah Weiberdink. Amenities, you've been outbid. Blue Murders at 75. OG, not in print. Not in print, not in print. And Motorhead's not in print. At least that single on red vinyl, that's a real deal 83. Now it's at 25. Blue Murder's at 100, taking some big jumps. Next in the crate, oh my gosh, that has a lot of nudity on it. Lee Hazelwood, the LHI years. Singles, nudes, and backsides, a 2012 Record Store Day exclusive, $24.99. Lord, did we run out of sticky notes? Oh my gosh, $24.99 on Lee Hazelwood. And then we have the C and the Cake, Everybody. A 2007 USOG alternate rock post rock, $14.99. Motorhead, $25. Def Leppard, $65. Blue Murder, $100. What about Tyrant? I'm going to say it for the third and final time. Alan Hagen has Tyrant at 50. If you're not at 50, or if you want to be in higher than 50, you got to outbid Alan Hagen. He has it for 50, final call. And Whitney, you've got a woman. Whitney is an indie funk record, $9.99 on Whitney. Donna is requesting a random assortment of 45s. These are all $6.99. The Power Station, Get It On. Henry Mancini, Moon River from Breakfast at Tiffany's. Wow, that's pretty cool. Billy Squire, The Stroke. That looks like Patsy Cline. Dwight Yoakam, Guitars, Cadillacs, and Green Grass, Gary Lewis and the Playboys. Those are all $6.99. Thank you for the reminder, or I would have forgot. We got Gary Lewis, we got Dwight Yoakam. Let me figure out exactly what this is. I bet it's it's Patsy Cline, but obviously it's a reissue. I was about to say, I knew it was nothing OG. Billy Squire, The Stroke, Henry Mancini, and The Power Station. Those are all $6.99. Up at the top, Blue Murder got a bid for 120, Def Leppard 65, Motorhead 27, Samuel Kopich on LH. And that was for the Lee Hazelwood Nudie Nudie record. That's so does what happened? Samuel Kopich got Lee Hazelwood. Jared's out on Tyrant. James Rainey wants Moon River for $6.99. Melanie Jennings was second. Motorhead 26, Motorhead 30. Javi Soto and Billy Squire. Everybody, have you heard The Stroke? That's so to Javi Soto. Nick Bargeron on Dwight Yoakam. So to Nick Bargeron. And Fred Carnell next on Lee Hazelwood. Chuck Egger was actually second. Fred Carnell third. Nobody on Power Station. Nobody on Gary Lewis. And nobody on Patsy Cline. That means Tyrant is sold. Hold on a second. What just happened? Tyrant is sold. And Tyrant is sold for $50 to somebody. Alan Hagen. Now, as soon as I said that, Mike Cauldron also bid $50. Now, that was like literally on the buzzer, Mike. I may have given that another chance, but you actually didn't move the auction. I got to go ahead and sell this to Alan Hagen. He had it for a long time at 50. You was borderline either being in or out on time. I mean, that was truly on the buzzer. But he already had this at $50, and he had it for 4 minutes. So you actually didn't move the auction. That sold to him for $50. Mike Cauldron was second. Motorhead's at 33. Blue Murder is at 125. And Def Leppard is up to one person. She's out. This is sold to amenities for $65. Motorhead's on red vinyl, $33. Blue Murder's at $133. And the flip of Power Station was Get It On and we had go to 0. Now, Mike, if you had bid 51, I might have had to flip a coin and figure out if I was going to keep that auction going. I probably would have literally flipped a coin because I was saying saw, and your bid popped up. Next auction. Richard Davis, you were next on Billy Squire. I've got a Babylon Babylon BC. I got a Babylon AD. Babylon AD, whoa, a lot of notes on this. Whoa, we got a book on the back from Laura. So let's read this. This is a 1989 USOG specialty press. The cover writing kind of looks like an autograph, but based on the band's Discogs page, there's never been a member named Pat Masson. Original on her sleeve. Upon further research, I believe Pat Masson was the manager for Babylon AD. Oh, wow, I do see what she's talking about. There's an inscription on the front. There's an inscription on the front. It's kind of hard to read because it's in pen. It says, Dean something. No, Dear Ron, may the something something in the sky be something, both something and something something. Okay? $35 start. So let me read that again. Blankety blank blank, blank blank, blank blank, blankety blank blank. Signed by the manager for Babylon AD, $35 start. Possibly given out to somebody from Babylon's AD manager. I will say that cover writing doesn't really affect it too much. I mean, it's a signature, but you could almost barely even see it. I mean, it's like, I didn't even know what she was talking about till I kind of turned it in the light. It's pretty hard to see. So that is EX, $35, and evidently signed by the manager. Not probably worth having authenticated, and I doubt anybody would forge that. So there we go. All right, back to the crate here. So we left off with Motorhead out, Motorhead out. That means Jason Wilsky has it for 33. Blue Murder is at 140. Amenities is out. And then Babylon 35, Babylon 40, Babylon 45, or thousands of prizes, the covers EP. It's an indie compilation featuring the Mountain Goats and more. $9.99 on that. And then over here, I have the following. Idle Tryouts 2, Ghostly International Volume 2, a 3LP electronic compilation, $19.99. Okay, and then we need another auction. We need another handful of 45s too. These are all $6.99. I want a new drug, Huey Lewis. I don't know who this is. Timeout, a lot of nudity on it. One More Night, Phil Collins, and another Huey Lewis, if this is it. So Huey, Phil, Huey, and then here's two more. The Carpenters Hurting Each Other, and Olivia Newton-John, Something Better to Do. Wow. All $6.99. Olivia Newton-John, Carpenters, Huey Lewis, Phil Collins, and Huey Lewis. Uh-oh, I got to sing it. One more night. One more night. Motorhead is sold. Motorhead is officially sold. And Motorhead is officially sold to Jason Wilsky for $33. Let's make sure that goes in a new sleeve. That's kind of a weird size because it's UK. I hope that fits in our standard sleeves. It should do well. And then this is sold to Travis Woods for $140. That is sold for $140. Okay, thank you, Travis. Now, let's go right over here to Babylon and see what happened. So Babylon opened at 35, 35, 40, 45, 35, 50, 50, 47. Melanie Jennings, you're first on Huey Lewis. Melanie, do you want a new drug, or do you want, if this is it, or do you want both of them? Babylon 55. And then Fred Carnell, do you want the indie comp or the electronic comp? Ed Riviera got Phil Collins. And then Babylon 60, Chad Collins. Fred next on Huey Lewis. Mark Price next on the comp. Ed Riviera next on Huey. Those are pending. And then somebody else is in front of you. Melanie does take both Huey Lewis, okay? Still got the Carpenters. Somebody tag Stacy Metternich. She loves Carpenters 45s, and she's missing out on this one. Babylon is the high bid right now. Babylon is at 60, okay? 60 on that one. Now, Fred, do you want the indie comp or the electronic comp? You can actually have both. What is this thing here that I set aside? Man, I don't know. Have No Fury, Harlem, but it's got more nudie on the back. Who is this? Man, it's one of these records where they don't want you to find out. They don't want you to find out. $7 start. I don't know. First thing we have is The Devil Speaks in Tongues, Mortem, a 2020 reissue death metal, $19.99, and then Halloween Skyfall, a die-cut shaped picture disc, limited to 1,000, never seen it before. Halloween, $49.99. Last bit on Babylon is a final call. Stuck 73 has it for $60. Whatever that is, $7 start. I will try to read the songs. Maybe y'all can find it on Discogs. Side A, 45 RPM, Have No Fury, Shift, Hindalarm Sounds, Headlam 01. Okay, on the flip, it says Jag Ver Akurvanten, Hot Alarm Sounds. That's got to be the name of the group then. Heideelarm Sounds. Okay. We have Babylon 65, Babylon 63, Babylon 61. Let's put up some more metal. Holy crap, it's time for a bonus crate auction. Holy crap, it's time for what? Steelheart, a 1990 USOG, unadvertised, VG++ condition with hop sticker. Steelheart, a $75 start. Let the bidding begin. Anybody else on anything in this crate? The German sounding band is a $7 start. Babylon AD is in fact really nice, and it's signed and inscribed on the front from their manager. It's kind of hard to see. It's in a faded red ballpoint pen, but the actual record is EX with the original inner sleeve. EX with the original inner sleeve, and it's signed by Pat Monroe, their manager. Steelheart is a $75 start. The single has a bid for $7, okay? Here comes some more Buy It Now singles right quick. These are all $6.99. Olivia Newton-John, Totally Hot. Senator Everett McKinley, Wild Thing. Pointer Sisters, He's So Shy. Hot Time, Summer in the City, The Lovin' Spoonful. Chubby Checker, The Class. Beach Boys, It's Getting Late, and Xanadu, Olivia Newton-John. Let me actually make sure this is Xanadu. This is Olivia Newton-John, You Made Me Love You, and the flip is Suddenly, okay? 100,000 prize album for $8. Everything in this crate, Victor, is sticker price, and Fred Cardinale already bought both of those, okay? So these are all sticker price, and Fred Cardinale already bought those, just FYI. Steelheart's already at 100, and let's read through these one more time. First thing I have is the Lumen Brothers, Tragic Songs of Life, 2011, $39.99. Metallica, Kill 'Em All, Jump in the Fire, Engine Red, $39.99. The single has a bid for $7. The single has a bid for $8. Babylon AD is at $70. I feel like I've said that twice, and now there's 30. Now it's 3 times. Final call. Steelheart's at 100. Mike Cauldron, you're out. And then our next auction from the advertised batch, and this one's coming from the high-end tab, Fighter. Oh, wow. Fighter, No Pain, No Gain. A 1986 USOG, only time on vinyl other than the test pressing, sealed. I double-checked with John, and he said mid-80s shrink, confirmed OG sealed. There is only currently one sealed copy for sale over in Poland, and it's $446 plus shipping. So the current sealed copy on Discogs after shipping and tax will cost you over $500. The last time a sealed copy sold was $429. Mid-grade copies sell for $225. So you're talking sealed OG Fighter, rare, $325 start. $325 start. The German sounding single is spelled, what do we have here? Wow, what a bizarre thing. A David Allen Coe jukebox strip just fell out of this. How bizarre. A David Allen Coe jukebox strip just fell out of it. It's called Hot Alarm Sounds, HEIDENLARM, and the A has that little squiggly mark over the top. So HEIDENLARM Sounds, SAUNDS, and the A side is called Have No Fury. And the high bid is at $10 right now, okay? And I'm going to put the David Allen Coe jukebox strip back in here. What a bizarre thing that randomly got put in there. What's the odds? 1 in 100 trillion. So, Metallica, yes, this is on colored vinyl, MT Matt. I'm going to go ahead and tag you for it. Let me know if you don't want it. Fred bid 9. Babylon has a new bid for 80. Babylon had a bid for 72. Denise bid 10 on the single. Babylon 85. And now Babylon out. What about Steelheart? It went from 75 to 100. Chuck Yeager, I was going to make sure Mike Cauldron said out. Mike Cauldron never said out. Steelheart's a final call. And Fighter is a $325 start. Rare sealed record. Very much in range with what they've sold for and beats all the market prices. Rush, A Farewell to King. Speaking of Xanadu, what a great album. $27.99. Farewell to King, Xanadu. Closer to the Heart, Cinderella Man. That's some good stuff there. Rush, $27.99. 180 gram remaster. And we have Beyond, Fatal Power of Death. This is $14.99. One of the few medals left in here, Beyond. $14.99 on that. And then Skeletal Remains, Fragments of the Ageless. That's on green vinyl, a 2024 OG, and that is $29.99. The German single is Shift, Have No Fury. So Heidelin Sounds was probably the label then. Man, some of these bands, they don't want you to know who they are. They do that intentionally. They're like, we're not going to let people know who we are. They've got to figure it out. Steelheart is sold for $100. Steelheart, $100. Chuck Yeager, that is sold for $100. Now, Chuck, sorry that took so long, but you bumped it, and I was waiting to hear back. We found out. Now it's yours. $100, bonus crate record sold. Final call on Fighter. What about Babylon over here? Every time I look up, Stuck 73 still has it for $85. So I'm going to say, again, a final call to him. Every once in a while, it gets a couple bumps. This is at $12 with Fred Cardinale, and he outbid Denise, and Denise is out, so to Fred Cardinale for $12. Okay, over here we have some more singles right quick for $6.99. Louis Prima, The Call of the Wildest, an ODP. Rick Springfield Profile. Cutting Crew, we had one of those earlier. I've Been Loved Before. We have Christopher Cross Arthur and Brian Adams Somebody. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Over here, we have I keep on wanting to call it Devil Driver. Deliverance, The Subversive Kind. Deliverance is sealed. That's a speed metal LP, $19.99. And Pearl Jam, great price, $22.99. Go Animal, Daughter. Don't Call Me Daughter. $22.99 for Pearl Jam Verses. All these singles I just laid down are $6.99. Brian Adams, Christopher Cross, Cutting Crew. We sold one of those earlier. Rick Springfield, an older one here with Keely Smith. Louis Prima, Call of the Wildest. Those are all $6.99, just FYI, okay? Cutting Crew is sold to Fred Cardinale for $6.99. Danzig 35 got Pearl Jam. And I'm going to lay the other ones right over here. Let's put up another auction. But first, Fighter is $325, okay? $325 on Fighter. Next auction is going to go up right now. Skid Row, oh boy. Skid Row is an 89 Euro OG EX condition, just a $35 start, original under sleeve. Does have a little bit of a seam crackle up here, but nice. OG Skid Row, 18, and what's that one called? 18 in Life. Skid Row, $35 start. Alan Third on Pearl Jam, Ed Riviera on Deliverance. And then over here is this. We have Babylon AD sold. Babylon AD. Babylon AD. And Babylon AD is sold to Stuck 73 for $85. Signed on the front by their... apparently their manager. Louis Prima sold to Fred Cardinale for $6.99. Sheldon in early on Skid Row at $35. How about we go ahead and put up Warlord? And Warlord is called Deliver Us. Warlord is an 83 USOG. This has been out of print ever since. Warlord, heavy metal, prog metal, VG Plus condition. Warlord is a $35 star. There we go. There we go. $35 star on Skid Row. And we have a bid. There's Warlord. And now from the bonus crate, Black Sabbath. Oh, wow. OG2, VG++ or better. VG Plus jacket, original under sleeve, Sabotage. 35, Hole in the Sky, Symptom of the Universe. Nice. Black Sabbath, $35 start. 35. I think Warlord was reissued, but I don't think in the United States. I think it's a UK. So for the U.S., that's the only time it's ever been pressed. Because I'm pretty sure I just ordered Warlord a couple days ago, but I don't think it's a U.S. edition. That's a U.S. It's never been reissued in the U.S. I'm pretty sure I just ordered to it. They were supposed to be here today, new copies. We have, And You Will Know Us by the Trail of the Dead, $17.99. This one here is Cavallo Rodrigo Almirante. That is sealed for $14.99. And Joe Gibbs Productions, $27.99 for Joe Gibbs. The C and the Cake, everybody. $14.99. Whitney, You've Got a Woman, $9.99 for Whitney, or Thousands of Prizes. Whoops, that was supposed to be, I never did pull these from Fred. These were both sold to Fred Carnell, these compilations. I never did pull those. Those are both sold to Fred Carnell. And then this is Mortem, The Devil Speaks in Tongues. Mortem is $19.99. And then Halloween, Skyfall, limited edition 1,000 die-cut picture disc, $49.99. 99 cents. Jeff Brinley, why are you going to bed, Jeff Brinley? He says, try again tomorrow. Why is Jeff Brinley going to bed? What's happened? I must have missed something. He's trying to drop a subtle hint. I must have missed something. What happened? And then Skid Row over here is the following. Over here we have Skid Row, one bid $35, Warlord $35, Warlord $35, Warlord $35, Warlord $40, Warlord $40, Warlord $41, and then Warlord $45. Okay? People do what? Oh, you're saying he might just have to go to bed because he's sleepy? I doubt that. People don't miss Thursday night metal nights because they're sleepy. They go ahead and put on another pot of coffee. They chug a Monster. They crush the can over their head, and they're like, Chad, give me what I want. I want some metal. All right, here comes some more singles for $6.99. How much are these, Chad? $6.99. You've got to be joking me. I am not joking you. These are all $6.99. We have Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, sung by Betty Davis and Debbie Burton. That looks weird. Louis Prima again, The Wildest. That's going to be an auction. And then Frank Sinatra, I Believe I'm Going to Love You. Frank Sinatra, $6.99. $6.99, okay? There's that. There's that. And we're ready for something else. I think sometimes people request stuff and I never ignore them. It's just that I keep on putting up something else and then something else. And then I put up another bonus auction. Then I forget about the request. And next thing, it's like 4 hours later and they've been asking for an auction to go up since like 6 o'clock. And I'm like, dang it. I didn't even it's just went over my head. We've been going through so much. Okay, let me try to find another crate for best offer. Let me see what this stuff is. I need to really restack some stuff because a lot of this is kind of not in any particular order over here. Okay, here's something I'll do that I never do. Okay, there's a great crate. I see Bolt Thrower. All right, here's something that I'll do that I never do. I have the leftovers from last week's Hatchet Ed crate, okay? Last week's Hatchet Ed crate. Half of it's pre-owned and vintage, half of it's sealed, and I'll take offers on anything, including sealed records, okay? Including sealed records. So, last week's Hatchet Ed crate, buy it now, best offer. Nonsense crate. A little bit early for that. A little bit early for that. I did have a Weird Al auction, and I don't know what I did with it. Here it is. Okay. Got to put Weird Al for auction. And Laura's got another crate on the way, very similar to what just happened. Okay, so let me figure out where I left off. Let me catch my breath. Let me drink some more something. And Warlord 41, Warlord 41, Warlord 45, Black Sabbath 40, What is Warlord, Skid Row 50, Warlord 46, okay? And these singles were $6.99. That was Frank Sinatra, Louis Prima, and Betty Davis and Debbie Burton, Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. That's pretty bizarre looking. I've never seen that before. Okay, so let's start over here with the oldest. Skid Row. Craig's leaving, so y'all are on your own for track listings, okay? Craig is going to bed. From now on, you're on your own for track listings. Skid Row is at 50 with John Bergenstorm. So after some bidding updates, this is $50 with John Bergenstorm. $50 with John Bergenstorm. It's a German press, an 89 euro original. 89 euro original. Sheldon Bergenheim's out. What is Warlord? This is Warlord Deliver Us. Warlord Deliver Us. This is an 83 USOG. It's been out of print in the United States ever since. VG Plus condition. Warlord Mike Cauldron at $48. Okay, $48. And then Black Sabbath is OG VG Plus Plus or better. And Amenities has that for $40. There we have it. It's OG VG Plus Plus or better. Fred Carnell bought a couple out of here. He gets Baby Jane. He gets Louis Prima. Sinatra still available. And that's all the leftovers so far from the new box. Our next auction before I get started is Weird Al, Just Eat It. Just Eat It. Weird Al's in VG Plus condition, $7 start. That boy could dance. These are all buy it now best offer. Now, some of these were already discounted, okay? If there's a sticky note on the front, that was already the discounted price. This is a Hatchet Ed, but if it wasn't, I'll take an offer on it. Like this, Protector, Leviathan's Desire. Protector's a 2021, $24.99. Near mint, Protector. These are buy now best offer. Mushroom Head, Call the Devil, red vinyl, sealed, $34.99 for Mushroom Head. Skid Row is officially sold to John Bergenstorm for $50. Black Sabbath has a new bid with Dan James Kicka for $50. Amenities, you've been outbid. And then Warlord, I hope we were done. Mike Cauldron, $48. I have not heard back from John Bergenstorm. Weird Al 7, Weird Al 7, Weird Al 9, Weird Al 10. Okay? Next is this. Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man, play a song for me. Original label, black 360 stereo, VG condition, $14.99. Weird Al 10, Weird Al 15, Black Sabbath 55. Next is Onslaught. Onslaught, In Search of Sanity. Whoa. Onslaught is a 89 promo copy, near mint with the original inner sleeve and hop sticker. A nice copy. Onslaught, a $35 start. We're now 4 wide with auctions. Chad's about to sneeze. Should I mute my mic? Okay, it went away. Wolfheart, Draconian Darkness, Oxblood, Melodic Death Metal, sealed, $29.99. Dan, it's up to you on the Black Sabbath. And this is called Fantasy. It's a prog album from 1970. No condition notes, $49.99. It's a, what kind of jacket is this? It's like a top loader, but it's upside down. I guess it can go like that. Fantasies on the Liberty label, $49.99, okay? Now, Onslaught has a bid for $35. Weird Al's with Tim Voldness at $15. And then Warlord. I lost John Bergenstorm on this one. Sold to Mike Cauldron for $48. Whoa, what just happened? Okay, that's sold for $48 to Mike Cauldron. Lost John Bergenstorm on that one. Onslaught has 2 bids for $35. Sabbath has a new bid for $58. You've been outbid. This was already discounted, $15 off. It's Bathory, and I think it was discounted because it has a light crease there. And it has a crease there. Bathory, $29.99, new and sealed. Hammerheart, $29.99. We're doing offers unless they've already been discounted, like Bathory. And then Wolf is sold to Fred Cardinal for $24. Black Sabbath at $66. Weird Al, $15 with Tim Voldness. I'm about to sell it. This one is Bjork Selma Songs, a 2020 press, $29.99. Our next auction from the bonus crate is going to be the following, and that is Here I Go Again on My Own, Whitesnake 87, an 87 club copy, VG Plus condition, in the Still of the Night, $25 start. Weird Al is sold for $15 to Tim Voldness. Sold for $15 to Tim Voldness. And Jerry Rafferty, there was some writing on the cover. It was already discounted to $9. This is City to City with Baker Street and right down the line. And this is actually a UK pressing. $9 on that. $9 on that. Black Sabbath is at 67. Amenities out. Onslaught is still tied for 35. So the first person was Jason Jones a couple minutes ago at 35. Tim Zarnota, you tied him, so you're in fact out. Whitesnake 25, Whitesnake 27. All right, next thing is Susie Quattro. This was half off at $7.50. Susie, another 4-letter word, so that's already been discounted to $7.50. Jerry Rafferty's already discounted to $9, and Jay McShann was half off at $5. The Big Apple Bash, VG condition, $5 on that. And Eric Clapton was a Japanese pressing that sold for $28. And I told somebody the last time if they bought it, you get a rare, highly desirable Hatchet Ed flyer. That's a Japanese pressing for $28. Here comes some more singles for $6.99. Hall & Oates live at the Apollo with the Temptations. We have a we have Stevie Wonder, Go Home. We have Paul Young, Every Time You Go Away. We got Rick Springfield, Affair of the Heart. Another Paul Young, I'm going to tear your playhouse down. And Lionel Richie, Say You, Say Me from White Knights. Those are all $6.99. Okay, first person was Donna on Hall & Oates. That's so to Donna. Shannon Mashaka was second. Chris Gardner third on Hall & Oates. Susie Breedlove fourth on Hall & Oates. Donna first on Lionel Richie for $6.99. That left Paul Young, Rick Springfield, Paul Young, and Stevie Wonder. Those are all $6.99, okay? Last bid on Black Sabbath was amenities at $69. Onslaught got a bid for $45. Susie Quattro is OG. It's called Susie, another four-letter word. $7.50 was the half-off price. That's the price, okay? Susie Breedlove on Rick Springfield. Let's go ahead and grab that. Susie Breedlove on Rick Springfield. Onslaught 48. And then Eric Clapton 25. Let's go ahead and sell this to Fred Cardinale. That was an auction price, so I'll go ahead and sell that for $25 to Fred Cardinale. Sabbath 70, and then Fred Cardinale wants Young, Paul Young. I'm going to go ahead and give you both of them. Okay, if you don't want both, let me know. And Stevie Wonder is called Go Home. And if you don't want that, Donna, it looks like Susie does, okay? He wants Say You. He wants, what just happened? Say You. What was that? I think that's something that's already been claimed. Yeah, Fred, that's already been claimed. Chris Gardner gets Susie Quattro. Victor Guerra was next. Black Sabbath out. That means this is sold to Dan James Kika for $70. Dan James Kika gets that for $70, okay? Now, what about Onslaught? Stevie Wonder goes to Susie for $6.99. The last bid on Onslaught that came in was Jason Jones at $48. Everybody else is out. One more time, an 89 OG promo copy with the original sleeve and hop sticker. Just a light cover wear here, but near mint vinyl. And there we have it. Okay, and then Whitesnake is a U.S. original club copy, VG Plus condition. We started this at $25, and the last bid on Whitesnake was Lewis Kulik at $30 for a final call. That is advertised bonus, so let's put up an advertised. Sacrifice. Sacrifice, Torment and Fire is an 86 OG original under sleeve EX edition, a $35 star. Sacrifice, okay? Now, like I said, new vinyl on sale. I'll allow you to make offers, but some of these are probably pretty firm. So keep that in mind. But here we go. We got Faith No More live in Hollywood, a 2LP unofficial live 1990, $44.99 for Faith No More. Faster Pussycat for $39.99. That probably should be sticker price, especially here for Metal Night. Go Vinyl 1000, Faster Pussycat, $39.99. Black Sabbath, We Sold Our Soul, green vinyl 2LP compilation, $38.99. Whitesnake 33, Sacrifice 35, Whitesnake 45, Whitesnake 45, Sacrifice 35, Whitesnake 26, Sacrifice 40. Okay, Onslaught has a new bid for $45. I think you tied him. You have went down. Jason Jones still has Onslaught for $48. Sacrifice is at $40, and Whitesnake is at $45. Next is REM, live in Santa Monica, 1991, and unofficial, $29.99, live REM, and Frank Sinatra collected a 2LP, and that's on blue vinyl, numbered 3780 of 10,000, $49.99 on Sinatra. These are all $6.99. We got St. Elmo's Fire, Man in Motion, Walking Down a Country Road, James Taylor, March 1973, Billy Idol, a promo of Rebel Yell, nice. Billy Squire, 2 Days Gone, and Julian Lennon, Velotte. And let's do back-to-back Julian Lennons. That one's called Stick Around. Those are all $6.99 on those, okay? Onslaught has a new bid for $50. Jason Jones, you're out. We have a offer on Frank Sinatra for $30 and $40. I'll do $40 on Frank Sinatra. Danzig, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Chris Frazier. Onslaught's at $50. The last bid on Whitesnake that came in, was amenities at $45. Final call, and then Sacrifice was Jim Cooper at $45, Mike Cauldron at $50. Okay, so we got two pending offers on Sinatra. Kenny Roll gets REM for $25. Victor Guerra gets the Billy Idol for $6.99. Danny was next on Billy Idol. Danzig passes, so Chris Frazier gets Sinatra for $40, and Danny, you were next on Billy Idol. So that left Julian Lennon, Billy Squire, James Taylor, and John Parr. Those are all $6.99. Next in here was America, their Christmas album. Holiday Harmony, America. First time ever on vinyl, gold vinyl. America is $29.99. Also over here we have Faith No More, Album of the Year. Faith No More is $59.99. James Rainey's pretty sure he had Billy Idol. You did. Billy Idol goes to James Rainey. He was way up here. James Rainey, B.I. for Billy Idol, then Victor Guerra, and then Danny Thomason, and then Danny Thomason again. Thank you for the challenge flag. You win the challenge. That's sold to you for $6.99. Onslaught. It looks like that bump did it. Sold to Victor Guerra for $50. This is sold to Victor Guerra for $50. Onslaught is gone. Let's pull that over here. Now, Whitesnake. There hasn't been another bid since Amenities. Whitesnake is sold to Amenities, and he gets that for $45. Let's look at Sacrifice again as it's moving to its final call. Sacrifice is called Torment in Hell, and that is an 86 USOG with the original inner sleeve EX condition. And the last bid on Sacrifice that came in, I'm showing Mike Cauldron at $50, a final call. Mortgage Guy Rob gets to Jay McShann. Make sure he gets that for $5. And then let's put up some new stuff. First, in the advertised batch is Running Wild. Running Wild is called Gates to Purgatory. Running Wild is an 84 German OG with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, has the original inner sleeve. Running Wild, a $25 start. Sacrifice is at $51 with Mike Straws. We're not done on that. And then let's pull something from the bonus crate just to let y'all know that there's great stuff still coming, and I want to make sure I've still got y'all's attention. If you missed out on the first one, here's another chance. Man of War. If you missed out on the first one, here's another copy, another chance. An 84 UK, same thing. Music for Nations. EX or better, $75 start. Hail to England. That's our second copy of the night. $75 start. Sacrifices at $51. Running Wild, $25. The Protector album. That's called Protector Leviathan's Desire. That is $24.99. New and sealed Dangerous Toys. Vitamins and Crash Helmets live. Blue vinyl, $38.99 for Dangerous Toys. Dangerous Toys Greatest Tricks purple vinyl, $29.99. And Neil Young, everybody knows This Is Nowhere. Down by the river. Cinnamon Girl. Hello, cowgirl in the sand. Hello, cow. $34.99 for Neil Young. And there's one more in here. REM, Radio Free Europe, 10-inch vinyl LP, $24.99. Time for another handful of so wonderful, magical, wonderful singles here. We have John Fogerty, The Old Man Down the Road. We got The Four Seasons, Saturday's Father. The Drifter, Saturday Night at the Movies. We got Chuck Berry, Sweet Little 16. And Lane Brody, He Burns Me Up, in the picture sleeve. $6.99 on those. $6.99. So we had Running Wild at $25, $25, $35, $35, $30, Sacrifice $53, Sacrifice $54, Running Wild $40, Running Wild $36, Running Wild $41, Chad Sauls on Dangerous Toys sold. Edwin Riviera, I was going to just offer it to him because he was back up on the other one, but I want to make sure because I knew Fred Carnell was interested as well. So there's a Man of War. Edwin, I hope you're watching. And then Susie Breelove got John Fogerty, Donna Turner on the Drifters. And yes, I'm taking offers on everything in here. Anything and everything. Lane Brody still available. So is Chuck Berry and the Four Seasons. Okay? Anything. Even the sealed stuff, yes. This was the leftover Hatchethead crate from the other night. Just trying to find some stuff to go through as we plow through all these metal auctions tonight. And what better thing to do is take offers on sealed stuff. And then I've got another crate over here that I think was great titles from Laura and Paul that has never been offered. Okay, so the first half is like vintage, OG, and then the back half of the crate, I'm pretty sure is metal that has never had offers. Okay, and I was hoping that we'd find, I think the other night we had a metal crate we'd gone through twice for best offer, and we ended up doing it half off. And so if y'all wasn't watching that night, we did one of those leftover metal crates at half off and sold what was left. But we had been through them like twice for best offer. So that's what happened with those. I know at some point tonight we got to do our leftover vintage flip crate stuff. And I'm trying to make sure we don't have any more metal. Okay, here's some good stuff here. We probably need to go through this crate. Yeah. The front half of this crate has a few metal titles, and then maybe that one right there. Yeah, okay. We probably need to go through this one, best offer. All right, I found a great crate. Let me make sure everybody's done with this one, though. All right, let me make sure everybody's done with this one. We sold Dangerous Toys. We sold John Fogerty. We sold the Drifters. Man of War, $75. Faster Pussycat, $39.99. James Rainey gets Protector. James Rainey gets Protector for $18. Running Wild, $42. And then we have Man of War sold to Ed Riviere for $75. Okay? Sold to Ed Riviere for $75. Both of those are sold tonight. Dangerous Toys. This one that's left in here, my absolute best price is $35. That's sealed live, okay? They're usually 38, and we usually have a waiting list for them, so take advantage of that. I really don't know who has the high bid on these, so let's find out. Man, I turned down, I shot myself in the foot over $2 on Protector. Okay, Sacrifice, Torment in Hell, an 86 USOG with the original under sleeve, EX. Sacrifice, the last bid was Mike Straws at $54. Mike Straws at $54 on Sacrifice. $54 on Sacrifice. Now it's at 60. Running Wild is at 43 with David Baber. An 84 German OG with the original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. It is time for a bonus auction. And that bonus auction is going to come up right now, and it's Saxon, denim and leather. Saxon is an 81 USOG Carrollton, strong VG, a $15 start for Saxon. Angela wants Faster Pussycat, sold. Ace Frehley is $33.99, new and sealed, remaster. That's the sticker price on that one. So here's what's left in these. Buy it now or best offer quickly. Mushroom Head, Call the Devil, sealed, red vinyl, $34.99. The Birds was OG 65 VG, $14.99. Fantasy, a 1970 prog album, $49.99. Bathory, already discounted for $29.99, has a light crease, was $45. Bjork was $29.99. Don't forget, Laura's marking another crate too. Jerry Rafferty, a beautiful UK copy, half off, $9 was the price. Faith No More, 2LP live unofficial, 1990, $44.99. Black Sabbath, a greatest hits comp, green vinyl, $38.99. America's Christmas album, $29. Faith No More was $59, new and sealed. Neil Young, a German Preston, $34. REM was $24, and Dangerous Toys was $38.99. I already told somebody I would do $35 on it. Saxon 1520, David Baber on Running Wild for $46. So what about Sacrifice? Mike Cauldron has it for $50. Before him was somebody. Mike Straws already has it. Mike Straws has had Sacrifice for $54 for about the last 5 minutes. There has been 3 bids since then, and they've been less for $54. Mike Straws still has Sacrifice for $54 right here. He still has it. Running Wild is at $48, and Saxon's at $20 of Dave Ferguson. Fred Cardinale said he would do $40 on the Fantasy Prog album, sold to Fred Cardinale for $40. All right. Anybody else? These are going right over here. I got a great crate. Looks like we've got lined up to do best offer. Okay, there's a lot of OG. And then there's some stuff like in the front that I think that like maybe Paul and Laura has marked. And I'm ready to go through it all. And I'm ready to make deals. And I'm ready to make offers. Here we go. Rafferty was beautiful. There was a name written on the cover, but it was beautiful UK vinyl. Running Wild's at 50. And we're going to say this for the 7th and final time, because the bids got way out of order. Mike Straws has Sacrifice for $54. I got to make sure, who was the first bidding on Saxon? Scott Arnold, you're out on Saxon. Mike Cauldron is at 60 on Sacrifice. Okay, new bid. Somewhere or another that might have got lost or buried, but Mike Cauldron has it for $60. Now Saxon's at 22. I think we're getting there. A lot of bidding activity tonight. People on different formats, people on different time zones. Sometimes it can get a little bit confusing. Well, I got some cool singles coming up here. And these are $6.99. Wow, that's some really cool stuff. 2 of these need to be auctioned. That needs to be auctioned too. This could be auctioned, but I'm going to let it roll. So here we go. Here comes 4. $6.99. Bad Company. Rock and Roll Fantasy. Is this U.S.? If so, I don't see this one too often. Bad Company. $6.99. Phil Collins. 2 Hearts from Buster. Rosemary Clooney. It's an EP, but it's sealed, it looks like. No? What's going on here? It's in the original, like, shrink wrap with the price tag. I don't see that too often. Rosemary Clooney. And then Jim Reeves, a compact 33 RPM, The Blizzard, and Other Tall Tales from 1961. Danny Boy, It's Nothing Me in the Streets of Laredo. Beautiful. $6.99 on all these. James Rainey first on Phil Collins. Susie first on Bad Company. Susie next on Phil Collins. Lewis next on Bad Company. Rosemary Clooney and Jim Reeves next on those. Final call on Sacrifice for $60. Running Wilds at $50 with Edwin Riviera. 2 people's out. David Baber and Jason Jones. Saxon has a new bid, 22 and now 25. We got 4 different bidders now on Saxon, 25 on that. Here's an interesting auction. This is Sam Cooke, an original 7-inch single, Chain Gang and I Fall in Love Every Day. Very cool. VG Plus and a VG sleeve because of damage, but that's something I don't get too often. Working on the Chain Gang, Sam Cooke, $10 start. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate to make offers. It's Thursday night at Collectco. Paul will be doing the sales the next couple nights. So I'm trying to sell as much as I can tonight because I won't be able to see y'all until maybe Tuesday. It depends on what time. Honestly, on Monday, too, when I get back. So y'all are going to miss me for a few shows. Jerry Rafferty was $9. That was the half-off price. We have Come On Eileen, Dexy's Midnight Runners, 2 Ray, in shrink with the hype sticker, VG Plus, $17.99. VG Plus, $17.99. Elvis Costello, Taking Liberties. Costello is VG Plus, $17.99. And Stiffs Live. This is EX, $17.99. This has Nick Lowe on it, Reckless Eric, Elvis Costello, Ian Dury. That's Stiffs Live. EX, $17.99. Running Wild, $51. Okay. Boy, Sacrifice was a long, complicated auction, but it sold to Mike Cauldron for $60. That was a long, complicated auction, but that is sold. And then Running Wild has a new bid for $51. I think everybody's afraid to say out on these auctions. We have some people hesitant to say out and also hesitant to bid. Hey, let me help you out. Bid often, bid high, and you'll win these, and you'll be able to see a lot more action. I'll be putting up stuff left and right. If they kind of get drugged down and you don't say out, they could get hung up for a long time. 84 German OG, VG Plus condition. 84 German OG, VG Plus condition. Original inner sleeve, VG Plus cover. $51 is the high bid on Running Wild. Everybody else is out. Sam Cooke in the original picture sleeve, final call for 10. The last bid on Saxon was Angela Ledbetter at 25. Everybody else is out. Dexy's has a bid for 13. Dexy's has an offer for 12. And John LeBady put the letter L. Let's go ahead and sell James Rainey, Dexy's Midnight Runner, for 13. John, let me know what L was for. Dexy had another offer for 12. And we have Joe Walsh. There goes the neighborhood. EX, $17.99. ELO, a new world record. VG, $9.99 for Electrolight Orchestra. Our next auction, from the high-end tab, we still got Motorhead. Oh, wow. This one's always popular because look at the jacket. The original leather-bound jacket, an 84 OG special edition leather jacket. It's a compilation with the original inner sleeve. It's complete, and it's nice. VG++ EX. A $50 start. Running Wild is still getting bids. It's now at $55. TBI Music Room on Joe for $15. Sold to TBI Music Room. Sam Cooke is a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants it. Sam Cooke, $10. We got Crazy Horse loose. Crazy Horse is in VG Plus condition. Neil Young's back in band. This is a UK, I guess that's a US edition. VG Plus, $24.99. and that is for Crazy Horse, okay? First thing we have is Dave Ferguson on ELO for 7. Details on Saxon. Boy, you caught it at a good time. This has been at $25. I was pausing to sell it. Angela's had it for 5 minutes. It's an 81 US OG Carrollton press. A strong VG copy. Final call for $25. We sold ELO for 7. ELO got another offer for 8. I just shot myself in the foot over $1. Running Wild has a new bid for 56. Does somebody want to go ahead and bid 75 on Running Wild? I bet that will get the auction done. Now Jay Nutra's bid 28 on Saxon. Angela's probably ready to shoot me. $28 on Saxon. Motorhead's a $55 start. Rolling Stone Steel Life, $34.99. No condition notes. We have 38 special. So Caught Up in You, little girl, $24.99 for 38 special. Here comes another auction. This one is Jazz at the Blackhawk. Let's see if anybody jazzy is paying attention. Jazz at the Blackhawk with Dave Brubeck and Paul Desmond. Boy, that's something I don't see too often. I would say it's about VG Plus. It's nice and glossy. The bottom of the seam is completely split. Jazz at the Blackhawk, $10 start. That is now up for bid, okay? Jazz at the Blackhawk, $10 start on that one. Now Motorhead, 50. Now Motorhead, 55. Donna offered 7 on Sam Cooke. So now Motorhead, 56. Now Motorhead, 55. Now Running Wild, 58. Does somebody want to go ahead and bid 75 on that? Who wants to go ahead and bid 75 on Motorhead? And then Saxon. Angela Ledbetter, I got to give this another 12 minutes now, because I gave him 12 minutes. Angela Ledbetter, you're out on Saxon, FYI. Jay Nutra has it for 28. Next is Hall & Oates. A lot of changes coming. $19.99. I think this is German or UK. Lore just dropped off another crate, so we got a Lore crate on deck. That is, in fact, a German press. $19.99, and then 10 years after, recorded live. 10 years after is $29.99. $28.99 on that. Just FYI. Just letting y'all know where we're at on that. Okay, over here we have this. We have Motorhead 56, Motorhead 55, Running Wild 58, Running Wild 60, Motorhead 60, 38 special. Christina Curtis sold for $15. Motorhead 65. Does somebody want to go ahead and bid 75? Fred Carnell's at 10 on Jazz. Saxon's at 30. Mike Freiberger's in. Now it's at 32. Running Wild is at 60 with Jason Jones. Does anybody want to go ahead and bid 75? Next thing we have is Chi-Town Showdown with the Esquires and the Marloves. This is $19.99. Don't hesitate to make offers on these. Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. Willie Nelson's $14.99. The Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly. Early 80s pressing. I See a Red Door and I Want to Pay It Black. $34.99. Motorhead 70. Does somebody want to go ahead and bid 75? Running Wild, going once, going twice. I don't know who's out, but Jason Jones has it for 60. Fred Carnell has the Jazz EP for 10. Saxon's now at 32. Mike Freiberger is out. Allman Brothers, Enlightened Rogues. The Allman Brothers is $19.99. And the Beach Boys, great compilation here. It is called Endless Summer. $24.99. Endless Summer. $24.99. Saxon, 30. Saxon's at 33. And Lightning Strikes, Lightning Hopkins, $34.99. Orange Tradition label, $34.99. Now the Jazz EP's at 12. Now Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid. Now Saxon's at 34. Now we have a bid on Motorhead for $75. Does anybody want to go ahead and bid 100? Michael Hamburger, you're out. It finally got to 75. Running Wild, it's on its last lap. I lost somebody. Jason Jones is probably like tick-tock, tick-tock. Final call. Hall & Oates, Ecstatic. Hall & Oates is $19.99. Clarence Reed, Running Water. Excuse me. Yes, it does have like a weird crease here on the cover. It's not a bend. It feels like it got overlapped when they pressed it or something. Something got underneath it. A 73 Presswell, $64.99. Fred Carnell, you're out on the Jazz EP. Motorhead is 75. Does anybody want to go ahead and bid 100? Running Wild is sold to Jason Jones for $60. Bizarre auction. A lot of activity. It's one of those nobody really wanted to say out. Ed Riviera just bid $61. Man, late. You're late for class, Edwin. That's a tardy. Motorhead, 78. Does anybody want to go ahead and bid 100? The Jazz EP's at 13. Donna, can I get 20? Next auction is going to go up right now. This is our next auction, and this is Great White. Great White is going up for auction right now. An 84 USOG Jacksonville. It has an embossed cover. It has the original inner sleeve. It's an EX. It's a $35 start. Motorhead is a real deal OG pressing. A 1984 US Specialty OG. This is real. It's OG. It has the leather jacket. It's complete with the original inner sleeve, and it's nice. VG++ EX. Michael Hamburger has it for 78. That's not a 2004. That is OG. The Jazz is at 15. Fred, can we hit $20 on that one? Donna has it for 15. Great White has a bid for 35. Saxon. J Nutra sold for $34 on denim and leather. Sold. J Nutra, $34, denim and leather. Great White has a bid for 35. Lightning Hopkins, $20. I'm going to counter you at 25, Jamie K. $25. And then Great White, 35. Motorhead, and now the Jazz is at 15. New auction as soon as I show you Vermin of the Blues, an 87 UK, $26.99. And then Canned Heat, Future Blues. A 1970 German, $44.99, gatefold jacket, thick, heavyweight, beautiful German vinyl, $44.99. All right, let's see who's paying attention. Our next auction is a 1986 US OG pressing of Metallica, Master. This is OG specialty with the original inner sleeve, VG condition, a $95 start on Metallica. Lightning Hopkins is sold to Jamie K for 25. I could not call 20 out of Fred, so let's go ahead and sell this to Donna for 15. She gets Jazz at the Blackhawk. Next one is Billie Holiday, Lady Day. Billie Holiday, Lady Day is on the Fontana. It's a flipback UK. Let's see which country. French, UK. This is a UK, a French, an Italian, a German, a Swiss, and UK. This is Billie Holiday. This is a UK flipback, 4-track EP. How cool is that? $10 start. Motorhead is at 82. Can I get $100? Michael Hamburger. Chad Sauls has it for 85 now. Great White has 2 bids. 35 and 36. Sheldon Bergenhire, you're out. Next thing over here is this. Vermin Info. Vermin of the Blues is by Eugene Chadbourne. It's an 87 UK. Fred Cardinale, $26.99. Billie Holiday has a bid for 10. Next thing over here is Chicago, $9.99. This Roman numeral is Chicago 6. $9.99 for Chicago 6. Also, Venus and the Razor Blades, Song from the Sunshine Jungle, $26.99. Timmy Thomas, Why Can't We Live Together? Sealed, $29.99. And Al Green, Backup Train. That's green with an E on the end, $29.99. What is the Great White? This is called Great White by Great White. It's an 84 OG. It has the embossed cover. It has the original inner sleeve. It has a high bid of $37. In the middle is Motorhead. It's up to Michael Hamburger. Chad Sauls has it for $85. I'm asking for a next bid of 100, but you can bid 86. I'm asking for a bid of 100. You can bid 86. Next thing is Metallica. That's an OG retail copy. That's an OG retail copy of Master of Puppets. It's an 86 USOG specialty press. It has the original inner sleeve. It's VG, and it's a $95 start. Lewis Kulik, 6 on Chicago. I will sell you this for $6. I was going to counter, but we don't have time. Fred Cardinale on Vermin for $20. Next is Elton John, Breaking Hearts, $19.99. Bellalusum, Some People, $9.99. The Who, Who's Better, Who's Best, a great 2 LP compilation from The Who. There's a lower crate on deck. Should have some great stuff in it. $34.99 on The Who. Billie Holiday just got 1 bid with Donna Turner. Sold for $10 to Donna Turner. That's sold for $10. Next, Motorhead, $88. Can I get a bid for 100? Chad Sauls, you're out. Great White, 38. Final call to get a bid on Metallica. Next is Warm and Wonderful, Les Paul and Mary Ford, $19.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, $19.99. And Motion City Soundtrack, $19.99 on that one. Did I not pull Lightning Hopkins? My bad. Are you sure I didn't? Hold on a second. I could have swore I pulled it. Did I not pull it? Let me look in the sold crate. I think I pulled it. I did it so fast you didn't even see me. Yes, Jamie K gets this for $25. Jamie K got Lightning Hopkins. I did it so fast you didn't even see it. Sean Miller got The Who for $25. And then Les Paul sold a TBI Music Room for $12. And now, over here, we have Motorhead at $95 of Chad Sauls. Michael Hamburger, can we get 100? Next, Metallica's a no bid. Both OG Metallica albums tonight did not get a bid. Sad. $95. They're VG, but man, if y'all want a near mint one, I would be saying $325. Over here, Great White. Over here is this. We have, I've already shown that. Over here is this. The Rolling Stones. These are the first time these have ever been best offer. A sealed copy of Let It Be, 180-gram reissue remaster, $29.99. The last bid on Great White was Pat Lucero at $38. It's up to Sean Sam. Patrick Lear on Canned Heat for $30. Sold. Canned Heat, the German press, sold $30. Next is auctions. And yes, I'm going to do more 45s. But right now, we got something over here from the advertised bunch, and that is called Phantom. And Phantom is called Dead or Alive. Phantom, Dead or Alive, is an 87 USOG, VG Plus condition, has the original inner sleeve and an insert. The cover does have a little bit of a corner bend back here. See that? See that? That's a $15 start on Phantom, okay? Motorhead is at $95 with Chad Sauls. $95. Next bid could be $96. I'm asking for $100 like I have been for a half hour. I know where some of these auctions are going to end up. I'm just like, man, let's just go ahead and get there. Let's take big, huge jumps. Let's push ourselves to the limits. Let's make sure we know where we want to be at on some of these. All right, here comes another handful of singles for $6.99. We have Wander Oboe, Reachless and Voice of the Wind, Buck Owens, Heart of Glass, George Strait, A Little Heavens Rubbing Off on Me, Dave Dudley, Truv Drykin, Son of a Gun, Ricky Skaggs, Let's Love the Bad Times Away. Those are all how much? $6.99. You've got to be joking, Chad. I am not joking. I am not joking. These are, in fact, these singles I'm putting up for buy now are, in fact, $6.99. Whoa. Once again, please tell me you're joking and you're not selling these for $6.99, Chad. Okay. First thing over here is this. We already sold Les Paul. Motorhead had a bid for $95. Canned Heat sold for $30. Todd Saw offered first on the Stones for $25, sold to him. Phantom got a bid for $15. Christina, you were second on the Stones. Michael Hamburger gets Metallica for $95. Denise on Wanderoo. That sold to Denise for $6.99. Phantom $15. Phantom $18. And that left Skaggs, Dave Dudley, George Strait, and Buck Owens for $6.99. We've got to be pretty close done on Great White, right? Sold. Pat Lucero, $38. I never did hear back from Sean Sam on that one. Sean, if you're out there watching, make sure if you're done bidding, you say out, and that way we know. This sold for $95. See? $100 probably would have won the auction. Sold to Chad Sauls for $95. And then Phantoms at $18 with Ed Riviera, Jason Jones out. We're ready for new auctions. One's coming from the bonus crate right now. Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow. Scorpions is a 1982 German reissue. It is the black RCA label. It's in shrink. It's in EX Plus condition, and the Scorpions is going to go up for a $25 star. That's now up for bid. Win right now. We also have in here in the Buy It Now Best Offer crate, Septic Flesh Communion. Septic Flesh is a 2021 pressing on bright gold colored vinyl, $29.99. Traveler, Termination Shock. Traveler is a 2020 metal record, $19.99. Trying to finish this one up quickly so we can get over here to this other new arrival crate that Laura's marked. But we need a third auction, and this one's coming from the advertised hot picture, and this one's Power Trip. Power Trip is a 1983. They classify this as punk, hardcore, and speed metal. Power Trip, EX condition. Let's go ahead and start that for $25. $25 on that. Phantom 18, Phantom 21, and now Phantom 20. Chris Flynn still has it for 21, now 25 with James Rainey. Denise, this is Wander Oboe or Wander Ubu 37-7846. It's a compact 33 1/3, reachless and Voice of the Wind. It's sold to you for $6.99. If you had to put it back, it's going to cost a $100,000 restock fee. Traveler sold to Ed Riviera for $14. That's sold. Jared Lambert already sold it for $14. Hoopy put PT, that's Power Trip, for $25. No one's been on the Scorpions yet. I don't remember what the minimum bid was. Scorpions, to get that one rolling, is $25. Going once, going twice. We have the Who, Endless Wire, the 2006 USOG, sealed, $74.99. So that is their 2006 album, a sealed OG, sealed, $74.99. We have Overkill, the Electric Age, a 2012 blue vinyl, sealed, $59.99. Overkill 2LP blue vinyl, $59.99. I think everybody's ready for another quick handful of singles right quick, eh? Phantom has a new bid for $27. How much are these? They're going to be $6.99. Chad, I know sometimes you like to joke around, but please tell me you're not actually selling these for $6.99. I am. These are $6.99. Wow. It's a family affair. Sly and the Family Stone. Rock Around the Clock. Bill Haley in his comments. Spiral Staircase. More today than yesterday. Wow. Sam Cooke White Label promo. That's where it's at. Sam Cooke White Label The Piper. And Sam Cooke Teenage Sonata. 3 Sam Cookes to finish that one. And one more. Peggy Sue on the Coral Label by Buddy Holly. Wow. Orange OG Coral Label in the company sleeve for $6.99. Phantom had a bid for $27. Scorpions got a bid for $25. Power Trip $30. Phantom $30. Any metal cassettes? Not that I know of. It's Phantom on Black Label. I'll have to look. Donna gets Sly for $6.99. James Rainey gets Bill Haley for $6.99. Donna wants all 4 Sam Cookes. Donna wants all 3 Sam Cookes. TBI next on Sly. Denise next on Bill Haley. Denise first on Buddy Holly. And then Spiral Staircase, more today than yesterday. The only one left there. That's a great song, too. All right, so where are we on Power Trip? The last bid on Power Trip. The last bid on Phantom, I mean. Phantom, let's look at this again. An 87 USOG. The last bid was Jason Jones at $30. If anybody's in higher, let me know right now. 87 OG does have a bend back here on the corner. That's the only cosmetic flaw. The vinyl's VG+. Scorpions has one bid with Lewis Kulik for $25. He's about to get that. That was an 82 German, and EX Plus and Shrink, and then Power Trip. One more look at that. Power Trip is on this black label. It's on Public Records, an 83 USOG. 83 USOG, and the last bid on Power Trip that came in was Hoopy at $25. Hoopy at $25, and I think he's the only bidder right now, okay? Next thing over here is J.J. Kell Naturally. That's a music on vinyl press, $34.99. Santana Z-Bop is a half-speed master, $29.99. No condition notes on that. And I Prevail, Heart vs. Mind. That's on yellow vinyl metalcore, $24.99 on that. All right, here's our next 45 auction. Michael Jackson Bad. It's in the picture sleeve. The vinyl's pretty nice. VG Plus are better. The cover, this has a couple imperfections, but Michael Jackson, a $7 star. That's now up for bid. Next thing over here is Molten, Dystopian Syndrome. Molten is death metal, go vinyl, $19.99 for that. And this is Desultory, Into Eternity. Desultory on really cool yellow, orange, greenish, blackish, purplish splatter there for $19.99. Scorpions, one bid, sold to Lewis Kulik for $25. And then over here, MJ has a bid for $8. And that is $8 with Fox Digital. Phantom, the last bid was $33. Power Trip did not get another bid. Power Trip did not get another bid, or did it? Michael Freiberg, I didn't say that earlier. I said Hoopy had it for $25. Did Hoopy go out? Hoopy has never went out, and there was actually another bid. He didn't say anything, but Power Trip is at $30. I want to clarify this, and make sure you put either Phantom or Power, because there's 2 P's, and some people are putting P, and it's kind of messing me up quickly, or badly, or superly, or I don't know what the word I'm looking for. Phantom's at $33 with Jason Jones. Power Trip's at $30. Michael Jackson has had bids for $8, nothing, and then nothing. So this is $8. Which Power Trip band is this? This is Power Trip with Jeff Dahl, John Duffy, John Bliss, and Mike Bailey. Okay? That's at $30 of Michael Freiberger. Michael Jackson has a bid for $9. Desultory is sold to Hiram for $15. Here comes another handful of singles. These are all $6.99. This is Martin Denny, Stranger in Paradise, The Exotic Sounds. Over My Head, Fleetwood Mac, a promo. Nice, double-sided. Bonnie Raitt, Come to Me, promo. Roger Miller, One, Dine, and a Berrien. And then we have Chet Atkins, kind of a promo thingy going on here. And one more, another Chad Atkins promo, Blue Angel. Those are all $6.99, okay? Next thing is Power Trip out. Susie's out on MJ, and Donna gets Fleetwood Mac. It's over my head, over, and it sure feels nice. That's sold to Donna. We still got Chad Atkins, Roger Miller, Bonnie Raitt, and Exotic Sounds of Martin Denny. Let's lay those right over there for just a second. All right, and then over here, we're done on Phantom. That's sold to Jason Jones for $33. Santana. I hadn't forgot about you, Adam. I'm just trying to do about 30 things at once right now. Both Chad Atkins is sold to TBI Music Room. Sold TBI, sold and sold. And then Power Trip over here. This is sold to Michael Freiberger for $30. $30, and that's sold to Michael Freiberger, okay? Done, that's sold. Michael Jackson has a high bid of $9 of TBI Music Room. Fox Digital, you're out, and so is everybody else. Santana is a near mint minus, half-speed master, audiophile pressing, a Z-Bop. $29.99. We need new metal auctions. Holy moly. Here comes Testament. Testament is called Souls of Black, a 2016 Euro, 180 gram, near mint minus, $25 start. Earlier, I pulled out a bonus auction from a John crate, The Cure, Fascination Street. The Cure, Fascination Street appears to be a 1989 OG pressing, near mint minus. Wow, what a great bonus auction. The Cure, Fascination Street. Beautiful. $35 start. That's now going up for bid, okay? Adam Bernardi gets Santana for $20. Still got a new lower crate to do, but first, let's finish this one. Neil Young, Peace Trail. Neil Young's $19.99. We have Testament at $25, Testament $25, Testament $35. Michael Jackson is at $10 with Oh So Adventure. Next is Way Riley Hubbard, co-starring in an order of appearance. Willie Nelson, Steve Earle, etc., etc. That's sealed on green vinyl, $19.99. And then Jake Bug Live. That's a 4-track EP, $9.99. Ghost Skeleton, their newest album, has the transparent overlay, and it's on pink vinyl, and it's only $29.99. Adam Bernardi, Neil Young, $12. I will do $15 on Neil Young. Right now, Testament's at $36, and now Michael Jackson's at $10. Now Michael Jackson's at $11. Preston Rose gets Ray Wiley for $15. That is Preston Rose. The Cure is a $35 start, Fascination Street. And our next auction is Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. Black Sabbath is an original 1980 U.S. club. Has the original inner sleeve. Nope, just the new sleeve. Nice jacket, though. Beautiful. Strong VG. That's VG condition, a $25 start, okay? The Cure has a new bid for $36. Neil Young sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. That's sold to him. And then we have Rotting Christ, Thy Mighty Contrast. That is $27.99 for Rotting Christ. Also, we have Cutthroat. Cutthroat was originally released in 1987, and that was the only time it was on vinyl until this pressing in 2005. This is $69.99. This one here is Axe-Gressor, A-X-E, like an axe, Gressor, power metal, $14.99. And then Iron Butterfly, live in Copenhagen, 1971. That is sealed, $19.99. Jumping over here, we had The Cure at $36, Testament $45. Steve Earle was on the Ray Wiley Hubbard album. Danny already sold Testament out. Ghost is sold for $20, and that's sold to Ed Riviera. The last bid that came in on Michael Jackson was $11 with Fox Digital. Have not heard back from Oso in a few minutes. Rotting Christ is sold for $20 to Ed Riviera. Let's look at The Cure closely. The Cure, Fascination Street, I think is more like an EP. It has Babel and Out of Mind and Fascination Street. So it's like a 3-track, yeah. 12-inch single / EP, whatever you want to call it, 3-track. I guess 3-track, they call that more a 12-inch single, yeah. I think they list it as a 12-inch single. 3-track, Cure, $36. Testament, let's look at this one more time as it moves to a final call. A 2016 Euro reissue, 180 gram, MOV press, near mint minus. And Testament is about to sell to Chad Duggan for $45, okay? Danny Thomason, Iron Butterfly, $12. Iron Butterfly, $15. Sealed, it is a, wow, and it includes a song with Yes. Goodbye Jam with members of Yes. I just now noticed that. And Danny, if you don't want it for $15, Fred Carnell does. Ghost is already sold. Condition of Black Sabbath. The disc on this is VG, VG Plus. Strong VG maybe. I mean, it's not bad whatsoever. It's a 1980 U.S. club. No bid, looking for a $25 start. Michael Jackson Bad. This is officially sold to Fox Digital for $11. Okay? $11 on that one. over here. This is Testament Souls of Black is a, did I miss say this one? This is a 1986 Euro reissue 180 gram MOV. $47 of John LeBeatty. $47 of John LeBeatty. And now 46. Chad, you might have got bailed out. It looks like you did. Tim bid 46. John LeBeatty's at 47. Okay, and then over here, Black Sabbath. And Danny Thomason takes Iron Butterfly. Fred, you were second on that one. Chad Snyder's in on this. Let's sell Fred Carnell The Cure. John had that one marked $39.99. So that would have been a buy it now best offer. John had that one marked $39.99. So I figured I'd put up for auction for a slightly reduced price and see what happens. But he had it marked $39.99. So I do that sometimes. I go ahead and pull stuff out, start them for less, or I match a starting bid because I think they're grossly underpriced. Or sometimes I'm like, well, let's give everybody a fair chance. It's such a great title. So that is sold to Fred Carnell for 36, okay? So now, Danny, now Chad, you're out on Testament. I'm assuming you're done bidding. Tim Zarnota has it for 48. Now, sometimes this is in print with music on vinyl. It's been out of stock for a couple months. I don't know if it's discontinued or out of print, but I've also heard they're about to repress it as a different pressing. So the music on vinyl licensing may be up, because I think they're about to press this with the rest of the Testament catalog. Y'all know how they've been doing those on colored vinyl. They've done those other Testament albums on colored vinyl here in the last year. This one, I've had a waiting list for this music on vinyl for about 2 or 3 months, and they hadn't been in stock. So the licensing on this one might have ran up with MOV, and now the main label's probably about to repress it. But, of course, MOV titles always desirable. Tim Zarnota has it for 48. John LeBeatty's out. Black Sabbath is Heaven and Hell. It's a VG condition record, a club copy. The jacket is really nice, though. The first Dio album with Black Sabbath. I love Heaven and Hell. That one has Children of the Sea, a classic. Okay? They lost Ozzy, and then they came out with a really good album, Heaven and Hell. Or they fired Ozzy, I guess. Could you imagine firing Ozzy Osbourne? All right, Jason Jones on Cutthroat. That is sold to Jason Jones for $48. Nuclear Blast. Okay, I knew it was about to get reissued. What's that other Testament album that's got that great song on it? Home, down, down. I was just listening to it the other day. Practice what you preach, yeah. Practice what you preach. Practice what you preach. That one was out of print for the longest, too, and it just came into print on colored vinyl. Am I thinking about the same band? Yeah, Practice What You Preach. There's a great song on there I like. What's it called? Perilous Nation? That might be it. Yeah, I think it's Perilous Nation. All right, here we go. Anybody else? If not, we're going to go right into this other lower crate. John LeBeatty is out on Testament, sold to Tim Zarnota for $48. Black Sabbath is at $30 with Hess in Session. Now it's at $32 with Christina, and here comes our next auction. Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. An 83 U.S. Specialty OG with the original on her sleeve, EX Plus condition. EX Plus condition. Twisted Sisters, a $25 start, okay? That's up for bid. Hess and Sessions out. And now from the bonus crate is the following. I've got 2 high-end auctions, but they're not metal. So let's skip those and do Judas Priest. Nice. Angel of Retribution. Angel of Retribution is a 2010 UK limited edition reissue. 2 LP white. Looks clear, but it's white, clear. Near mint minus, $65 start on that one. Okay? $65 start. Exgressor, Jake Bugg, Molten, I Prevail, J.J. Cale, Overkill, The Who, Septic Flesh, Motion City Soundtrack, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Bella Lucem, Elton John, Al Green, Timmy Thomas, Venus and the Razorblades, Carol Aaronson Reed, Hall & Oates, Beach Boys, Allman Brothers, Rolling Stones, Willie Nelson, Chi-Town Showdown, 10 Years After, Hall & Oates, Rolling Stones, Crazy Horse, Still Live, Elvis Costello. More 45 action coming up. But right now, we're in a whole new arrival crate. Advertised auctions, we've got about 4 left. Surprise auctions, nearly a whole crate. And there's another one underneath that one. But that'll keep us busy at least for the rest of the night, especially with all the 45s we're knocking out too. All right, here we go. So Sabbath is a final call. Twist Sister 25, and you heard the details on Judas Priest, $65 start. If you need more details on those, just let me know. Okay. All right. Da, 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 da. Dee, 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 dee. Okay. These are all sticker price. I need to get a bottle of water soon. Let me go ahead and show the first record. Looks like Pavement. Pavement, bright in the corners, is $149.99. A 2009 US limited edition 4LP with book, $149.99. Christina Curtis gets Black Sabbath for $32. That's sold. Twisted Sister moving to a final call with Tim Zarnoda for $25. And then Judas Priest is about to be a bite now if nobody locks in a bid for $65. So let me go ahead and introduce something else right quick. And that one is going to go right now, and that's Culprit. Guilty as charged. Culprit is a 1983 US VG Plus, mostly side B, other side is better. Culprit's a VG jacket as well. $15 start on that one. And my crate here is pretty much full. So before I pack anything else in here, let me just go ahead and start a new crate because we're starting a new crate here. Good time to transition, eh? Perfect time to transition. Wow, Christmas. My first crate was green, second crate red. Now this one's green. Maybe I can keep that one going. Let me go over here to my empty stack. I need another red crate. No, next one's black. That's okay. Red's all the way on the bottom. Not going to spend that necessary time. I feel like next Metal Night, we're going to have a lot of miscellaneous stuff like toys and autographs possibly, because we're building up to that moment. T-shirts. Tonight, I went ahead and elected to do these 45s. I could have gotten to a lot of other different stuff, but it's already 10:48. We might do some of that later. And Tanner got a bunch of posters ready. It's like Kiss mostly, but it's stuff we boarded and bagged, so now we can show them. Where we sold a bunch of posters during our store sale, we had a bunch of empty, huge boards and bags. So we're trying to get all these road posters flattened where we can just lay them up here and show them. It makes it so much better. Twisted Sister is sold for $25 to Tim Zarnoda. And let's go ahead, before we get like too deep in this crate, a whole new slew of auctions. Judas Priest is no bid, $65. Angel of Retribution, the 2010 UK limited edition clear vinyl. It's supposed to be white, but it looks clear, more like milky white. $65 on Priest. And Culprit has one bid with Danny Thomason, $15, okay? Let's put up something else. Next thing I have is another Black Sabbath. We sold one earlier tonight. Here is Black Sabbath, and this is OG. And this is a 1970 US OG. Nicer copy for sure. VG++ on this one. OG green label. And this is a $55 start. Nice. There is some writing. MP3 at the top. MP3. I bet somebody took this and ripped it to MP3. They made a mistake. They downgraded. They downgraded big time. $55 start on Black Sabbath. Big downgrade there, or that could have been somebody's initials. MP3. Mike Pierce III. We have Chet Atkins. Ruby, Are You Mad at Your Man? Dusty Springfield, Don't Forget About Me. George Michael, I Want Your Sex. Convoy, C.W. McCall. And Come Monday by Jimmy Buffett. Those are all $6.99. All right, so Pavement's $150. Next is the OCs. Uh-oh, Jeremy Bryant. The OCs, $29.99. Next is Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings, just dropped in. That is $19.99. And we have Great White, Great Zeppelin Tribute. Great White doing their tribute to Led Zeppelin on red vinyl, $22.99. So, Danny, you're outbid on Culprit. It's now at 20 with MK Lane 777. And then Chad Snyder on CW McCall, Convoy. Jeremy Bryant, of course, on the OCs. That's what, 17 this week? That's so to Jeremy Bryant. Chad Atkins is so to TBI Music Room. Justin Deckelman on G. Is that for George Michael? If so, that's so to you. And then TBI was next on Convoy. And then Danny was third on Convoy. And Black Sabbath's a $55 start. And our next auction is going to go up right now. And that's Metal Church. Do what? Yes, Metal Church. Say that again, Chad. Metal Church is going up for auction. This is an 85 US club, an RCA Music Club, EX condition, $45 start on that one. And then Deckelman wanted Great White. I was about to say, Deckelman buying George Michael? Great White is sold to Deckelman. And then over here, Christina next on Great White. And then John Griffin on Cal. That was for Convoy. You would have been fourth in line. Culprit has a new bid for 21, which means that MK Lane, you've been outbid. Next is The King. It looks like it's autographed too. World Gone Dead, $49.99. Signed cover, band website exclusive, limited 200 hand-numbered copies. Number 3 of 200 Thrash, $49.99. Mortgage Guy Rob. These are all new arrivals, so right now they're sticker price. Thank you for the offer. But yeah, she's $19.99. These are all sticker price. This is Lich King. Oh, Lich King. That's an L from Deckelman because he's claiming Lich King, not The King. Sorry. Lich King. Deckelman knew what it was. He's already claimed it. Next in here is Autopsy, Mental Funeral. And this is $24.99, 2017 reissue. Picture disc, $24.99. Okay, no problem. Right now, Black Sabbath is about to be a $55 buy it now if no one locks it in. It's OG green label, okay? Final chance to get a bid in. George Michael 5. I'll pass, but thank you. Culprits at 25, and then Metal Church, I am showing no bid on that either. I can tell it's getting later and later, and less people are watching, and less people are paying attention, more people are sleeping, more people are snoring, more people is right now trying to dunk their Oreos and not placing bids. It's this point, it's causing problems. We have Metallica on some blacker than marbled vinyl, sealed Walmart exclusive, $39.99. This is OG as it gets. This is Black Sabbath, a 1970 US OG VG++ condition. There's no bids. There is a little bit of writing on the cover. $55 start. $55 start. The last bid on Culprit is up to Danny Thomason. MK Lane 777 has it for $25. The last bid on Black Sabbath was nothing at all. And then Metal Church is a $45 start. That is an 85 club, $45 start. Everything in this crate is sticker price, including Skid Row, live in London. Skid Row is sealed, $29.99. We have Paul's Boutique, a 2009. Paul's Boutique is $22.99. And Far Beyond Bootleg, Pantera Donington 94. Wow, that's almost auction worthy. $22.99 for Pantera. That's official too. Never seen that before. Fred Carnell wants to know the info on Pavement. Pavement is $149.99. It's a 2009 US reissued limited edition 4LP set with book. And it's called Brighten the Corners, $49.99. Hoopy on Pantera. Mike Straw second on Pantera. Scott Arnold third on Pantera. Nobody bid on Black Sabbath until Michael Hamburger. $55. Final call to Michael Hamburger. $55 with Michael Hamburger. Metal Church is definitely a no bid. $45 on Metal Church. That's a buy it now for $45. Culprit is up to MK Lane. Danny bid $26. Let's do another handful of singles in just a second. Here's Overkill. This is really 14. The 2004 Swedish OG sealed, $99.99. Hoopy got Pantera. Mike Straw second. Scott Arnold third. John LeBeatty fourth. Danny Thomason fifth. Scott Dwallow sixth. That's why I immediately said, wow, that would have made an incredible auction item. But sometimes we throw bones in here to see who's paying attention. And then Greg was next on Pantera. Fred, everything in here is sticker price. So if you want Pavement, just say, dang, I'll go ahead and take it. Thank you, Chad, for offering that at such a great price. Jim Croce, bad. Leroy Brown, I'll have to say I love you in a song. Jim Croce, $6.99. Chet Atkins, White Label, La Fiesta. Alabama, Touch Me When We're Dancing, promo. The Temptations, Just My Imagination. Gary Rye, ooh, Dreamweaver. And Elton John, Rope Around a Fool. And the A-side is I Don't Want to Go on You, With You, Like That. Those are all $6.99. Black Sabbath got one bid for $55, and that's sold to Michael Hamburger. Danny Thomason, you've been outbid on Culprit. Culprit is now at $35.28 with MK Lane 777. Next over here is Fred Cardinale Does Take Pavement. That's sold to Fred Cardinale at $149.99. Donna Turner first on the Temptations, the white label promo, Just My Imagination. That's a good one. Bobby Brainerd. Bobby, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. I'm pretty sure you are. That's sold to you for $45. TBI Music Room on Jim Croce. That's sold to TBI Music Room. Fred Cardinale got Pavement. He also got TBI Music Room, got Chet Atkins, and Fred Cardinale was next on Jim Croce. So the last couple 45s that was left was George Michael, I Want Your Sex. Jimmy Buffett come Monday, Dusty Springfield, Don't Forget About Me, Elton John, Gary Wright Dreamweaver, and Alabama. That's what's left from those last couple. Danny's out on Culprit. We're going to go ahead and sell this to MK Lane 777 for $28. And now we are ready for all new auctions going up right now. Bobby Brainerd's a first-time buyer. Thank you. If you're over on Facebook, which you are, message our page, which is CollectCo. Send us a direct message. I need your email address and your mailing address. You will not get an invoice until Monday. That invoice on Monday will come to your email, Square. It'll say Square invoice from CollectCo, and that will be sent on Monday. Okay, we have Lillian Axe, a 1988 USOG Gloversville, VG++ condition, a $45 start. $45 start for Lillian Axe. It does have a punch hole there, but wow, a surprise bonus auction at almost 11 o'clock, Lillian Axe. Next auction is going to go up right now, Vicious Rumors. Wow, still got this one to run. Vicious Rumors, Soldiers of the Night. That's an 85 US repress, the second label from Shrapnel, but not bad. VG+ condition, $15 start on that one. Next is Morbid Angel Domination, $19.99. Folks, let me tell you how great of a price that is. I just ordered, it was supposed to come in tonight for Metal Night, a UK import of this, new and sealed. And when it comes in tomorrow during Paul's show, it's probably going to be $69.99. Morbid Angel, just $19.99. So this is out of print, and any kind of new copies, a UK edition, and they're $60 plus list price. That's how I have to get them through wholesale. Slayer, Diabolus and Musica, sealed for $24.99. Mike Straws on Morbid Angel. Lillian Axe has a bid for $45. And we also have Volbeat, Seal the Deal, and Let's Boogie. That's $29.99, okay? Moving right along. Let's do another handful of 45s quickly. How much are these, Chad? They're $6.99. Okay, let's see what you got. We have Aerosmith, Chip Away the Stone from Gems. Lynn Anderson, Rose Garden, Classic Country. Jethro Burns, Dolly Parton, Sweet on Me. We have Chet Atkins guitar, Ode to Billy Joe. Gene Autry back in the saddle again. And one more, CBS and the Nashville Sounds. That is the Nashville Sounds, which was or is the affiliate AAA team here in Nashville, MLB affiliate team. That is some kind of country sampler. And it has Willie, has Charlie McClain, Rodriguez, and Lynn Anderson on it. $6.99. By the way, MK Lane 777 is Andy Lane, okay? Whoever's tagging, that's Andy Lane. James Rainey on Gene. Gene for James Rainey, he meant James Rainey on Gene, J-E-N-E, Gene. Gene, Lynn, what was Gene? And then Vicious Rumors 20, Vicious Rumors 20. TBI Music Room on Chet Atkins, that's sold. Fred Cardinale on Volbeat, that's sold. Vicious Rumors 23, Vicious Rumors 25. Oh, Gene Autry, my bad. I was thinking Simmons. That's sold it. I was like, we didn't have a Gene Simmons 45. And then Dusty Springfield from the last pile is sold. And that is sold to Samuel Kopich. All right, so that left the CBS sampler, and then Jethro Burns, and then Lynn Anderson, and then Aerosmith, okay? It looks like Lillian Axe is going to get one bid, and final call. MT Matt has Lillian Axe for $45. That's OG, I believe is what I said. Let me look at it to make sure. And this is an 88 USOG, VG++. Yep, and Vicious Rumors is at 27. Before I do anything else, I'm going to crack open this bottle of water. Haven't had anything to drink in like an hour and a half, I don't think, and I am parched. I've said a lot of words tonight. It's also top of the hour, which means it's almost snack time. Almost snack time. I am leaving this building in 4 hours to go to the airport, so we got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work to do. Let me step up front right quick. I think there's also some other stuff up here Tanner had left that he had found as we continue to get this building cleaned up for the end of the year to start a new fresh year at Collectco with all new collections and all new records. Folks, we're not going to stop. This is just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and better and more wonderful and fantastical, and just more and more and more and more of this and more of that and more metal and more collections and bigger collections. We're going to travel farther. We're going to buy more. We're going to sell more. We're going to have more strings. Strings are going to get longer. They're going to get more difficult. They're going to be in levels. It's going to be like challenges. We're going to put everybody on scavenger hunt. I'm going to hide stuff throughout the United States in various places, gift cards underneath the San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge. I'm going to hide gift cards in New York City in various places. Chad's going to eat some pistachios. Okay, Lillian Axe. So $45, empty mat. He's like, of course, Chad had to take a snack break right when the auction's on its last call. But Vicious Rumors is still getting bids. Andy Lane has it for $30. Tony Bradford, you're out. Vinnie Moore is on guitar. Yes, 85 repress, VG Plus condition. And this is a final call to Andy Lane for $30. The main purpose of the trip to Vegas is one of two things. I really never do anything for my birthday, so I was going to go do something. But also, I feel like if I don't take my mom and sister, my brother has about 3 younger kids, so it's really hard for him to go. So I think we're going to do something next summer, like more like Disney World. But for my mom and sister, if I don't take them out there, they'll probably never get to go. So tomorrow's my birthday, and then I wanted to take them to the Sphere because I couldn't think of a really good concert that they would like. They don't really do concerts. So the Wizard of Oz, Sunday night at the Sphere. So we'll be there all day tomorrow because our flight, I'll be in Vegas at 9 a.m. in the morning. That's when our flight lands, and then their time. And then we'll have Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday night's the Sphere. I'll be back Monday about noon in Nashville. So that's the main purpose, is the Wizard of Oz at the Sphere. But also, I just want to go out there to show them the casinos and show them the Strip and do all that. So this is my last night in my 20s. I have 56 minutes left in my 20s. I turned 30 years old in 56 minutes. 30 years old. My life is officially downhill from here. I'm exiting my 20s. Y'all are going to celebrate it with me in 56 minutes. So tomorrow, or today, I'll be arriving at 30 years old in Las Vegas, and I'm not leaving until I'm up $10,000 on blackjack. Whatever it takes, I'm not leaving that town till I'm up 10,000 on blackjack. Whatever it takes. I'm about to exit my 20s. I'm also on a snack break because I am parched and I'm hungry and I'm yeah. So I don't think, I mean, I never do anything on my birthday. Everybody's like, you're working on your birthday? Let's go out. Let's do this, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, nah, I'm out. I'd rather work, but I've went kind of nonstop. On this month. I haven't had much time off. I mean, a couple football games, and Tennessee's been disappointing this year. So I do work about 7 days a week, 14 to 16 hours a day, sometimes more than that. I mean, I don't really stop working because I wake up, I'm on my phone working, I go to sleep, I fall asleep with my phone in my hand working, talking, texting, whatever, anything about Coletco. So when I leave, I'm out of commission for 3 days. Otherwise, my brain would fry. I would be done. Okay, back to selling records, back to doing my job. Over here, Vicious Rumors. What was you looking for on Fighter? Was that is that an auction I hadn't run? What was going on here? Or is that a record in the crate? Okay, sorry. But yes, thanks everybody for the happy birthday. We now have 53 minutes, okay? Vicious Rumors over here. Vicious Rumors, sorry, this is the last call. Apologize to the bidders. Andy Lane has it for $35. Andy Lane has it for $35. I want to make sure Tony Bradford knows he's out, okay? And then over here, this is Fighter. Was that in here? Where did you see that at, Chad? What was you looking for on Fighter? Maybe he said that and didn't mean to. We have Creator, Phantom of Antichrist. That's on green vinyl. Creator is $24.99. And Nightwish, Human Nature. Nightwish is a 3 LP, really cool colored vinyl, $44.99. You can go, I'll still post hot pictures. No, you can still send them to me, Laura. No, I'll still do some stuff out there. I'll still be, I got to do some stuff before I leave here. That's why I got to stop it. My mom and sister is going to be here at about 3 a.m. and I got a lot to do on that. Fighter. Oh, right over here. Sorry, Fighter. So yeah, we only have no bids tonight. Judas Priest, Angel of Retribution was a 2010 UK limited edition reissue, white clear vinyl, $65 on Judas Priest. And then Fighter, I was asking $325. It's sealed. Only one active, of course, after shipping, 500 in Poland. And the last one, or one of the sealed copies, did sell for $429. And Laura did make a note, I didn't even mention it, recorded in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm asking $325, it's sealed. Okay? Now, Vicious Rumors did get a new bid for $38. Keeps you off the mean streets of Lebanon. I know. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't, like, especially Seth. Seth don't understand more so. He was actually talking about it earlier in our group chat. So I'm going to pick on Seth and my other friend Moose. Tanner definitely understands because he works here and he's part of our business. But this is my hobby, okay? I don't feel like I'm working right now. So nobody, especially family and friends, understand why I don't want to ever take a day off. And I'm like, well, imagine if you could do your favorite thing every day, all day long, and you're getting paid for it. So I have like a dream job. So I never want to not be here. I'm around music and collectibles and all of our great customers, and we're selling stuff. So it's really hard to explain to somebody, why do you not want to take a day off? And I'm like, well, I'm not working. I do get exhausted, but it's like, it's a fun exhaustion, I guess. Deckelman on cake for Creator. That's sold to Deckelman. And then over here, Vicious Rumors out. And then Vicious Rumors is sold to Andy Lane then for $40, okay? So let's keep going here. And, but yeah, I'll pick on Moose and Seth. Are you ever going to take a day off? Blah, 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 blah. That's how they sound too, okay? And then here's how Seth sounds. Next auction is Europe. And then over here, we have Europe. This is I know the 1983 Swedish OG Hot Records. Original inner sleeve and shrink, VG++ condition, and $25 start. $25 start for Europe. I'm going to be honest. I have never seen this Europe before. Probably because it's a Swedish OG. VG Plus condition, $25 start for Europe. $25 start for Europe. Hey, y'all can still chase your dreams. Hey, I'll be motivational right now. You still have time. You still have time. Now, if you want to take it to if you want to do this and take it to a level where you're actually turning a profit, you can basically have no life, though, okay? A lot of people have record stores, and they do it for a hobby, and they're not really making money. Those are all over the country. There's a lot of people who do it. They just like doing it for the fun. But if you want to do it and like have a staff and make money and actually draw a profit from the corporation or the LLC and it's noticeable and you're getting a return, you're going to have to put like endless hours into it. You really can't have a family. If you do, they're going to have to be understanding, and you're probably not going to have much of a personal life because it gets bogged down. And now if you want to basically kind of get by, some people probably do it, but if you want to start making money at it in collectibles, they call it a hustle for a reason. This is an 88 US OG. This is Power Metal, Prog Metal, Thrash. I don't know much about Deadly Blessing. Deadly Blessing, Ascend from the Cauldron. Deadly Blessing is in VG condition. Wow, some of these have sold for as much as $175 sealed. VG Plus for $75. So we got this at a low start. Deadly Blessing, $15 start on that. Okay, so back up to the top. And then the Night Wish. The Night Wish is called Human Nature. Night Wish is $44.99. $44 on Night Wish. Europe 26. Europe is at 26. So 2 bids on Europe. John LeBady, you're out. Dave Ferguson came in first. Mass. This is called Fighter. Mass is sealed, $24.99. This album was originally recorded in 82, but was not put on vinyl till 2019. So unreleased Mass, $24.99. Deadly Blessing has a bid for $15. And now from the bonus crate. From the bonus crate, I have the following. Let's do another Sabbath. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath is a 74 US OG inner sleeve, original inner sleeve. VG $30 start. Don't do that. Have to have five. Well, I might have one in secret. I've told you I'll have to keep all my dating private. Otherwise, I get hit by the paparazzi when I go out. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. This is VG condition. It has the original inner sleeve and insert. $30 start on that. Got to keep all the relationships private. Otherwise, they get swarmed out in public. Camera, flash bulbs, everything. Danny Thomason on M for Mass. Europe is at $32, and then Deadly Blessings at $20. Black Sabbath $33, Deadly Blessing another $20. The Budos Band. The Budos Band is an Afrobeat funk, $17.99. The Budos Band, $17.99. And then we have Lee Fields, Let's Get a Groove On. Lee Fields is Funk Soul, $19.99. Deadly Blessing, $21. Black Sabbath, $33. What about Europe? 32 with John LeBady. Nick Bargeron and Dave Ferguson. Y'all are both out. Wow, Prince. Never seen this. 2019 Record Store Day exclusive, $24.99. His Majesty's, the Purple Mix Club, Prince, Pop Life. So His Majesty's Pop Life, Prince, the Purple Mix Club. Record Store Day, $24.99. We need another handful of 45s. I Will Survive. Gloria Gaynor, $6.99. Paul Simon, Loves Me Like a Rock. One Night in Bangkok, Murray Head. And Do You Feel All Right, KC and the Sunshine Band. Hiram on Budos Band, sold. Craig Thomas on Prince, sold. And then DB for $25. That was Deadly Blessing, new bid for $25. It looks like we're done on Sabbath. One bid for $33 and done. And Europe final call for $32. All those singles I just showed you were $6.99. Messiah, Hymn to the Something. A thrash death metal, $17.99. Help me out, Spine. Hymn to the Aberline, $17.99, something like that. Deadly Blessing, $25. Deadly Blessing, $28. Sabbath is at $34. These singles are $6.99. KC, Murray Head, Paul Simon, and Gloria Gaynor. I Will Survive. Next thing in here is this. Sun Ra, Astro Black. Sun Ra, Free Jazz Space Age. Red vinyl, $24.99. And that, folks, is Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is $24.99, a Target exclusive on red vinyl. That is Travis Kelce's future wife, $24.99. Robert Ronner on Sun Ra. That's sold to Robert Ronner. He got Sun Ra. And this is Jonathan Gatt, Iberian Passage, Psych Rock, $14.99. Europe is sold to John LeBeatty for $32. $32. John LeBeatty. Okay, now Deadly Blessing has hit 28. Sabbath has hit 36. Susie all over Tay-Tay. That is done. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is from the bonus crate. Let me see what he's talking about on this. Okay, so these typically don't have effect playback. Y'all see these pressing, hold on one second. Y'all see these pressing bubbles right here? You may not be able to see it. Has like a, right there, see that? It's like a pressing bubble. Now, that typically doesn't affect playback, especially, I mean, these you can feel though, I don't know. So we'll say buyer beware. It's a OG Guns N' Roses Chinese Democracy. But typically those pressing impurities, even if you can feel them, doesn't affect playback too much because it was stamped that way and the grooves are still accessible. But just keep that in mind, that's on here. So with that being said, it's a pretty good record being an OG. I'm only going to start it for $15. Chinese Democracy, a 2008 US OG. $15 start on that. All right, let's show a couple more in here and I'll show the no bids. The Low Anthem, Indie Folk Experimental, $12.99. And then Sebdo. Sebdo is alternate rock with a bonus 45, $17.99. Black Sabbath is up to one person, Michael Remza. Shane Lando has it for $36. There's only two no bids tonight. The first one is Fighter, which is a really desirable and scarce/rare metal record from 1986. It's sealed, $325. It's called Fighter, No Pain, No Gain. And then Judas Priest, Angel of Retribution, is a 2010 UK limited edition white clear vinyl, $65 on that one. If I was a betting man, I would say Guns N' Roses will play with no major issues, okay? That's what I would say on Guns N' Roses. And guess what? I'm going to be doing a lot of betting tomorrow at the blackjack table. No, I don't like gambling. I'll bet on the Tennessee Vols about 3 or 4 times a year and break even. I stopped $308 up this year. First college football season, because I'm not betting on anything else. I only bet on the Tennessee games I'm at. First year I've been to the positive. First year I've been to the positive. And after we lost to Oklahoma that night, which I didn't have any money on, I said, I'm done. I am done. It's pronounced Sebado. Thank you. Sebado. Thank you. I guess that's missing the, that's supposed to be the ah sound. Elizabeth King and the Gospel Souls, the Divine Spiritual Recordings, $9.99 for Elizabeth King. Wayne McGee is a reggae funk album, $14.99. Okay, and then over here is Fodder. Let me see what we can do on this Chad. All right, so first thing we have, hey, it could possibly be going to a Chad. All right. So Chad, if I did sell it on Discogs for that exact price, okay, $325, and let's just say 15% after Discogs, I would get approximately $276. That's if I did get $325. I'm considering I probably will have to go to Discogs to get that kind of money for it, it looks like. So $276 is what I would net. I'll sell it to you for $265. And I feel like it would sell for $325 on there. I might have to wait, but I'll sell it to you for $265 because I think if I got $325, I'm going to net like $276 after PayPal and Discogs, so $265. Okay, and then over here we have Deadly Blessing at $38, Guns N' Roses $59, and Never Bet With Your Heart. Yeah, that's hard to do when you're a Tennessee fan. And then Judas Priest has an offer for 55, and Judas Priest has an offer for 50. Oh So Adventure was first, and we're going to have to sell him Judas Priest for $55. Okay? $55 on that. Guns N' Roses is at 59 with Corey Ross, and Deadly Blessings at 38. Everything in here is sticker price. We're still got new arrivals. We have Mavis Staples, You're Not Alone. Mavis Staples is Funk Soul Gospel, $19.99 for Mavis Staples. And over here, we have Farmer, spelled P-H, P-H-A-R-M-E-R-S, Art Rock, $14.99. Kiss World at the Rio Hotel. I'll have to check that out. Is the Rio near the Strip? I doubt we leave the Strip much because we're not renting a car. We'll just Uber everywhere or walk. Okay, next record is Goblin Cock. What a title. This is Necronomicon Donkey Kongum Con. What did I just read? Necronomicon Donkey Kongum Con. That is heavy metal on orange vinyl, $19.99. Okay, and then Deadly Blessing, 40. That's with Jason Jones. And then over here, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. I almost forgot about this one. I hope we're done. The last bid that was on the screen at BS was Shane Laydote at 36. And I think, Shane, this sold to you for $36, right? $36. That is sold to you. And then Guns N' Roses, I think, is going to be a final call. That's going to be a final call to Corey Ross for $59. I have been to the Metal Blade Museum. I went out there and met... what's his name? Yeah, I met him at the Metal Blade. But yeah, Dale Crover, Rat-a-tat-tat. Dale Crover, $17.99 with signed photo. Experimental Rock, $17.99. Dale Crover, $17.99. And then we have Joshua's Virtue, Jackie's House. This is Hip Hop, $9.99. $9.99 on that one, okay? And then... Daily Blessing is sold to Jason Jones for 40 behind Caesar's Palace. Okay, I'll go check that out then. I'm sure my mom and sister will love that. Hey, let's go to the Kiss Museum. I'm going to be like, this trip is all about me and nobody else. We have Dale Crover, sold to Danny, Rat-a-tat. I think that's the one he wanted, right? And then Fighter. Oh, Chad's not even going to give me a bump. Chad, you got to make me win. You got to at least give me a bump to let me think I'm winning on Fighter. And then over here, we have this, Syphilis, which I'm pretty sure is a disease. Electronic hip-hop, $12.99. We're ready for all new auctions. Guns N' Roses sold to Corey Ross for $59.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Scorpions Lonesome Crow. This is a 78 Canadian reissue on Bomb Records. It's in mostly in shrink according to Seth. Here we go with mostly, maybe, could be Seth Hackett. Strong VG, $20 start on that. Scorpions Lonesome Crow. Now up for bid. Jim Cooper on Autopsy. Autopsy is sold to Jim Cooper. Thank you on that one. And then over here, what else do we have? One second, please. Okay. You did buy the Spread Eagle. No one else has bumped your offer on Fighter. I'm thinking. Next auction. Sorry, I was zoned out there for a second. Boy, I forgot I was live selling records to people. I just got completely I was just staring at the wall. Kiss Destroyer, Resurrected Orange Vinyl, 2019 Walmart exclusive. This is a $15 start. Orange Vinyl, Kiss Destroyer, Resurrected, okay? And Fighter, somebody just asked the details. I just sold it to Chad Duggan. Sold for $250 to Chad Duggan. I feel like he just got a killer deal on this, but sold to Chad Duggan. Sealed $250. Thank you, Chad. All right, that's done. Let's move on. Hey, I'm here to sell records. Let's go through this crate again quickly. Now know what's in here. Scorpions, there's Kiss. Thank you, Chad. Let me also go ahead and pop my knee back into place. I'm going to touch my toes. I'm going to try not to zone out. I mean, I literally just kind of zoned out there for a second, staring at the wall. I forgot I was even live selling records. The Stylistics, You Make Me Feel Brand New. We have The Flying Machine, Smell Me for a Smile. What? The Flying Machine, Smile a Little Smile for Me. Nothing about smelling. Paul Revere's Just Like Me. Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn. Ode to John Prine. And Donna Summer, Love to Love You Baby. Ooh, that's a good one. $6.99. Donna Summer. All right, first thing we have, Larry Gonzalez on 15. Okay, and then, oh, yes, that was my right kneecap. Oh, golly. Maybe I'll go out there and find a good masseuse in Vegas. Oh, I'm going to be like, listen, I don't know what y'all can do to me, but I need a lot of corrections. Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings. This is on Blue Black Splatter, a soul album. These are all sticker price, $19.99. We have Metallica, Some Blacker Than Marble Vinyl. Exit Light. Wow, sad but true. Boom, 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 boom. Down. Through the Never, The Unforgiven. Wherever I May Roam. Down, da 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 down, da 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 down, boom, ba da da down. Through the Never. Through the Never. Donna Summer is sold to Susie Breedlove. We still got Chris Christopherson, Paul Revere, Smiling, and the Stylistics. Joshua Cross says he's got to go outside. He's sweating and laughing. It probably doesn't help that he's had about 3 joints tonight. We have Skid Row live in London. Skid Row is sealed, $29.99. Sharon Jones, Metallica, Skid Row, and Paul Brothers. What did I just say? Paul Brothers is one of our customers. Paul's Boutique, $22.99. Kiss is a buy it now for $15. Orange Vinyl, Walmart exclusive. You can buy a Destroyer right now for $15, okay? And then Scorpions, Lonesome Crow is a strong VG, a $20 start. Scorpions, Lonesome Crow, $20 start on that Haitian's Paw. And Metallica is sealed, $39.99. And that is actually colored vinyl. I wish they would have done, Walmart should have done the black album in like white vinyl. They did it on blacker marbled vinyl, okay? $39.99. Dave Ferguson gets Kiss for $15. That's so to Dave Ferguson. MK Lane, Andy Lane gets the Scorpions for $20. No bids, no bids. These are all sticker price. Overkill was really $14. And this is $99.99. $99.99 Overkill. Okay, our next auction is this. Love Hurts. Over here, I have Ted and the Incredible. We have Saxon, Waiting for the Night. Saxon, Waiting for the Night is an 86 UK OG 12-inch 45 RPM single VG plus $10 start, 0 for sale in the United States. Saxon, $10 start. It's a 3-track single. Larry Gonzalez has thrown a flag. Challenge. He said he bid $15 on Kiss. He did. Sold to Larry Gonzalez for $15. I didn't think anybody bid. I made it a buy it now. Somebody did a buy it now. But this is actually already sold to him for $15. And Dave Ferguson, you were second then. That's sold to Larry Gonzalez. Scott Markheim on Beastie Boys, Paul's Boutique. These are all sticker price. Quick recap. Next is Slayer, Diabolus, and Music. A seal, $24.99. And then what's up here on the front? Lion's Pride. Okay, breaking out. Lions Pride, still got metal stuff. An 84 Belgium OG, which stands for Original Gangster. Mausoleum Records, VG++ condition, a $35 start for Lions Pride breaking out. Jerry Torres on Slayer. That's so did Jerry Torres. Joshua Cross was second on Slayer. And then Nightwish, Human Nature, a 3 LP, orange and blackish colored vinyl. That is Nightwish, $44.99, a 3 LP. Nice. We have Lee Fields, Let's Get a Groove On. Funk Soul, $19.99. Saxon, $10 start. Saxon doesn't have a bid. It's a $10 start. Lions Pride, some kind of metal record there. Don't know a lot about it, but $35 start. Ooh, Great White. Once Bitten. Great White is a 1987 USOG Specialty Press, EX or better, a $35 start. Lions Pride is a 1984 Belgium OG pressing. OG, these are all original gangsters here. This is a $35 start. That is OG as me. We have Messiah, Hymn to the Something, $17.99. Also, Yonatan Gat, Iberian Passage, Psych Rock, looks like it's a picture disc, $14.99. The Low Anthem, $12.99. Sebado is alternate rock on some kind of tricolor, $17.99. Elizabeth King and the Gospel Sounds, The Divine Spiritual Recordings of Funk Soul Gospel, $9.99. Wayne McGee and the Sounds of Joy, Reggae Funk, $14.99. Mavis Staples, You Are Not Alone, $19.99 for Mavis Staples. This one was Farmers, like I said, spelled with a fuss sound, $14.99 PH. Here we go. Goblin Cock, Necro Nama Donkey Kong Akon. And this is heavy metal. Boy, we got to look at this poster. I mean, we'd not be doing this justice if we didn't look at the poster. Okay, it's the cover. I was hoping we'd get something kind of just absolutely insane, but there it is. I mean, somebody's got to buy this. It's on cool colored vinyl. What a title. It's heavy metal, $19.99. And let me read that title one more time. Let's break this down syllable by syllable. Syllable by syllable. Necro, Nam, Edon, King Kong, Nimacon. There you have it. Okay. Over here we have Danny on Farmer. Steve Riley says he'll take the Goblin Cock. And then over here we have Joshua Virtue, Jackie's House. That's hip-hop for $9.99. And then over here we have Cepheus. And that's electronic hip-hop, $12.99. Over here we have Lions Pride, 35, Lions Pride 40, Lions Pride 38, Lions Pride another 40. Nobody been on Saxon. Wow. $10 buy now for this three-track single from Saxon. Waiting for the Night, 10 bucks. 10 bucks on that. Okay, and then Lions Pride's at 40, but the first person who bid was Andy Lane. Mike, you tied him, and then Great White's a final call, a $35 star. Was the Slayer I got sealed and complete. The Slayer you bought out of the crate was sealed for $24.99, which is a great price. Okay, and then Scott Arnold got Saxon for 10. Let's lay down a handful of 45s over here. These are all $6.99. We got the Cascades, the Rhythm of the Rain. Nice. David Allen Coe, Jack Daniels, If You Please. It even has the little registered trademark symbol next to Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels. I bet some people watching right now has had a little bit of that tonight. Nice. Do You Like Pina Coladas? Rupert Holmes, Escape. Marrakesh Express from Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Nice. And Helplessly Hoping. I like that song even better. Helplessly Hoping. Groovin'. The Young Rascals, I Ain't Gonna Eat My Heart Out Anymore. That's a great one. And Play That Funky Music White Boy by Wild Cherry. That is all $6.99. And I know that's kind of hard to believe, but that is the price. I'm ready for a new crate if y'all are. The first thing is Lions Pride got a new bid for 45. Scott got Saxon. Joe DeGaldo next on Saxon. And James Rainey got David Allen Coe for $6.99. James Rainey got Rupert Holmes for $6.99. James Rainey got Play That Funky Music White Boy for $6.99. And I left Groovin' and Crosby, Stills, and Nash and the Cascades for all $6.99. Somebody said, Chad, I'm ready for you to run 300 more metal auctions tonight. Okay, challenge accepted. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Loudness. Thunder in the East. It's an 85 USOG specialty, VG++ condition, $20 start. The cover does have a little bit of a ding-dang on it, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. Okay? Chad needs some more chocolate-covered raisins. Organic dark chocolate. I don't even know what that means. Here we go. All right. Moving on. What a night. What a night. Grooving down a crowded avenue. All right, Lions Pride sold to Tony Bradford for $45. Great White's a no bid. You can pick that up for a bite now of, hold on, kind of forgot, 30 something, probably $35 bite now. Wow, the reissue on this really killed the OG value. This used to be $7,500, no problem. 35 on that one, and then over here, Loudness. Andy Lane has it for 20. That's one bid, $20. I'm going to be here. I don't really know. I mean, I'm kind of packed, and the only thing I could stop early for is to try to make some flip crates, so I have those scheduled for tomorrow. I mean, we need to leave here. Our flight leaves at 5 a.m. We're only 30 minutes from the Nashville airport, and there shouldn't be any traffic. It's middle of the night. But I told them we're going to leave here at 3 or 3:30 a.m. I'm already packed. I don't have to go back home. It's about 20 minutes till midnight. We still can go through some crates. I can't do anything too crazy and make a mess back here because I have to get it set up and ready for Paul before I leave for sure. With that being said, we still got a lot to show. I can probably do a nonsense half-off crate. We still got more 45s, and I still got plenty of metal auctions to run. So it's probably what we're going to be doing. I'm probably about, well, I've got another crate here with like metal and stuff that lower mark that I don't think I've took offers on. And if I have, I don't remember taking offers on them. So we're bringing that crate over right now. The front part, which will be the last ones y'all see, is a little batch of metal. So I'm basically ready to go. I've got it all planned out. And I think I can go, you know, another hour or two and probably have time to do what I need to before I have to leave. So at least another hour. 1 a.m. might be a good stopping point. I think by then on Thursday night, everybody's kind of signed off anyways. Okay, Loudness is at 25.28, and then Great White. Somebody asked the condition, then somebody bought it. It is EX or better, Chad Snyder. It's yours if you want it. If not, it's sold to Christina Curtis. Okay? Loudness is at 28 with Andy Lane. I'm also still snacking, but I'm about done. Okay? Next auction is Van Halen. This is a Japanese, that's not Japanese. This is a 7-inch single of Jump and House of Pain. There is a piece of tape along the bottom. Van Halen's a $7 start. $7 start. Here's some more buy it nows. This is the Safari's Wipeout. Frankie Avalon, 2 fulls. Dion and the Belmonts, I Wonder Why. Christie Yellow River promo. And How's That? Sherbert. Those are all $6.99. Those are all $6.99. We have How's That? Hozat, Howzat, Yellow River Christie, Dion, Frankie Avalon, and the Safaris Wipeout. All those singles are $6.99. Chad Snyder got the Great White for $35. Van Halen's a $7 star, and Loudness is with Andy Lane at $28. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. We have John Mayall Memories. John Mayall is sealed, a 1971 USOG, $34.99 for John Mayall, sealed, $34.99. We have BB and the Blue Shacks Breaking Point. This is sealed, $14.99. BB and the Blue Shacks Breaking Point. Jerry Lee Lewis, She Still Comes Around to See What's Left of Me, in shrink wrap, $14.99. And Queens of Stone Age Like Clockwork, a sealed copy, and I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've took offers on these, or that probably would have got sold. So Queens of Stone Age Like Clockwork, sealed, $34.99. $34.99. Okay? One second. Chad Snyder gets Wipeout for $6.99. The Safaris. Loudness has a new bid for $30 with Dave Ferguson. Andy Lane, you're out. Van Halen's a $7 buy it now. Van Halen's a $7 buy it now. I'm going to put all those right over here. Everything in this crate's best offer, including Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, Dig Lazarus Dig. Don't hesitate to make offers. We're making deals. Chad's birthday sale, $29.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Mean Old Man, 2010 USOG, sealed, $89.99. And then here is Scorpions Love at First Sting. Scorpions Love at First Sting is an 84 USOG PRC Richmond with an alternate cover, VG Plus condition, just a $20 start on Scorpions. Loudness is now at $35. Dave Ferguson, you're out. And then our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Battle Axe. This looks interesting. Battle Axe, Power from the Universe. Battle Axe is an 84 Canadian OG, VG Plus Plus condition, a $30 start on Battle Axe. That's now up for bid. Also in the crate, we have Gene Vincent, his Blue Caps, the Bop That Just Won't Stop, a mono reissue, a bridge, sealed Gene Vincent, $14.99. And then the Black Crowes Happiness Bastards. The Black Crowes is sealed, $34.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Sometimes a Memory Ain't Enough, a white label promo, EX $22.99, and Iron Butterfly Heavy, record store day exclusive, pressed at RTI, sealed, $24.99, and the Animals Retrospective, a 2 LP, Sky Pilot, House of the Rising Sun. We got to get out of this place. Sealed, the Animals, $39.99. Loudness, sold to Andy Lane for $35. $20 start on Scorpions, and there is a record called Battle Axe. Let's finish up this box of 45s over here. And this box of 45s, the next handful is the following. $6.99. We have, look at this, the Yardbirds, Over, Under, Sideways, Down, a UK edition. Phil Collins, Don't Lose My Number. Les Paul and Mary Ford, Don't You Hear Them Bells. Guy Mitchell, Singing the Blues. Bing Crosby, Silent Night. And then Les Baxter, I'll Never Stop Loving You. Those are all $6.99. Thanks for the happy birthdays. Those are 16 minutes early, though, at least Central Time. If you're on the East Coast, it's already December 12th. If you're Central Time, it's not December 12th yet. First thing is Donna on Phil Collins for $6.99. That's sold to Donna for $6.99. And then Danny offered $12.50 for Iron Butterfly. That would be 50% off. And since this is not a half-off crate, I'm honestly going to have to say no. But I will counter at $18. $24.99, $18, Danny. And then we still got Les Baxter, we got Bing Crosby, we got Guy Mitchell, we got Les Paul, Mary Ford, and we still got the Yardbirds, Over, Under, Sideways, Down. The Scorpions has a bid for $20, and Battle Axe is a final call if you want to get a bid on that. It's an 84 Canadian OG, VG++, a $30 start on that. Were you born to stroke midnight? I guess not. I don't really know. I know the Beatles' Free as a Bird came out. So my birthday was around the release of Beatles Anthology. So when all the Beatles Anthology stuff was coming out this year, I thought that was pretty cool. 30 years later, and I'm a Beatles fan. I was born in 95, had no idea who the Beatles were. You're talking about 30 years after Beatles Mania. And here I am 30 years later, and I'm an avid Beatles fan, and they're putting out more anthology stuff. Isn't that bizarre? I think Free as a Bird came out on my birthday, 95. You know, they were doing all the anthology stuff with the Beatles. 30 years later, I'm a super Beatles fan, and they're still putting out Beatles anthology stuff. Isn't that crazy? So I thought that was an interesting thing this year when I saw all that stuff coming out. We have Anyone's Daughter, Adonis, Adonis. This is a Symphonic Prague, 1999. And then over here, we have Everything to Everyone. That's Bjorn Ries. That's a Prague album from Norway, $19.99. And then over here, we have Scorpions, one bid, sold to Alan Hagen for $20, okay? Sold to Alan Hagen for $20. And then over here, we have Battle Axe, a no bid, $30 for Battle Axe. $30 for Battle Axe, okay? That's Power from the Universe. Let's put that right in here. All right. Now I've got to crack open this peppermint patty. $6.99 for Bing Crosby. How Lovely is Christmas? From Bing Crosby's Golden LP, A Christmas Story. Green vinyl, Bing Crosby. Sammy Davis Jr., It's Bigger Than You and Me. Sammy Davis Jr., Something's Got to Give. Sammy Davis Jr., I Go For You. Les Paul and Mary Ford, I Really Don't Want to Know. Foreigner, Say You Will. And Stonewall Jackson, Wild, Wild, Wild. What year is the Prague from Norway? I'm about to tell you. That was Bjorn Ries. That is an album from probably, it's pretty modern, 2000s probably. It actually, there's no date on it. No date from Laura, no date from Paul. There might not be a date on Discogs. Let me see if there's a date on the inner sleeve. I don't see a date anywhere. There's no date on this anywhere close. It's something pretty modern, though. It's like, I'm going to say it's 2022, but I don't know. Anybody know how recent Bjorn Ries is? Okay. Donna on Foreigner for $6.99. There's no year on that anywhere. Donna got Foreigner. Motion City Soundtrack, I Am the Movie. $29.99 on that. We have Motion City Soundtrack, Even If It Kills Me. That's $19.99. And Panic, Rotten Church. Panic, Rotten Church is thrash death metal, $19.99 on that. All these are $6.99. Let's put these right over here. And let's see what else I got in our bonus crate. Got like just 3 more records left in this box, and I'm going to start another one. How about a reissue of Metallica? You may not want the black marble vinyl Walmart exclusive. So how about we do this? We have a 2014 U.S. reissue, a Blackened 2 LP remastered Metallica Black Album, just a $25 start, okay? $25 start. Next is Siege of Power, Warning Blast. Siege of Power is white, smoky clear marble vinyl, numbered 173 of 200. That is sealed, $24.99. And then Hateful Agony, Plastic Culture Pestilence. Hateful Agony is sealed, $29.99. Panic for $15. So did Danny Thomason, $15. Next is Trance, Power and Fusion. Trance is 2014 blue and yellow vinyl. That is $39.99. And Vomitor. This is Oxblood colored vinyl. Vomitor, $24.99. Okay? Next thing over here is the following. I am going to put up Riot, and this is called Born in America. This is a 1983 U.S.-Canadian OG VG Plus condition. Riot, Born in America is a $15 start. Next was Opprobrium, Serpent Temptation, 2016 remaster, $34.99. And then Death, Struggling Harsh Immortals, 2021 red vinyl punk industrial metal, $19.99 for that one. All right, and then here's 3 more singles, and I'm going to grab a new box. This one is Waylon Jennings, I'm a Rambling Man. The flip is Got a Lot of Going for Me. The Shooter, She's Stepping Out. And The Doors, The Unknown Soldier, and We Could Be So Good Together. Those are all $6.99. Dave Ferguson on Riot at $18. I also have Devil Child, I feel like we've seen some of these for a while. Yeah, these are almost a month old now, and I feel like we've shown them at least twice. This could be the third time best offer. So don't hesitate to make offers on these at all. A fair offer will probably get it bought. 2018 reissue Devil Child, $19.99. Soul Grinder, Filth Encrusted, EX $17.99. And Danny got Wayland for $6.99. I saw Page and Plant $95. Wow. That is, that's pretty remarkable. See, I was born, and who would know next is a Zeppelin fan would be born. All right, Devil Child is sold to Mike Cauldron for $15. This has nothing to do with Shooter Jennings. This is the Shooters. She's Stepping Out and Borderline, 1988. Nothing to do with Jennings. We have Misfire, Sympathy for the Ignorant. That's clear with Ruby Splatter, $29.99. And then Lawsuit, 3 The Hard Way, an 86 Canadian OG, $49.99 sealed. Authorized, The Source of Dominion, a 2025 blue and yellow split, $39.99 for Authorized. And Muse Showbiz, $99.99, $100. It's a 2019 10th anniversary edition. Ride is sold to Dave Ferguson for $18. That is sold to Dave Ferguson for $18. And Metallica is, in fact, a no bid. Metallica is a 2014 US, and that is a $25 buy it now for Metallica. Let's go over there in the no bid pile. We have Ingested, Clear of Red Splatter, Deathcore album, sealed, $34.99. And then Ultimatum, Perilous Times, The Mechanics of Perilous Times, Thrash, Ultimatum, $34.99. This is Muse Showbiz, the 2009 10th anniversary edition, $99.99, clear vinyl. And then this is Vomitor, Thrash Death Metal, $19.99. And this is Coffin Rot, A Monument to the Dead, Death Metal, $19.99. Hellfire, Free Again, $14.99, heavy metal. The Lawsuit record was Lawsuit, 3 The Hard Way, sealed with warning lyrics, 86 Canadian OG, $49.99. Scorpions, lots of Scorpions tonight, Worldwide Live. This is an 85 US Club RCA 2 LP with the original inner sleeves, EX edition. Scorpions is a $25 start. Scorpions, Worldwide Live, $25 start on that. 25, $25 start on that. Our next auction is the Yardbirds, a picture sleeve, Heart Full of Soul. Wow, look at Eric Clapton. Unbelievable. Yardbirds, Heart Full of Soul. Yellow Epic Label original. It says Steel Blues and Heart Full of Soul. And that's not too bad. Probably a VG sleeve or less because of this rip. The vinyl's like VG Plus. $10 start on the Yardbirds. $10 start on the Yardbirds. Over here we have Necropanzer, Betrayal. Necropanzer is death metal thrash on purple vinyl, $24.99. Skeletal Remains, Devouring Mortality, 2018 brown gold vinyl, $34.99. Martyr Warp Zone, this is $24.99. And Scarlet Riot Invicta, this is a number 2024, sealed, $24.99. Love Life, Goodbye Lady Jane, hard rock heavy metal, $19.99. And Bolt Thrower, Those Once Loyal, $34.99. Okay. I'm going to set this crate over to the side. At some other given time in the future, that crate's probably going to be half off. So if anybody wants to make an offer, probably won't take anything half off right now, but at some point it will be. And the reason I'm telling you that is because I think I've went through that one several. The reason I haven't made this half off is because there's so many like modern pre-owned records, and I'm just sure we just don't have the right buyer looking for them. Otherwise, they would get gone. But these have all been probably comped pretty fairly. But if you get them cheap enough, they'll definitely sell. So you can make offer, or you can wait till they're officially half off, and then the whole crate's probably going to get gone. Or some of them I might pull out, especially if they're sealed, and go ahead and just get listed elsewhere. I wonder what Clapton would think of this if you walked up to him and showed it to him. Well, first of all, if you had this in your hand and you walked up to him, make sure you had a black Sharpie so he could sign it too. But do you think he could tell you where that photo was taken? Boy, think about everything he's done since then. Since that photo, think about all the stuff. Cream, Blind Faith, solo career, Derek and the Dominoes, more solo career, concerts, stadiums, thousands of shows. Final call to Danny Thomason for $14. The Scorpions is sold to Alan Hagen for $20. That's sold to him for $20. And Kenny Rowe gets to Metallica for $25. All right. Jimmy Page is a fun follow on Facebook. He posts stuff all the time, memories and flashbacks. He probably has a social media team doing it for him, but you can tell like it's coming from his memory. So if you don't follow Jimmy Page on Facebook, it's really cool to follow him. He shares stuff sometimes almost every day, flashbacks, memories, just really cool stuff. And I think his social media team probably looks stuff up and then they get him to quote it. But really cool. So, Danny was bidding 11 on the Yardbirds. Okay. So that's sold to Danny for 11. He's offering 14 for Iron Butterfly. Sold to Danny for 14. I see what's going on now. All right, so I think it's time for a nonsense half-off vintage crate. We haven't done that tonight. I haven't had an auction get more than just a couple bids in a long time. I really don't want to put up too much more metal unless the auctions are going to get competitive. There's a lot less people watching, so that's unlikely. So I'll put up some stuff I'm okay with it not getting like but one bid. And maybe we could get some people woke up. I'll still do some 45s. But the first thing I have here is Steeler. And Steeler is an 83 USOG. And this is in G+ condition. It does have a lot of marks on it, a lot of scuffing, but there's no feelers. No feelers on Steeler. And that's a $5 start, okay? $5 start on that. Let's pick out a vintage crate. Let's go through that. And here we go. So I thought he was bidding 14 on the Yardbirds too, but he was making an offer on Iron Butterfly. And I actually think I said Yardbirds $14. So if we need to try that one more time, that was actually on me. I miscalled out the wrong thing, but whatever y'all want to do. Okay, let's find a vintage crate to do half off. And gotta get y'all woke up. Does anybody want to maybe comment at least where they're watching from? Anybody want to say, hey, Chad, I'm still here, buddy. Bring me something I want to buy. Throw something up there. I think it's time for your birthday half off crate. It's about to be midnight. I think it's time for the stroke of the midnight Chad Williams half off birthday crate. And I'll pick out a good one. These were marked December 4th. There's the Cars, there's Stevie Nicks, there's Joan Jett, there's Spock, there's Queen, there's Prince. Heck, there's even Swing Out Sister and The Who and Rush and Led Zeppelin and Adam Ant and Ringo Starr and the Beatles. You know, that might make a great midnight birthday half-off crate. A celebration. Fantastic vintage titles at half-off sticker. What's left in the bonus crate? I usually don't like to reveal that. I will look for the most glammy hair metal I can find. Because if I read all these out, we would have requests, and then I would have to commit to sell them tonight. I will try to find the most glammy hair metal stuff I got in here that's obscure. There's not much obscurities. Most of the stuff is pretty dang mainstream. I do have a bunch of straight-priced, fantastically rare and desirable country albums. They're straight-priced, and they're pretty firm, but we can show them. There's not a lot of glammy, obscure hair metal. I mean, we got a lot of Judas Priest, we got Axe, we got Dawkins, Kiss, of course. I do have another black and blue. I got stuff like Helix and Twisted Sister, more Scorpion, Star, Saxon. That's the kind of stuff that's in the bonus crate. Okay? We have Black and Blue Without Love. Black and Blue is an 85 USOG specialty press. EX condition, a $15 start. Okay? $15 start. Let's go back to the top over here. We have this, and did Messiah sell? If Messiah was an auction, then yes. Well, did you say not in the auction crate? Happy birthday. Wow, look at all the birthday midnight comments. Mortgage Guy Rob, thank you. Pat Lucero, thank you. James Rainey, he's at the Munich airport. Wow, he's over in Germany. Sheldon Bergenshire, thank you. And then over here, Denise, thank you. Darren Johnson, William Drugovich, thank you. Robert Warner, Hiram Aponte, thank you. Hessen Session, Tony Bradford, Vintage Phantom Canuck, Corey Ross, there goes Mark. Steeler has a bid for 5 of Hoopy. James Rainey, thank you. Thank you again, Mortgage Guy Rob, Shane Lando, Kenny Roll, Alan Hagan, Jeremy Bryant, Jerry Torres. Appreciate you and your knowledge of music, such a young age. Happy birthday. Thank you. Over here, we have Josh Brown. Thank you. We have happy birthday. I can still trust that. Even he's 30 now. I'm in my 30s. I know I'm not a kid anymore. Everybody used to be like, Chad's just a kid on here selling records. Now I guess I'm an adult. $30. I'm at 30. Now they can say, hey, there's a kid on Facebook every night selling records. Not anymore. I've got a beard. Hair's growing on my legs. We have Michael Ruttman, thank you. Eric Van Leuven, Hoopy, Tracy, Levi Hilton. Black and Blue has a bid for 15. Jazz Grog, thank you. We have John Cassidy, Mark Price, Victor Guerra, Pam Murray. And then Black and Blue 15, Black and Blue 20. Thank you, Jack. Jack's even back on the feed. Thank you. Black and Blue 20. Patrick Francis, Fox Digital. Peter Haas, Joe Castillo. My voice is deeper. Test 1, 2. I know, I'm looking down. There's hair growing on my legs. There's stuff coming out of my chin. What is this? What is this? All right. We still got vinyl to sell for a good solid hour. The sign was 2 crates ago. Okay, let me try to find that. So this crate here was... Let me see if I can find that. I don't recall it, but we'll try to find it, okay? Give me a moment, because I need to kind of restack and pack over here. Maybe it was in this lower crate. Aha. Messiah is still available, okay? Messiah is still available. It is a buy it now for $17.99. That will be sticker price. We got a great vintage crate we're about to go to. Another chin. I got that already happening. I got on the scale last night. I'm finally back under 300 pounds after eating a bunch of carrots and parfaits every night instead of Whataburger. You know, I used to like, oh, I'm going to go to Taco Bell or let me run down here to Waffle House. I finally got under 300 pounds eating parfaits and carrots instead of cheeseburgers at night. Now I got to get down below 250. Whew. I don't have time to exercise. I wish I did. But thanks, everybody. Mark Ubberoth, Scott Markheim, Chad Duggan, Chad Snyder, Greg Beddinger. We have MT Matt. Thank you. Matt JK. Thank y'all on that one. Okay. So I kind of have lost the bids in the happy birthday comments. And Steeler, I think, just has one bid for $5. But if y'all were bidding, you might want to bid again. Christina Curtis, you have black and blue for $20, okay? But Mike Cauldron, Messiah is available right here for $17.99. If you don't want it, Edwin Riviera does, okay? All right, so this is going to be a half-off crate, no more, no less. Steeler is in G+ condition, but there's no feelable marks. There we go. Did you get a bid on that first album yet? There are no auctions left over except Battle Axe. Battle Axe, Power from the Universe, is $30. Everything else tonight is sold. Everything else tonight is sold. I am 6'3", but I still think 300 pounds is a little too heavy. Most people tell me I don't look like it, but it's still, I know it's not. Okay, here we go. Half off LPs. What better way to start than the Beatles compilation? This is the original Apple press, $25, okay? $25. This is the Beatles 62 to 66. So half off crate, and everything in here should be EX Plus or better, okay? Michael Remza right off on the bat on the Beatles. These are half off, no more, no less. We have Chicago Transit Authority. This is their first album, $17.50. It is on the second label, but the vinyl's really nice. Now, it comes with a poster, but this album did not come with a poster, so that's just an extra. Steelers at $18. Black and Blue is at $21. Mike Cauldron, do you want the Messiah record? Let me know if you say sold or pass. If you say sold, it's yours. If you say pass, I'm going to sell it to Hiram. Now Black and Blue's at $25. And we have Chicago Greatest Hits, $10. This is in Shrink and Hop in the original inner sleeve. Chicago is $10. Also, we have Fleetwood Mac Mirage, $10 on Fleetwood Mac Mirage. This has the original inner sleeve. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, $10 on that. I have no problem losing weight. Sophomore year in high school, which now feels like, or sophomore year in college, which now feels like an eternity ago. That would have been 9 years ago. I lost 100 pounds. I was about 320 when I started sophomore year in college. By junior year, I was 220. Okay? 220. So I've already lost 100 pounds before. But in the last 9 years, I was just about 5 pounds shy of where I used to be. So lost 100 pounds, gained 100 pounds. How about I lose another 100 pounds? That would be great, wouldn't it? Whew, that's a challenge, though. Goodness gracious. Chicago Greatest Hits, so to Michael Remza. It's a challenge. You got to really, it's kind of like running a business. You got to stay focused and dedicated or you're going to slip up. Christina Curtis on Fleetwood Mac. Peter Haas was second. Steeler, I think we're done. Steeler is at 18 with MK Lane. That's Andy Lane. And then Black and Blues at 25. Okay? Okay, 25 on that one. I'm going to confirm from Mike Cauldron on that. And then we have Outlaws, Los Hombres Malo, $10. These are half off, no more, no less. We got Chicago, we got the Outlaws, and we got Ringo Starr, Blast from Your Past. Now, this is a Ringo Greatest Hits like You're 16 and It Don't Come Easy and Photograph and Back Off Boogaloo. I like Photograph and I also like It Don't Come Easy. You gotta play the blues if you wanna sing the blues, and you know it don't come. So to Michael Remza. And then the Cars, Candy O. What a nice cover. And Shrink, $13.50 original inner sleeve. Nice, beautiful copy. Really, really clean there. Oh man, It's All I Can Do. That's so good. So to Michael Remza's on fire, folks. He's on fire. Adamant strip. Adamant is $12.50. And then over here, Journey Departure. Journey is $10. Journey Departure, $10. Okay. So, bizarrely, My cauldron, I'm assuming, it's passing on Messiah. So this is sold to Edwin Riviera. Okay, that's sold to Edwin Riviera. Black and blue is Christina Curtis, $25, sold. Okay, and then Steeler, Andy Lane, $18. We're in a half off crate. We have Rush, Caressa Steel, $17.50. Mike's passing. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. He's passing. $17.50 for Rush. Michael Remza, Steel on Fire. He got the cars. And then Christina Curtis on Adam Ant. That's sold to Christina Curtis. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Merle Haggard, Back to the Bar Rooms, $7.50 on Merle Haggard. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, hot number. And Shrinking Hot, hot number, $10 on that. Led Zeppelin in shrink wrap. What a nice copy of Presents. A club, OG club copy embossed, $22.50 for Achilles' Last Stand. $22.50 for For Your Life. All right, let's grab a fresh box of 45, shall we? Fresh box of 45s. Here we go. How much are these? $6.99. Let's go. Here we go. $6.99. All right, I have Jennifer Jupiter by Donovan. That's a good one. Nazareth, This Flight Tonight, White Label Promo, Alabama Mountain Music, Charlie Rich, Behind Closed Doors, Village People, Macho Man, and I Love You, People. Those are all $6.99. We're also doing a half off, absolutely nonsense crate. Michael Remza, Led Zeppelin, sold. Christina Curtis on Merle Haggard, sold. Still some great titles, unclaimed in here. We have Shirley Bassey, Belts the Best, including Gold Finger, $7.50. Shirley Bassey, $7.50. Steve Perry from Journey, of course. Love the hop sticker on this one. $11.50. Very, very nice. And then the Eagles, Hotel California. On a Dark Desert Highway, Cool Wind in My Hair. That is $17.50. Mark Price on the Nazareth, This Flight Tonight. That's sold to him for $6.99. Michael Remza on Steve Perry. His streak continues. These are $6.99. I had I Love You, Macho Man, Charlie Rich, Alabama, and Donovan. We have Rush, Exit Stage Left. Rush is $22.50. This is a Columbia House copy. It's a 2LP gatefold, $22.50 for Rush. Exit Stage Left. Christina, you were second on Steve Perry, and Mr. Big 80s album here, loaded with hits. $17.50 for Mr. Take These Broken Wings. Next handful of singles, $6.99. We got Diamond Rio, She Sure Did Like to Run. We have George Benson Quartet, The Man from Toledo, Frank Sinatra, Anytime at All, and we have Bob Seger, Down on Main Street. Those are all $6.99. Mr. sold to Michael Remza, half off vintage crate, no more, no less. Also, Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles. Sting is $12.50. This has what? The original inner sleeve with it. Super clean copy of Sting. If it will go back in its sleeve, that will be a plus. $12.50 on Sting. And then over here, very heavily, is the Who Quadrophenia. Must have the book with it. It does. The Who, just $20. My memory tells me this was on the brown track label. It was. So that is the that's the original label for that. $20 and sold to Michael Remza. Boom. Didn't even have to hardly put it back in there. Next is Outlaws, Ghost Riders. Outlaws is $10. And then the Hollies, this is sealed. Hollies doing Bob Dylan. $15 on that. That's unopened. The Hollies covering Bob Dylan. Next thing over here is the Who, Mitty Bitty Big and Bouncy, which is a great Who compilation. I Can See for Miles and Miles and Miles. Michael Remza on the Hollies. So to Michael Remza. Michael Remza on the Who. So to Michael Remza. This man is on fire. We have General Public, All the Rage. This is $12.50. And Swing Out Sister, Kaleidoscope World. Does have a little bit of cover damage right here. $12.50 on Swing Out Sister. Purple Rain, in shrink with the original sleeve. How much? Just $20. Whoa. And then Queen Jazz, no nudie poster, sorry. No fat bottom girls on bicycles. $10 on Jazz though. $10 on that. Caressa Steel, I think that was a Mercury second label. No barcode on the back. It's on the correct label. I just don't have a year. It's on the first label, though. It's either usually that one or the Black Mercury, but there's no barcode. But I don't have a confirmation on that one. Michael Remsa on Prince. That's sold to Michael Remsa. My crate here is almost full, which is a good thing. And then we have Blues in My Heart, Wanda Jackson, VG Plus 750. All right, let me try a couple more auctions. Somebody asked about Axe earlier. Hadn't forgot about you, just not running as many right now. It's awfully late, but let's try Axe, and then let's see what's going on with... well, I'll show these Straight Price Country albums, too. I'll probably give them to Paul and tell him I'll show them again tomorrow during prime time. But these are some we got again from a collector. Y'all probably seen like ones we got before. They're just top copies or sealed. We buy stuff from them occasionally. I think that's where some of these came from. Otherwise, I really don't know, but I'm pretty sure that's where they came from. Sometimes I buy stuff from them. We get a package in the mail, and we don't open it till 3 months later because I forget to. Ray Red gets Swing Out Sister and Patrick Lear on Rush. Okay, now my crate's really full with this gatefold pressing of Rush. So let me swap out crates right quick. Let's put up a couple auctions. Whew. Shout out to our staff. Everybody's doing, I think some people's even working overtime and doing everything possible to get packages out and get stuff sorted. For those that are new here, the logistics that goes in every week to make all this happen is extraordinary, including myself, 15 people on staff. That number is about to go up to 17 or 18 by next spring, maybe even more. And all those people, it takes every one of them and then some to make sure we can do these shows every night and do it where everybody's happy and it's all logistically coordinated. So that is the staff it takes to put what we do here every night. This 8-hour show every night, right now, it takes 15 people, and it takes every single one of them, probably 12 or 13 of them full time, to make sure all this happens every night. Otherwise, we would be either in a bind or we would be far behind. We'd be in a bind or far behind, or the shows wouldn't be that cool. We wouldn't have new stuff. We wouldn't have auctions. We wouldn't have stuff priced. So shout out, it takes all those people, and we could about use 2 or 3 more. So Wanda Jackson is sold to Christina Curtis. There goes Mark, got General Public. Rush is already sold. We have Axe. This is called Offering. Axe is an 82 USOG VG condition, a $10 start on Axe. That one's called Offering. And then Dawkin is a 12-inch single promo of Alone Again from Beast from the East, a white label promo, EX condition, white label promo Dawkin is a $10 start. I'll leave that one like that. All right, back to the half off. CCR, Cosmos Factory, VG Plus $10 on Creedence Clearwater Revival, VG Plus $10. The Outlaws, Bringing It Back Alive. The Outlaws is VG Plus $10. The Mothers, as in the Mothers of Invention, live at the Fillmore East. Live at the Fillmore East. That is EX, now $16.50. So now we're getting into check condition stuff. That means I'm about to tell you a price, or I'm about to tell you a grade, and that's the actual grade of the disc, and the price is still the half-off price. So now these were marked cheaper than what a near mint copy would be marked, obviously, and now they're half off of that. So great deals in the check condition half off. Michael Rims the first on CCR. Michael Rims the first on Mother. Scott Dwallow second. Scott Dwallow also has Dawkin for 10, and Sheldon has it for 10. Hoopy has Dawkin for 12. I've got Mott the Hoople for VG Plus $7.50. I've got Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, the Grand Wazoo, VG Plus $12.50. And Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits. I'd like to be, yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Magic Carpet Ride. VG, $5. Michael Remsa, Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $12.50. Michael Remsa got Frank Zappa. Michael Remsa on Steppenwolf. This man has bought 2/3 of the crate. We got the timepiece, The Rascals. VG Plus, $7.50. Michael Remsa on Janis Joplin. Axe still has one bid. I'm about to sell it. Dawkin has a new bid for 15. Hoopy, you're out. Jean-Michel Jarre, Les Concerts in China. I think that's called The Concerts in China. That is now, how much? That is now $10. No condition notes on that one. Let me throw down a few more 45s right quick. Through a few more 45s. We got Simon and Garfunkel, the big bright green pleasure machine. That is $6.99. Charlie Daniels, Behind Your Eyes. Daryl Hall and John Holtz, You've Lost. That Love and Feeling, also Adult Education, and Kiss on my list. Those are all $6.99. Andy Rutherford, you were second on Joplin. And then we have Leonard Nimoy, Outer Space, Inner Mind. Boy, I should have just kept this. I feel sick to my stomach now. This is in the half-off crate. $17.50 for Leonard Nimoy. Outer Space, Inner Mind. Whoa. Star Trek. To go where no man's gone before. We have Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, now just $15. Up your alley. Excuse me, $20. Half off of $39.99. $20 on that one. Dawkins 19. Axe is at 12. Dawkins at 20. Michael Remza on Leonard Nimoy. He got it. Preston Rose was second. There goes Mark on Jean-Michel Jarre. Michael Remza first on Joan Jett. All these singles were $6.99. No takers. Last bid on Axe was 13. Last bid on Dawkins was 20. And Bob Dylan Desire with that great song Hurricane. Shrink Wrap, $12.50. Original inner sleeve, $12.50 on Dylan. And then we have Jackson 5 Skyrider, sealed for $20. We have Michael Remza on Dylan, sold to Michael Remza. Over here, we got Stevie Nicks, Rock a Little. I think Mo-Fi is about to put this out. $10, does have a little bit of a stain there. John Bergenstorm, you were third on Joan Jett. Rush and Shrink Wrap. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride. Today's Tom Sawyer. And this is $17.50. Michael Remza on Jackson 5, Scott Dwallow on Stevie Nicks, Michael Remza on Rush. My uncle has a country place that no one knows about. Sold to Michael Remza. Next is Elton John, sealed, Rock of the Westies. Island Girl, sealed for $12.50. The Fixed Phantoms is $10. And the Cars is $12.50. And what about old Ringo here? Ringo is Stop and Smell the Roses. $10. There he is. A Beatle. Produced by Paul McCartney. Produced by George Harrison. Produced by Harry Nilsson. Produced by Ron Wood. Produced by Stephen Stills. He's got some good friends, doesn't he? Paul McCartney, George Harrison, Harry Nilsson, Ron Wood, and Stephen Stills. He's got a pretty good friend list. What did Paul McCartney produce? Private Property. Who produced Back Off Boogaloo? Harry Nilsson. I don't know if I paid too much attention to these notes on the back. 1981. So this is the same year McCartney was putting out. Lennon was already dead. McCartney was putting out McCartney 2 or Tug of War. McCartney 2 or Tug of War, right around that era. Okay, so Michael Remza got Elton John. Did I already pull that? I didn't. I do have hot pictures for tomorrow. Yes, Scott Dwallow on the Cars. Thank you on that one. And Christina Curtis next. Let's run through those again. There's still some great titles. Over here, Axe. Sheldon Bergenhire, $16. Victor Gary, you're out. It's up to Victor. And then Dawkins was sold to Scott Dwallow for $20. Okay? Great half-off crate. Y'all have almost bought everything. I think we can do it. Let me go ahead and be pulling up Laura's hot pictures. Yes. I'll probably go ahead and schedule to post these, and then I'll tell I'll still post them for Vegas the next couple nights. Oh my gosh, what is that? Randy Rhoads? Look at that. Some kind of Randy Rhoads record for tomorrow. I'll show those in just a second. Let's try to sell everything in here first. So this is Chicago's first album. It is the second press on the second label. Still an early press from the 70s probably. It's a 2 LP. I love some of the music on here. It has Beginnings. Does anybody really know what time it is? Question 67 and 68. That's good stuff. It is $17.50. It does have a poster, but it did not come with a poster, so that's just some kind of bonus item. Quick introduction for an auction right quick. I've got, let's run a Black Sabbath. We sold our soul for rock and roll. VG minus with scuffing, but no fillable marks. So it's going to have some noise, but you're going to be cranking Sweet Leaf and rocking your head going da-da, da-da. $15 start on Sabbath. Also, Outlaws, Los Hombres Malo. Outlaws is $10. Journey, Departure. We're talking about any way you want it. That's the way you need it. $10 on Journey. Da, 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 da. Fabulous Thunderbirds, hot number, shrink wrap. $10 on the Fabulous Thunderbirds, shrink it hot. Shirley Bassey, $7.50. I love this just because I know she does the theme song to Goldfinger. Journey sold to Michael Remza. Axe is at $18. And now Sheldon Bergenhier's out. So this is sold to Victor Guerra for $18. Black Sabbath has a bid for $15. And now we have what? Now we have one more in here. We have the Eagles, Hotel California. And this is a beautiful OG copy. It does not have the poster, but it has the inner sleeve. And that is $17.50. We also have Rush. This is a OG club copy, but super clean. Exit stage left. The center sleeve has got the disc is beautiful. Look at this. This has probably got some kind of catch in it. Yeah, I thought it did. I'm actually going to dispose of this because that's probably not going to do anything but scuff it. And we're going to put it in a brand spanking new sleeve if I can find one over here. Here they are. How about we go ahead and put both of them in new inner sleeves because these discs look like they're brand new. Yeah, see, and this was causing sleeve scuffing. See? This is why you don't like paper sleeves. Can y'all see that? The only reason this record has anything wrong with it, a scuff, is because of that nasty, horrible sleeve it was in. Yuck. Terrible for records. Throw those, rip them up and throw them away. Unless they're a company sleeve. Unless they're a company sleeve or obviously a printed. But these right here, you might as well be storing records in sandpaper. Ah, I hate that. That sounds horrible. You can literally hear the record being scratched, pulling it out of the sleeve. Yuck. Nasty. You don't want anything like that. Horrible. All right. This is sold to Michael Remza, and I just upgraded him $1 worth of extra sleeves. That's sold to Michael Remza. We sell these. Well, actually, we sell these. MoFi, packs of 50, $26. Excellent marketing here. You just heard the scratchy scratch of a paper sleeve. You do not want that. You want them in those. Packs of 50, $26.99. Packs of 50, $26.99. Yuck. Paper inner sleeves, sandpaper inner sleeves. Christina Curtis on the Eagles. Black Sabbath is at 20 with Tony Bradford. Hessen Sessions out. Christina, it's up to you. Sting, the Dream of the Blue Turtles, $12.50. Outlaws, Ghost Riders. Outlaws is $10, and Queen Jazz, VG Plus, $10. Queen Jazz, VG Plus, $10. Over here, we have the Outlaws Bring It Back, VG Plus, $10. And then Mott the Hoople, VG Plus, $7.50. The Rascals, It's a Beautiful Morning, VG Plus, $7.50. The Fix Phantoms, $10 on the Fix, and Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses, $10. I'm going to make sure nobody wants anything in there, and I might offer those as a bundle deal. Might go ahead and offer some of those as a bundle deal as I try to stretch my leg out here. Oh, that felt pretty good. Ooh. It's a beautiful morning. I'm excited about the autographs we found this week. As an autograph, we found a Jimmy Buffett, a Bryan Adams, a Flea, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and something else. I think a set of Kiss autographs. And we didn't even know we had them. They were just lost in collections. Danny, I'm about to do that right now. But first, here's the bundle deal on these. 1, 2, 3. I mean, this would make excellent morning flip crate records. But if anybody wants to go ahead and buy these for $7 a piece, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That would be, I know I can get $6.99 for them. There was what, 11, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 12. So 12, my bundle deal is $84. And you can buy everything that's left in that. That should be even a further discount off, half off. Great bundle deal. Really good titles. I mean, I don't think there's anything in there that's bad. And Michael Remza says he'll take them. Awesome. So those are also to Michael Remza. Because I think to make some flip, if I have time tonight to do these flip crates after I do everything else for the next couple of days for the group, it's probably going to be me grabbing $6.99 stuff up front so I don't even have to really sort it. So, yes, those are coming up right now. Okay, so Black Sabbath is sold to Christina Curtis for $22. Oh, and here's these. Okay. All right, let me check everything that's in this crate. So I had, okay. Keep all the Kiss stuff together. A lot of Kiss stuff. Golly, it's never going to end. This half of this crate is Kiss. Golly, those guys sold a lot of records. No wonder Gene Simmons is worth $500 million. Okay, here we go. We have, let me do it this way. Let me make sure they're priced. Okay, these are pretty dang firm because they're unadvertised and we're showing them at $12.31. George Strait is $149.99. This is a 1991 U.S. and Canadian club copy. Sealed, not sold in stores, rare, $149.99. That is a rare George Strait album. Chill of an Early Fall. Dwight Yoakam is $149.99. If there was a way, rare, sealed, I'm pretty sure, once again, not sold in stores, only through the club, $149.99 for Dwight Yoakam. Travis Tritt, It's All About the Change. A 1991 U.S. Columbia House copy, sealed, $149.99. Travis Tritt, sealed. Travis Tritt, a 1990 U.S. Columbia House copy, sealed, Country Club, $124.99. George Strait, If You Ain't Lovin', You Ain't Livin', sealed, an 88 U.S. club copy, $59.99. And Dwight Yoakam, Buenas Noches from a Lonely Room, an 88 club copy, sealed, $49.99. George Strait, Dwight Yoakam, Travis Tritt, George Strait, and Dwight Yoakam. There you have it. Two of those, I've only ever had maybe this one other time. Maybe that one other time. These come through occasionally. This one's kind of common. This one's very common. But these are sealed and they're beautiful. I think a guy that I know has an insane country collection. He, like I said, he either upgrades or, you know, let's say there's something else in his collection he wants, or something he wants to buy for his collection that's $1,000, a really rare record. He'll pick out, you know, he'll have 5 sealed copies of something and pull out 2 or 3, sell them to me, and 2 or 3 of these, 2 or 3 of those, and he can get up funds to buy something for like $1,000. Ozzy No More Tears. I have not looked for that, but I bet I can find it over here because I'm about to do some restacking and packing. So give me a second on that. I stared into these lights too long. My eyes are readjusting. Give me 1 second. I shouldn't be rubbing them, but I am. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, gosh. All righty. Opening bid on all the country records. Those are actually all buy it nows. Those are all buy it nows. Those are all buy it nows, in fact. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me do one thing over here before I forget. Maybe Michael Rims is about to say, I'll just take them all sold. That would be an air horn almost. Boom. It'd be pretty close, wouldn't it? Be pretty close. 150, 150. 125, 150. So the first 3 are 150. So 153, 450, 450, 525, 525 and 60 is 580. And then 50 again is 630. Let me make sure I did that right. So this one was 50. This one was 60. This one was 125. And these were 150 each, so that's 153, 450. And I have my calculator spitting out 685. Okay. I was off by 5, I think. 685. $685. I don't have Cody Wright watching. I don't have, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. Possibly Alex Roman. I'm trying to think of a couple people when I show stuff like this, they just go ahead and buy it immediately. They're probably asleep right now. And they're probably like, you've got to be kidding me, Chad. What are you doing showing these at 1 a.m.? All right, I'm halfway across the room. Let me figure out what I'm doing over here. Let me set this over here. It's a beautiful morning. Oh my gosh. Let's see what's popped up. Good morning, any unsold auctions. And then 550. Michael, if I did 10% off, which I think is pretty fair, 685 times 0.9 is 616.50. So I would do $615, bundle deal. And you can say, happy birthday, Chad. You can say, sold and happy birthday, Chad. There's one unsold metal auction, I think, Mr. Wolverine. But you got on a good time. You got on a good time because I am about to recap some 45s on my hunt for some other records. Okay. It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while and just smile. I'll take in some clean, fresh air. Dum dum. So, dum dum bum, you dim lam lam, do 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 boo do do do. Da da da. It's okay, yeah. I think I'll go outside. Sorry for the intermission music. This is the music when I'm changing crates. Chad's changing crates. Da 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 da. Ba-boo da doo. All right, we got an air horn. Awesome. Here we go, air horn, Michael Rimsa, country bundle deal, $615, 12:38 midnight, and we're bringing out an air horn on Metal Night for country records. Country's like, not so fast. I'm making a stand tonight. Country coming in on Metal Night with the air horn. Sold to Michael Rimsa. He said, sold, happy birthday, Chad. Country bundle lot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-piece country, deep fried country. No dipping sauce required. Hope everybody's got their volume adjusted. This is going to wake some people up that doesn't realize I'm about to blow this. Oh, yeah. There it is. Boom. That's a great way to do that. Holy moly. Holy moly. Goodness. Moving some vinyl. Okay. Where would that be? I bet it's right here. Trying to find something for the Barnetts. It could be right here, Barnett. You know what? Let me just do this. Okay. Mad Season, Elvis, Buckingham Nicks, Miles Davis, Doors, Miles Davis, Jim Hall, Bill Evans, Jim Hall, Miles Davis, TSOL, Metallica, Jonathan Davis, System Down, Phil Collins, Coltrane, Steve Earle. Somebody bought that. An old comment. Steve Earle's gone. Exciter, Etta James, Sonny Stitt, and Lee Morgan. I got to go find out who commented that, but somebody was watching a 2 or 3 day old video. All right, let's start showing some more 45s. Fresh ones, never shown before from this box. These are all $6.99. Ronnie Hawkins doing Bo Diddley, White Label promo. Lauren Green and 010 Cup. The Gentrys Keep on Dancing. The Happenings, I Got Rhythm. James Brown, Lick and Stick Part 1. The Foundations, We Are Happy People. Jay and the Techniques. That one's called Baby How Easy Your Heart Forgets Me. John Denver, Opposite Tales. And the Supremes, Floyd Joy, White Label promo. Those are all $6.99. So there's that crate. I'm just trying to read some of these titles so I can try to find something. And somebody might hear something and be like, whoa, Chad, did you say Mad Season? And I'm going to be like, yes, I did say Mad Season. And they're going to say, how much is the Mad Season? And I'm going to say it's $39.99. And they're going to say, dang, I'll take it. Thank you. I got Rolling Stones, Sticky Fingers, Kiss Alive, Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street, Neil Young, Boston. This was Glass Animals, Billy Joe Armstrong, AC/DC, Gojira, Yes, Slayer, Guy Clark, Oasis, The Roots, Madonna, Rage, Glassjaw, Seven Mary 3, James Spence, Kraftwerk, Kiss, Black Sabbath, Rage, Kiss, Peter Criss specifically, Kiss, Def Leppard, Rage, and David Gilmour. Wow. We sold some 45s. First is Jason Boxell on James Brown for $6.99. Wolverine also got IT. And that was supposed to be for Supremes, right? That is so to you. And then he also got J&T. And that was Jay and the Techniques. So I had you down for James Brown, Supremes, and Jay and the Techniques. That leaves John Denver, The Foundation, The Happenings, The Gentrys, Lauren Green, and Ronnie Hawkins, Bo Diddley. Those are all still available there. Okay, and this crate had the following. How much was Exciter? Was that in the other crate? Exciter was $29.99. I'm pretty sure. Let me find that. That's right back here. Yeah, that was Violence and Force, which is a tougher OG to get. That was $29.99 on that. 2 beers at the airport. Well, I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $55, but I do not drink. How about I buy some, I'll probably buy some there's a place right in the middle of the airport that I eat French toast. I've only ever had a flight in the middle of the night or early in the morning. I've never been to the airport during the day. It seems like my flights always arrive early in the morning or I'm on an early morning flight out. I've never... So there's a place right in the middle. I eat French toast there at the Nashville airport. So I'm going to sell this to Jazz for $55. And I'll tell you something else, Jazz Grog. That bundle deal, I still got to pull those. And I'm going to send a screenshot to Paul. And those records for your bundle deal, I still haven't found those yet. They're around here somewhere. I still got to hunt them down. I have the screenshot on my comment phone here. And that's what I'm still looking for. So... But no, honestly, I wouldn't drink beer if you paid me to. Yuck. Ugh. I bet some people would volunteer. Heck yeah, I'll drink beer for money. You kidding me? Anybody watching right now willing to... Here it is. I found it. Robert Barnett, No More Tears. Let's read through this crate here, okay? I got Led Zeppelin for $33. I got Pink Floyd for $29. I got Pink Floyd for $79. Led Zeppelin for $29. Pink Floyd for $49. And Ozzy, No More Tears, $44.99. All right, we need some more 45s here. Here we go. Jason Boxell has his finger on the trigger. He's saying, you first. We have... Donovan, Universal Soldier, The Drifters, Up on the Roof, Oldie Series, The Hollies, Pay You Back with Interest, The Royal Guardsmen, The Return of the Red Baron, Neil Diamond, Solomon, You know what I'm talking about. John Zachary, Dinner with Drac, and the Grassroots, Midnight Confessions. That's a good one. $6.99 on that. No More Tears. Tears. That is sold to Robert Barnett. I told you I'd find it. And then we have the Wings, the beautiful Paul McCartney box set. 3 LP, 32 tracks, 2 LPs. Band on the Run. High, high, high to the midnights. Silly love songs. I love letting go. I feel like letting go. 1985. Dun dun. Live and Let Die. Mammonia. Junior's Farm. Let's go, Helen. Helen Wheels. Someone's knocking on the door. Jet. My love. You've got to listen what the man say. Wow, there's so many good songs on here. Wings. Unbelievable. $114.99. That is a 3 LP box set. Did y'all hear all that? I just got started reading off tracks. That is amazing. Wolverine on EG and then Wolverine on RG. These are all $6.99. So we had Grassroots, John Zachary, Neil Diamond, the Royal Guardsmen, so to Wolverine. Still got the Hollies, the Drifters, and Donovan. Those are all $6.99. Thank you. Exciter is the catalog for Exciter Mega 1994. This is Exciter. I can pull up the barcode. It's Mega Force. Let me scan it on Discogs for you right quick. Band on the Run. This is actually, this comes back on colored vinyl. It comes back on splatter vinyl. It is this pressing right here. It is Mega 1994, 2020, gray opaque with red translation. It doesn't even mention it is colored vinyl. But yeah, it must be, because that's the only barcode that shows up. You click barcode scanner, you take it to that, and there's only one pressing that pops up, this one right here. So that's it. Yep. And if that's what you want, I'll sell it to you. Okay, and then Wolverine says he'll take Donovan. I was about to say, no one getting Universal Soldier. And Denise wants the white label promo of Ronnie Hawkins, Bo Diddley. So Denise, what else is in here? We still got Kiss, Ace Frehley. That's also right back there. Those are $33.99. Remastered Sponge, Electric Cattle Gods, $34. Motley Crue's the new colored vinyl. Motley Crue's the new colored vinyl, $33.99. James Rainey did get excited. The Clash, Combat Rock. This is $33. Should I stay or should I go? Rock the Casbah, Inoculated City. That's $33.99. Remastered. And how about London Calling, 2 LP? That is John Zachary. Yeah, that was Dinner with Drac. Spelled, Zachary is spelled Z-A-C-H. E-R-L-E. All right, there's that. And then next is a quick handful of 45s. These are all $6.99. And then we have Styx, Lady, Herman's Hermits, A Must Avoid, Mac the Knife, Bobby Darin, the Joe Cuba Sextet, Sock It To Me. There's John Snyder. You may know him from the Dukes of Hazzard. He's also a country music star. And Jocelyn Brown, Egomaniac. And what about George Benson, Turn Your Love Around? Those are all $6.99. All right, moving on in here. These are all sticker price new arrivals. This is Paul McCartney, essentially live Paul McCartney in the studio. So when he was rehearsing for their 1974 tour, which I think was originally, or pretty much what went on to be the Wings Over America, they were doing live studio rehearsals. And luckily, the tape was rolling and they recorded it. So this is Paul McCartney and Wings, Denny Lane, Linda, and they're just live in the studio. So it's really good recordings, and it's all live in the studio, like Jet, I Love Soily, Maybe I'm Amazed, My Love, Junior's Farm, Sally G, a song about Nashville, Tennessee, Hi, 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 Live and Let Die, Band on the Run, Let Me Roll It. He's also doing some other stuff you don't hear too often, like him covering Blue Moon of Kentucky, Babyface, Go Now, which is a Moody Blues song. That is $44.99. That's a good one. That was bootleg forever because the tapes got out and they bootlegged it, and I had a bootleg copy forever. I love it. Over here we have John Snyder, and this is sold to Joe Sontag, and Chuck Haley wants John Zachary. All the 45s are $6.99. Earlier tonight we had a collection of mint 80s like picture sleeves. We sold the entire box earlier tonight, so we've already sold a ton of 45s, but we hadn't got too far into our other stuff over here. Oh man, Nowhere to Run. Wow, Martha and the Vandellas. What about Jimmy Mack, both promos. These are steals at $6.99. And Martha Quicksand. James Brown, Get Up, Get Into, Get Involved, I think is what that's called. Yeah, Get Up, Get Into It, and Get Involved. Dick and Dee Dee, The Mountains High, and James Brown, How Do You Stop Picture Sleeve. Those are all $6.99. Where did I stop? Korn, Follow the Leader. Korn is $34.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. The anniversary of this box set, the anniversary that comes out with a, what's the word I'm looking for? Let me just stop. The new box set for this comes out Friday, today, $36.99. That's what Wish You Were Here sounds, or Welcome to Machine sounds like. All right, over here we have Wolverine on Martha and the Vandellas. Wolverine got Jimmy Mack, and then he got, my MR was Martha and the Vandellas. So yes, you got both Martha and the Vandellas. You got Jimmy Mack. So you got all three. I got you down for all three Martha and the Vandellas. Scott Dwallow got both James Brown. And then that just left Dick and Dee Dee, The Mountains High. I'm going to make more Welcome to the Machine sounds. We have Carole King Tapestry, $44.99. Creed, The Best of 33. Rick Astley, The Best of Me, 36. Jack Johnson, 36. And Beastie Boys, Ill Communication. Sabotage. Yeah. Y'all know how Sabotage sounds, don't you? Great song. Yeah. We have NXS, Don't Change. Promo, NXS, Suicide Blonde. Buckner and Garcia, E.T., I Love You. Phil Collins, I Missed Again. Chicago, Another Rainy Day in New York City. The Now Wave Stereo with the Scenarios, The Hounds, The Beat, and Jules and the Polar Bears. $6.99 on that. And Bram Tchaikovsky, Let's Dance. $6.99. Condition of Dick and Dee Dee. Dick and Dee Dee is like in... it looks like maybe it was in a jukebox for a little bit. It's got a couple juke scuffs. Yeah, it's got a couple juke scuffs, so it's VG plus. It's VG plus on that one, okay? All right, and then over here, these are all $6.99. Bram Tchaikovsky, Now Wave, Chicago, Phil Collins, NXS. That's how Sabotage sounds. What is he even saying? Sabotage. Man, the way that song comes on, yeah, that's an amazing song. It doesn't sound like hip hop at all. I mean, I think of Beastie Boys, and then yeah, he's I guess the way he's yelling, he's got to be like at full volume singing into the mic. I heard that the other day on the Star Trek movie, that first Star Trek movie from, well, now it's pretty old, I guess. Was it 15 years old? But I'm just now getting around to watching those. Okay, these are all $6.99. We have Earth, Wind, and Fire, System of Survival, Carl Perkins, Cotton on Top, Kim Wilde, Checkered Love, The Bees. That looks interesting. The Bees. Mick Jagger, Lucky in Love, David Blue, Outlaw Man, and area code 615, Stone Fox Chase, $6.99. I haven't listened much. I mean, I know all their hits. I know that song and all their hits, but I have probably another band I just sit down one day and just listen to all of their albums in order. Sit down and just listen to all their albums. Okay? Victor Guerra says, don't change. Oh, I thought he was talking about me. I thought he was saying, Chad, don't ever change. He's trying to buy a record. That's so to Victor Guerra, NXS, $6.99. Thank you on that one. And then over here, we have, these are all $6.99. Area code 615, we have David Blue. We have Mick Jagger. We have The Bees, Kim Wilde, and Carl Perkins, and Earth, Wind, and Fire. You'd think I'd be more versed in some of this music, but I listen to music all the time, and I'm still not getting around to everything because most of y'all have a head start on me. Most of the stuff I'm talking about, when I was born, it had already been released. So I'm trying to get caught up. I'm like 100 years behind, and I'm still working on it. Debbie Harry Backfired. We have Sweethearts of the Rodeo, Midnight Girl, Sunset Town, Donna Summer, Bad Girls, Gary Puck and the Union Gap, Over You. We have the Three Sons Sleigh Ride, Bobby Gentry, Oklahoma River, Bottom Band, and the Eurythmics, Who's That Girl? B-side is Aqua. And nice, the Electric Prunes. That looks like something kind of modern. That should have probably been put up for auction. I've got to get a Way of My Own. Those are all $6.99. The Bees from earlier. The Bees from earlier. You know what I think a lot of these are, especially the Martha Reeves? I found a bunch of singles that I think we priced at one time from like Fred Goodwin's collection, like $19.99, $24, and we've shown them, hadn't been able to sell them. I think I gave them to John and just told him to re-sleeve them, and we put them out for $6.99. And I gave those to him on Monday, and I think that's this box. I think it's a lot of stuff we had straight priced, maybe from Fred or other collections, and we never did sell them. So now they're like reduced cheaply at $6.99. Obey My Brain is the Bees, 1979. Obey My Brain, 5096 catalog number. All right, Wolverine got Go, and I already forgot what I laid down. I had laid down, he wanted GP for Gary Puckett, okay? So GP for Gary Puckett, that's sort of Wolverine. Victor Guerra on DH, and DH is Debbie Harry. And then Michael Rims on Prunes, then Denise, and then Chuck Haley. We still got Eurythmics, Bobby Gentry, Three Sons, Donna Summer, and Sweethearts of the Rodeo. I got to listen to The Clash. So I know Craig wants me to listen to The Clash. Paul, that works here, wants me to listen to Television. I guess add Beastie Boys on there. There's balloons popping up on the screen. There's probably some other bands in here. I don't think I need to listen to Rick Astley's discography. I've listened to everything Pink Floyd's ever released ever. I know all the Korn stuff. I don't think I've listened to all the deep cuts, Wings. I know these bands here forwards and backwards. Add Beastie Boys to my to-be listen-to list, okay? Here's some more singles for $6.99. What do we have? What do we have? I have George Harrison Promo, Is This Love? I remember this one. I think this is the one I never could have... I don't know if I could even find a Discogs entry, which is not good for me, because that means it could be something scarce. I could be wrong. But at one time, I found a George Harrison 45 that I could not find another one of. Not on Discogs, not on Pop Psych, not in any catalog book. And then I misplaced it. I hope this isn't it. But I don't know what happened to it, because I was going to put it on eBay, because how rare to find something like George Harrison, and I could not find I hope that's not it. It could be, though. It probably got mixed in, and then now it's $6.99. But at some point, I found a George Harrison 45, and there was no record of it ever being made, which something like that could be hundreds or thousands of dollars. Ricky Van Shelton, Slam That Door. The Beach Boys, Cotton Fields. NFL Memories, Kurt Gowdy. Commander Cody, Roll Your Own. And Charles Brown, Merry Christmas Baby. I think I misplaced it somewhere in the store. It got shuffled back into a 45. If you took a 45, if you take a 45 and hide it somewhere in this building and said, hey, I have hid a $10,000 45 in this building, a rare Velvet Underground test pressing, it would take you a year to find it. I mean, you could just be going through stuff for days and months. George Harrison, so did Michael Rimza. I will listen to Sponge. I don't know a lot about them. Victor Guerra next on George Harrison. Charles Brown is on Kent. And then Denise Wants the Bees. William Drukovich was second. All right, that's sold to Denise. William Drukovich second. Merry Christmas Baby is on Kent, the original blues label. Still got Commander Cody, Kurt Gowdy, Cotton Fields, and Ricky Van Shelton. Is so to Danny Thomason, okay? Next handful of 45s are coming up right now. We got Charlie Gracie, Butterfly. Danny O'Keefe, Good Times Charlie's Got the Blues. Pinkerton Bowden, Satellite Dish, 88 promo. War, Babyface. Hank Williams Jr., Your Love's One Thing promo. Hank Williams Jr., Prize Not the Hard That Swallow. Gordon Lightfoot, Anything for Love. And Ambrosia, How Much I Feel. That's a good one from Ambrosia, $6.99. Let's check on that Charles Brown over here for Wolverine. Wolverine, where are you watching from tonight? London? Berlin? I wonder if our Munich, Germany viewer is still on. Charles Brown is beautiful. EX Plus or better. EX Plus or better, okay? Now, everybody's telling me I would really enjoy Opeth because I love Tool. And I haven't listened to a lot of them yet either. Everybody's like, man, you're going to love Opeth if you love Tool. But I hadn't listened to I listen to a lot of music, but still there's just not enough time to listen to everything. Golly, like I like putting on, obviously, whole albums, right? Dropping the needle and listening while I'm working. And even if I'm listening to vinyl or even streaming stuff, I still just don't have enough time to get caught up on everything, especially going back 60 years in catalogs. We have Ambrosia, Gordon Lightfoot, Hank Williams Jr., War, Pinkerton Bowen, Daniel Keefe, and Charlie Gracie, okay? There's that. These are all $6.99. Nice. Seems to me you lived your life like the candle in the wind. Elton John, The Righteous Brothers, This Little Girl of Mine, Men at Work, Everything I Need, Crazy Elephant, Gimme Gimme Good Lovin', The Raindrops. This, the kind of boy you can't forget. We have Little Stevie Wonder, Fingertips Part 1, and Harold Dorman, Mountain of Love. Harold Dorman, $6.99, and Hot Pastrami by the Dartales. $6.99. All the hot pictures. Thank you for the reminder, Tony. Let me airdrop those again over here like I did last night to my Mac. Let me airdrop these to my Mac, and I can put them over here up on the big screen, okay? Whoops. AirDrop. And iPhone 7, Mac Mini. Yeah, a lot of times I listen to music, whether I like it or not, to be knowledgeable about it. I mean, I have to be. I sell music for a living, so I have to listen to stuff just to, you know, it's kind of like what I told y'all when I first started dealing in Star Wars collectibles and comics. You know, I had to go watch old TV shows from the 60s and 50s and movies and for soundtracks and for knowledge about Star Wars toys. I was like, okay, if I'm going to sell $1 million in Star Wars toys in my lifetime, I better at least know the movies and know what I'm talking about, know the characters. Of course, I fell in love with the franchise. All right, so we have, for tomorrow night, we have Overkill. Who's at the top? Lee Hazelwood. Yeah, boy, I don't see that one too often. Mudhoney. Al Green, a Japanese flag series, Japanese pressing of Meet the Beatles. Country music soundtrack, Ken Burns. That is now out of print. Bob Marley, Exodus. The Clash, London Calling. And speaking of The Clash, and Yngwie Malmsteen. That looks like a OG because it has the hop sticker on The Clash. Yngwie, Shrink as well. Wham, Music from the Edge of Heaven. You can see Laura's reflection of her taking the picture and the beautiful shrink wrap. I have no idea what's next to Wham. No idea what's next to Wham. I don't know what that is. U2 War. Nina Simone. Wow, look at the condition of that jacket. Nina Simone sings Ellington. Next to Nina is, I have no idea what that is next to Nina Simone. Black Sabbath, Born Again. Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny. Bo Diddley, The Black Gladiator. That one doesn't come through very often. The Who Sellout. Could it possibly be a high-grade copy? That would be unusual. Grandmaster Flash and the Fears 5. That's good to see. Depeche Mode, Broken Frame. That looks interesting. Dolly Parton, Heartbreak Express. David Bowie, Load. That's some kind of Randy Rhoads bootleg. I think that's quite right. I don't think that's Ozzy recordings. Merciful Fate, Don't Break the Oath, Buckingham Nicks, Randy Travis, REM Murmur, NXS, that one's called X, Funkadelic, maybe that's a clean OG, De La Soul, we haven't seen that ever. I don't think I've ever offered that one. Ice Cube, The Predator, Ramon, Subterranean Jungle, Coltrane, Eno, Another Green, wow, Danzig. What does that hype sticker say? I've never seen that before. Can we get a zoom in on that? I wonder if that's a bootleg. And then Shock Paris. Is that it? Okay. What does that say on the hop sticker? Can we get a zoom in on that? Nope, that's a crop feature. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's minimize. Let's do this. I'm having to do this an old-fashioned way. I don't know what I'm doing. That's going to make this thing again. I don't know how to use this. I'm on like a mouse, and the mouse is on my thigh right now, and then I've got a keyboard. I can't read what that says. Oh, well. I'll look at it on my phone. Nice, though. Nice lineup. Let's see what the chat says. The chat says, okay, we got some claims here. And then bundle deal, I should check out Metallica. That's New Order and Gang of Four. Thank you, Ray Red. Thank you, Wolverine. Okay. So, yeah, there's tomorrow's side pitch. So she's got a wide variety of stuff there. All right. Okay. I like how I'm doing that now. Y'all can see those a lot better than me trying to hold my phone up here. But let me hold my phone up here to see what that Danzig Hype sticker says. It's a bootleg. Limited edition 300 colored vinyl. I don't think that was ever originally pressed on colored vinyl, so that's a bootleg. Yeah. Okay, and then, so over here we had Wolverine on SW, and that was for Stevie Wonder. And then the Dark Tales, that's also sold to Wolverine. And then Hank Williams Jr. bundle, 5 each. That was here in this previous stack, right? Was there 2? How many was there? There was 2 to my knowledge. Sell those to Danny for $10. Okay. All right. And of course, I'll tell Paul there's Japanese that hadn't been unboxed, and I'll tell him about this crate of bonus stuff over here. And I don't like revealing those because we like to keep it a surprise, right? So you know, just hop on. You never know what you might see in that stack. Here we go. We had Paul Young. I'm going to tear your playhouse down. James Brown, I got you. I feel good. Da 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 da. You know da da what? That's his classic there. Pebbles, Mercedes Boy. Steve Martin Brothers, What I Believe. That's cool. Look at that. Midway. That is from the movie Midway, $6.99. That's just awesome to display. Wow. The Battle of Midway, World War II. Fifth Estate, Ding Dong, The Witch is Dead. And Doc and Merle Watson, a promo, Poor Boy Blues. Every time I see this, I'm hoping we'll find like a Towns Van Zandt or something like that, but I never see that stuff on 45s. But Doc and Merle Watson still pretty cool, especially for a promo. All right, the last bundle. The last bundle, which you got the Hot Pastrami and the Stevie Wonder out of. We got Harold Dorman, Mountain of Love, The Raindrops, That Kind of Boy You Can't Forget. Crazy Elephant, Gimme Gimme Good Love, and Men at Work, Everything I Need promo. The Righteous Brother, This Girl of Mine. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind. The rain came in. Something, something. Wolverine on James Brown. Danny on Merle Watson. And we're good to go. And Paul, who are you? Wolverine on Raindrops. Thank you. And that's on the Jubilee label. All right, these are going over here, and now we need another handful. So it's 108 for those still kind of hanging around wondering, what is Chad doing for the rest of the night? I was going to try to stop at 1. Everybody said that would turn into 2. I'm leaving for the airport in 2 hours, and I got a lot to do, but we're going to try to finish this box of 45s, okay? Still got 115 people watching, and there looks like to be some pretty good records coming up. So let's at least finish this box, and then I'll go through the stack over here that we've already been through once, that it looks like some of the 45 buyers that's watching have not seen. War, the Cisco Kid. Marion Faithful, As Tears Go By, which is the Stone song. California Dreamin' by the Beach Boys, and that's a 86 from the Made in USA compilation. Belinda Carlisle, Circle in the Sand. The Box Tops, Neon Rainbow. And Timmy Thomas, Why Can't We Live Together, on the Glades label. And the Amazing Rhythm Aces, Third Rate Romance. Now, we had that Timmy Thomas album earlier, which is much more difficult to get because mostly that sold as a single. And I was in one of the half-off crates earlier. Merle Watson, what I did, Doc and Merle Watson. Oh, so over here we have the Raindrops, and so he wanted Midway, and Michael Rimsa wanted Doc and Merle Watson. Okay, so over here, Danny wanted Battle of Midway. Michael Rimsa, you got the Doc and Merle Watson. Doc and Merle Watson. That is who that was I messed up on that one. Okay, so Michael Ramsey, you did get the Doc and Merle Watson, and over here, Danny got the Midway. Yes, I think the Timmy Thomas album is still available. I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure. Give me 1 second. We can find it. Okay. All right. What happened over here? Wolverine on TT for Timmy Thomas. And yeah, it's still available. It was it in a half off crate or was it in a new? I think it was in a half off crate tonight. Yeah, or I don't remember. I think it was in a half off crate. Amazing Rhythm Aces. Box Tops, Belinda Carlisle, Beach Boys, Marion Faithfull, and War. War was sold to Michael Remza. So War went to Michael Remza, and Timmy Thomas went to Wolverine. Okay. Doc and Merle Watson. Doc and Merle Watson is they're like a bluegrass, very good bluegrass. I guess that's the best way to describe it. They're bluegrass. They're like a folk bluegrass. Great stuff. Rick Springfield, Celebrate Youth. I've Been Lonely Too Long, The Rascals. The Mamas and Papas, Creek Alley, Did You Ever Want to Cry? The Ripcords, Hey Little Cobra. James Taylor, Long Ago and Far Away. Tanya Tucker, Lizzie and the Rain Man. Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, Alice Long. Mick Jagger, Just Another Night. And Procol Harum, Hamburg and Good Captain Clack. Those are all $6.99. Half off. So, yeah, Timmy, was it possibly, though, in the bundle deal that already sold? It might have been in the bundle deal that already sold, though. Because he did buy, I think somebody bought everything that was left, right? Yeah, he might have got that earlier. Let me see here. It could be in the crate. Michael Remza might have bought it in the bundle. He might have got it even cheaper. Maybe, maybe not. No, I don't remember. It wasn't in that crate, huh? Okay, these are all $6.99. First thing is Wolverine got Procol Harum. Mamas and Papas, that is sold to Wolverine, and the Rascals sold to Wolverine. Okay, what is, man, let me figure out. Have we gone through 2 half-off crates tonight? I guess we might have went through 2 half-off crates. Let me think about that for a second. Jimmy Davis and Junction. Hall & Oates, A Possession Obsession. Little Richard on the Mercury label. Joy, Joy, Joy. That's kind of unusual, I guess. Interesting. Whoa. And then that's Spitballs. Yep, Spitballs. Eddie Grant, Romancing the Stones. The Jive 5, Never Never. Tanya Tucker, Daddy and Home. And Jimmy McCracklin, The Walk. Those are all $6.99. Little Richard on for $6.99. It's one half. It might have been in a best offer crate. It could be in this best offer crate over here with Zeppelin, Classic 4, or was this new stuff from tonight? Boss Skaggs. I kind of don't remember. This was brand new for tonight, and so was this, right? I think it's right in here. Yeah, I found it. It was actually in a best offer crate. Timmy Thomas, Why Can't We Live Together? Sealed, $29.99. Or best offer. It's got a saw mark, but it is OG sealed. $29.99. Okay. Okay, so we have Jimmy McCracklin. Any claims in here? We sold Little Richard, Tanya Tucker, Jive 5. The flip is People from Another World. People from Another World. Eddie Grant, Spitballs, Hall & Oates, and Jimmy Davis. Timmy Thomas is sold for $24 to Wolverine. Sold for $24 to Wolverine. Next is $6.99. More $6.99. Loretta Lynn, When the Tingle Becomes a Chill. John Denver, Like a Sad Song. Larry Groshi, Junk Food Junkie. Paul Young, Every Time You Go Away. Melanie, Peace Will Come. The Cascade Shy Girl. Hugh Muscella, Mace and Grenades. And the Carpenters, There's a Kind of Hush. All over the world. What was the Jimmy McCracklin? That one was on Checker, 885, The Walk. Nice vinyl. And the flip is, there is some catalog writing on the label, I'm to blame. Okay, probably got several handfuls left in the box, and then I'm going to recap this stack over here. So Carpenters, the Soda Wolverine, still got Hugh Muscella, the Cascades, Melanie, Paul Young, Larry Groshy, John Denver, and Loretta Lynn. And then Judge Cracklin is sold to Patrick Lear. Okay, next for $6.99 is Diamond Rio. She sure did like to run. Donovan, Jennifer Jupiter, Alabama Mountain Music, Charlie Rich, Behind Closed Doors, Macho Man Village People, I Love You People, Sly Fox, Let's Go All the Way, and Eric Clapton with Tina Turner, Tearing Us Apart. I actually may have shown some of those already, but $6.99 on those. $6.99 on that. $6.99 on that. $6.99 on that. $6.99 on those. So we have Eric Clapton and Tina Turner, Tearing Us Apart. We had Diamond Rio. We had Sly Fox. We had People, I Love You, Macho Man, Charlie Rich, Alabama, and Juniper. Is that the one where like Jimmy Page and John Paul Jones is playing on it? It might be one of those. Juniper. Kiss on My List, Hall & Oates. Adult Education, Hall & Oates. You've Lost That Love and Feeling, Hall & Oates. Behind Your Eyes, Charlie Daniels. Simon & Garfunkel, The Big Green Pleasure Machine. Bob Seger, Main Street. Frank Sinatra, Anytime at All. And Benson, George Benson Quartet, The Man from Toledo. By the way, then here's your birthday. It is officially past the hour of midnight. We're into 12/12. 12/12/95. I was born in Cookeville, Tennessee. 12/12/95. Cookeville, Tennessee. Easy birthday to remember. 12/12/95. 30 years ago today. It was 30 years ago today. It was a snowy day in Cookeville. All right, let's get to the back of the box now, which has new stuff never shown. And this is the Judds, Have Mercy, the Carpenters, Sing, Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, Finger Poppin' Time, the Jets, I Do You, Whitney Houston, Step by Step, Gruppo Sportivo, More Mistakes, Benny Mardones, Into the Night, and Johnny and the Daytonas, Goodbye Baby. Those are all $6.99. Just $6.99, I should say. Just $6.99, I should say. That's Johnny, Ronnie and the Daytonas, Benny Mardones, Gruppo Sportivo, Whitney Houston, the Jets, Hank Ballard, Carpenters, and the Judds, Have Mercy. Those are all $6.99. And the first one is sold to Jason, which is the Carpenters. That's sold to him. He also gets Hank Ballard, and he also put JB, and that was for Ronnie and the Daytonas. So Carp, JB, HB, JD. So I have you down for 3. The Carpenters, Hank Ballard, and Ronnie and the Daytonas. There's still the Judds, the Jets, Whitney Houston, Gruppo Sportivo, and Benny Mardones. If you need or want any of those, let me know. And then I think this is the last handful from this box before I do others. Sam Cooke, That's Where It's At. The Mermaids, Popsicles and Icicles. The Bro Brummels, Laugh, Laugh. James Brown, Think. Marshall Tucker, Once You Get the Feel of It. Lyle Filson, The Original Lonesome Christmas. And Commander Cody is Lost Planet Airman, Watch My 38. Sam Cooke is Soda Wolverine. These are all $6.99. Okay, and then MET also Soda Wolverine, which is the Mermaids. MER. MUR. Actually, this time spelled MUR, Mermaids. All right, I'm going to go ahead and transfer these back over so we can get a fresh stack. Probably recap this last box. Thank you for the happy birthday, and to everybody else. Probably had about 100 tonight. I was trying to read them off earlier. Whoa. Hang on. Baby, hold on to me. It's music I can sing. Okay. These shouldn't take too long to flip through. We have The Shooter, She's Stepping Out. The Doors, The Unknown Soldier. Stonewall Jackson, Wild Wild Wild. Les Paul and Mary Ford, I Really Don't Want to Know. Sammy Davis Jr., Sammy Davis Jr., and Sammy Davis Jr. And this one's interesting here. Bing Crosby sings How Lonely is Christmas on this like green vinyl. Look at that. I didn't even flip it over earlier. It's a die cut from Goodyear tires. That's pretty cool. I'd even flip that over earlier. Probably what? That's got to be late 40s, early 50s. Those are all $6.99. Goodyear tires, Bing Crosby. We have Sammy Davis Jr. Bing Crosby sold to Wolverine, then Victor Guerra. Still got Sammy Davis, Sammy Davis, Les Paul, Stonewall Jackson, The Doors, Unknown Soldier, and The Shooters. Danny says he'll take The Doors. All right, that's sold. Let's do these. Can't believe no one bought this one either. The Yardbirds, Over, Under, Sideways, Down. That's one of their biggest ones. Les Paul and Mary Ford, Don't You Hear Them Bells? Guy Mitchell, Singing the Blues. Bing Crosby, Silent Night on Decca. Les Baxter, I'll Never Stop Loving You. Van Halen, Panama. Frankie Avalon, Two Fools. And Dion and the Belmonts, I Wonder Why. I Wonder Why. Those are all $6.99. What was this stack over here? Katie lied. That's all individually, bundle, individual. Wow, they have a lot of 45. So if we converted all these 45s into albums, it would be the equivalent of about 4 crates. So we've sold a ton of stuff tonight. Dion is sold to Wolverine, and this was Jump. Thank you. Van Halen, Jump, Danny, not Panama. The disc is really nice, though. Jump, my bad. Thank you for that. We had Panama was the very first auction of the night. Yeah, Panama was the very first auction of the night. We have Christie, Yellow River, promo. How's That, Sherbert. And we also have the Cascades, Rhythm of the Rain. Marrakesh Express, CSN, Cross Steels and Ash, and Flipside is Helplessly Hoping. The Young Rascals, Groovin'. Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn. And Paul Revere and the Raiders, Just Like Me. These are all $6.99. So Paul Revere, Chris Christopherson, the Young Rascals, Cross Steels and Ash, the Cascades, Sherbert, and Yellow River Crispy. Yellow River Crispy, Christie. Cascades was on Valiant, Valiant, Valiant. All right, the Flying Machine, Smile, A Little Smile for Me. The Stylistics, You Make Me Feel Brand New. Gloria Gaynor, I Will Survive. Paul Simon, Loves Me Like a Rock. Murray Head, One Night in Bangkok. Casey and the Sunshine Band, Do You Feel All Right? CBS Records and the Nashville Sounds. And Jethro Burns, Dolly Parton, Sweet on Me. And Don't Shoot the Mandolin Player. Condition on the Cascades. VG Plus. We better call it VG/VG Plus. Good enough for John to pass it, but not a perfect copy. Man, y'all probably should see the 45s he doesn't pass for these boxes. I mean, not every 45 we get is VG Plus or better. I'm pretty sure I've sold you that same Cascades record already before too, Jason. I think when you finally start getting all these boxes, you're probably going to end up with some duplicates, which would probably be a good thing because you'll probably have upgrades and swap outs and stuff like that, or some with company sleeves, some with not. So you'll probably be able to put together a pretty dang good set of records. All right, let's read through these. We had Lynn Anderson, Rose Garden. Aerosmith, Chip Away the Stone, and the flip is SOS. And that's from Gems, the album Gems from the late 80s. Alabama, Touch Me When We're Dancing. That's a double-sided promo. Gary Wright, Dreamweaver. Elton John, I Don't Want to Go on With You Like That. Come Monday, Jimmy Buffett. And George Michael, I Want Your Sex. These are all $6.99. $6.99. So there's George Michael, Jimmy Buffett, Come Monday. Elton John, I Don't Want to Go On With You Like That. Gary Wright, Alabama, Errol Smith, and Lynn Anderson, Rose Garden. Okay, those are all $6.99. You've lost that love. Exotic Sounds of Martin Denny, Stranger in Paradise. Bonnie Raitt, Come to Me. Roger Miller, One Dying and One Burying. Spiral Staircase, More Today Than Yesterday. Ricky Skaggs, Let's Love the Bad Times Away. Dave Dudley, Truck Driving, Son of a Gun. George Strait, A Little Heaven's Rubbing Off on Me, and You Look So Good in Love. And Buck Owens, Heart of Glass, later covered by Blondie. Different song. Danny on Errol Smith. Whoop. All right. There's that. These are all $6.99. Buck Owens, George Strait, Dave Dudley, Ricky Skaggs, Spiral Staircase, Roger Miller, Bonnie Raitt, and Martin Denny. Kelly Vladerchek has entered the chat, and she says, oh my gosh, we just saw the cover-ups with 3 exclamation points. I was so close to Billy Joe, he probably spit on me. Next thing is this Jim Reeves Compact 33 Double EP. The Blizzard and Other Tall Tales. Rosemary Clooney in the original baggy sleeve. The Four Seasons, Saturday's Fathers, picture sleeve. Chuck Berry, Sweet Little 16. Lane Brody, He Burns Me Up. John Parr, Same Old Fire. And James Taylor, Walking Down a Country Road. $6.99. And he just keeps on walking down a country road. No, that's Walking Man. I just combined 2 James Taylor songs. Country Road is Walking Down a Country Road, and Walking Man is He Keeps on Walking. Four Seasons is sold to Wolverine. He also gets Chuck Berry and Kelly Vladerchek on St. Elmo. So I'm assuming the cover-ups is some sort of band with Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day. Not too familiar. James Taylor, Lane Brody, Rosemary Clooney, and Jim Reeves. Also, we have Chubby Checker, The Class. Hot Times, Summer in the City, Love and Spoonful. Pointer Sisters, He's So Shy. Senator Everett McKinley, Wild Thing. Olivia, Totally Hot. Xanadu, Olivia Newton-John, and Cliff Richard, and Rick Springfield, Profile. These are all $6.99. Love and Spoonful is sold to Wolverine. All these are $6.99. He just keeps on walking. Rick Springfield, Xanadu, Olivia Newton-John, Senator Everett McKinley, Pointer Sisters, and Chubby Checker. Next is Billy Squier, 2 Days Gone. Julian Lennon, Valot. Julian Lennon, Stick Around. Frank Sinatra, I Believe I'm Gonna Love You. Promotional copy. I didn't even look at that one earlier. The Beach Boys, It's Getting Late, and Christopher Cross, theme from Arthur. Christopher Cross, Arthur, Beach Boys, It's Getting Late, Frank Sinatra, Julian Lennon, and Billy Squier, 2 Days Gone. Spelled Toodaze. And then Bryan Adams, Somebody, Carpenters, Hurting Each Other, Olivia Newton-John, Something Better to Do, Patsy Cline, Gary Lewis and the Playboys, and The Power Station, Get It On. And at this point, I'm officially opening final requests and comments before I end this feed. I am departing for Nashville BNA International Airport in 1 hour and 30 minutes. I'm leaving on a flight at 5:05 a.m. heading to Las Vegas between the night and New York City. And I booked Christopher Cross. Newman booked Christopher Cross for Newmanium. Carpenters is sold to Wolverine. And Chuck Haley wants Olivia Newton-John and Green Day. I will be Sunday night at the Sphere seeing The Wizard of Oz. Friday and Saturday, and during the day Sunday, we'll just be sightseeing and eating. We'll be eating bigly at the buffets in Vegas. I think Friday night we're going to eat at the Wynn. I'm going to take them first night to the Wynn buffet and be like, here we go, because we're probably going to be exhausted. So I think we should go down to the Wynn buffet, just stuff ourselves, and then go back and sleep. And then I'll probably wake up at 1 a.m. and go play blackjack. But I'll still be kind of connected to CollectCo. I still got to post hot pictures. I'm going to get Paul set up, probably do that, though. And pretty excited. I haven't had like a day off other than football. Those football games are not days off because I go on no sleep. They're stressful, and they're usually depressing. So those are not days off. If I take off to, this was Gary, I might have seen Green Day, sorry. I had Green Day on my mind because I was reading Kelly's comments. Chuck, you got Gary Lewis and Olivia Newton-John. But yeah, those, yeah, the Wynn buffet, that was, well, we ate it there at night for dinner, and it was the most food I've ever seen in my life. And I was with Seth the first time we went out there to see U2 with the Sphere. And, I mean, I couldn't believe it. They had what, like 70 flavors of ice cream or something? There was 20 different meat selections. And I'm like, how do they put this on every night? All this food. All of this food. I don't know, it's like when I walk in a grocery store. I look at all that food in there. I'm like, man, all the work to get all this here. Because I can appreciate it owning a business that's hard enough finding pre-owned records, much less fresh food to cook it and prepare it for people. Hundreds of people every day. I'm like, dang, this is amazing. And then they just like rows of it. Just, it's like, golly. That's why I was like, my mom obviously loves to cook and she loves food. I'm like, wait till you see some of these restaurants in Vegas. Some of these restaurants in Vegas is like over the top. They're like truly over the top. And Seth is so cheap, we didn't go to many, so. And the last time I was out there, I was kind of by myself. I met a couple customers, and we went to a Tool concert. And I was kind of by myself, so I just kind of went to my hotel, went to the concert, back to my hotel, and then I flew back. I didn't really do much the last time I was out there. So I've been twice. I went once in February of last year to the Sphere to see U2. That was like in January. I was right back a month later. I flew out there for a weekend and seen Tool. And then I'm going tomorrow for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 nights. Brian Adams, this is somebody. Yes, Jamie, $6.99. The brunch. So Wolverine is saying we should maybe go eat brunch at the Wynn instead of dinner. I still got to remember how to set that up. I remember we waited in line for a long time, even for a buffet. For the buffet, you think a buffet, you walk right in and sit down and you start eating. We waited in line like for an hour, I think, 45 minutes or an hour to get a table. And I was like, man, I'm used to going to like the local Chinese buffet. So yeah, when I land or maybe on the way over there, I'm going to buy Wi-Fi on the flight. I never buy Wi-Fi on the flights, but I'm going to because Jamie Wills on this. Yes. Jamie, that's so do you. Oh, that's why you commented somebody. Sorry, Jamie. I saw where you commented somebody earlier. I didn't know what that was. I was almost asleep now. Tennessee football is depressing. It's exciting, but man, every year, I've said this before, all these think about it. Every LSC school, every SEC school, with the exception of maybe 3, and it used to be Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, and maybe like even Ole Miss or so. Everybody expects to win a national championship every year. Like that's what your hopes and dreams are. So you got all the SEC schools, but then you got other teams like Penn State and Ohio State and Michigan, and then you can just keep naming them, Notre Dame, and then all the SEC schools, and then all the other, everybody's wanting to win a national championship. And so at the end of the season, when you realize you're not going to even get close, it's like, well, now we got to wait a whole nother year. And then the next year, there's going to be 30 more teams, 30 coaches with a realistic chance of doing it every year. So it's just like, man, the chances of this happening is slim. I mean, it's just amazing that some people have won it a lot recently, like Bama, the dynasty Nick Saban went through, what Kirby Smart's doing at Georgia. It's like, golly. I mean, because that's what you want, but just trying to get to that point. All these teams every year, coaches getting fired, hundreds of millions of dollars. LSU's they've got a chance now with that coach. I know Kiffin well. Kiffin left the Vols in the middle of the night. He said, I'm out of here. Hope that doesn't happen to y'all. Chuck Haley's an LSU fan. Danny's an LSU fan. Y'all better hope he doesn't take off to Michigan or Alabama. He better watch him. He's a little sneaky. Kiffin's a little sneaky. He wants to go somewhere and win, which you can't blame him. I would too, but I would go. These guys they do it a little bit for the money, but they want to win. I mean, the money for them is, they get paid to put up with all the headaches, press conferences, dealing with administrators, dealing with stress. That's why they get paid $20 million a year, but they really just want to win. They got to be compensated for their stress. So $90 million for Lane Kiffin at a school like LSU, that's probably a pretty good deal for them, because the stress, the demands, it's like being the president. The president basically doesn't make any money. Was it $400,000? That is nothing for the stress they have to go through every day. It should be $40 million a year, which would be a drop in the bucket for our budget, because the stress they have to go through every day is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Most stressful job in the world. And it virtually doesn't pay anything. So whoever gets elected, they're just doing it for whatever, hopefully so they're a patriot. Yeah, Trump don't even need money. He's not concerned about money. Most of them, they're taking that job on, probably not thinking about money. They're like, I don't need any money. They just want to be president. Yeah, I'd say money's probably pretty far from his mind. When you've had billions for 20 years, it's probably at that point pretty useless. Yeah, Michigan guy messed up, didn't he? Michigan guy messed up big time. More details to come, but it sounds like he messed up. We might go to Columbia. Yeah, I just saw the schedule. We go to one away game. I don't think we've been to South Carolina. I know they hadn't been to South Carolina, so probably. All right. Any other discussions before I'm signed off for a few days? I'm not gonna be on here a while. Not Friday night, not Saturday night, not Sunday night. And Paul will probably start the show for me Monday night. So I'm all for paying presidents and maybe members of Congress a lot more. I would be for it. You would probably attract better candidates because there's a lot of people wouldn't want to run for Congress and stuff because it's just like, man, the stress and the pay, is it really worth it? I think their salary should be about a U.S. congressman. I vote a U.S. congressman should make, what do they make now, $136,000? They should make at least $1 million. That wouldn't be too popular with the public, wouldn't it? I think it would work, but public wouldn't like that. Okay, yes, I got to put the t-shirt up. I got to knock out some stuff before I leave. I'm signing off here. Thank you, everybody. And good night, and I'll see y'all. I'll be back probably Monday because my flight lands at noon, and I'm not going to probably have slept much. Probably not going to have slept much. And with that being said, Paul will probably start the show Monday, and then I'll relieve him. Okay? Yes, LSU. And Texas. We got some cool opponents next year. Texas. Yeah, my staff is going to take over here. Don't get arrested. I hope not. Vegas never. I know it. I'm only taking. So my cash. The only cash I'm going to gamble. I don't know. I'm going to take some tonight. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to take more than $500, and that's going to be my limit. I think that's going to be my limit. If I lose 500, that's going to be sickening, but that will be my stopping point. Maybe 100. You can't have fun on $100 though, or maybe I just don't gamble at all. Because if I'm down a couple hundred, I'm going to be like, oh, I work way too hard to get, but you know, they got to stay in business too, right? You know, I don't mind like tipping those people good, right? I love tipping the dealers because I know that makes their night. So, and if I've had fun, I'm like, all right, here's $50. I do the same thing down at Waffle House. After we have a good sale, I like leaving a tip. It's like a little Christmas gift. It's like, here you go. Good times. All right. I'm done. See y'all soon. Y'all be careful out there, okay?